Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter. Chapter 1999, I'm Laughing at Your Naivety. 5. His body unleashed a surge of Constellation Earth Force, which coalesced into a massive earthy yellow claw in midair. It viciously swiped toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with determination as he let out a cold snort and fearlessly countered the attack. In the face of a heaven stage martial warrior, he showed no signs of holding back. Ancient God's body activated. True Dragon Battle Physique activate. The emerald glazed flame swept out and turned into flames. Wang Teng stepped out of the sea of fire and released his fist along with the flames. 5-element fist. The flames congregated into a fist imprint and smashed out with the terrifying physical strength of these two powerful physiques. Boom! The surrounding space collapsed, producing deafening noises. This display of power caused a slight change in Wan Dong's expression, but his attack had already been unleashed and it was too late to change tactics. Bang! Wang Teng's fist imprint formed by the green flame clashed violently with Wan Dong's sharp yellow claw, creating a tremendous and intense collision. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the seemingly sturdy and thick earthy yellow claw displayed cracks under Wang Teng's fist imprint. In the next moment, the gigantic earthy yellow claw explosively shattered with a resounding boom. Wan Dong's expression changed once again. The scorching heat and immense power surged directly toward him. He stumbled back 10 steps before managing to halt his movement. His eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at Wang Teng as if he had seen a ghost. The faces of the people behind Wan Dong were also filled with astonishment, clearly taken aback by Wang Teng's sudden burst of power. Feng Mo wore an incredulous expression, finding it hard to believe what he had just witnessed. What did he see? The fact that Wang Teng had directly clashed with their team leader and gained the upper hand left them all in disbelief. Wan Dong had been chosen as their team leader due to his superior strength, having reached the 4th level of Heaven stage. Wang Teng, on the other hand, was only at the Cosmos stage, yet he had forcefully pushed Wan Dong back. It was unbelievable. They were both freshmen. How could the difference be so huge? This encounter had severely shaken his confidence. The Queen was well aware that Wang Teng's strength far surpassed the Cosmos stage. He had even defeated a Heaven stage opponent in the past. Therefore, she had no concerns about his ability to overcome their current opponents. However, the opposing group had more members with 7 Heaven stage martial warriors and another Cosmos stage martial warrior who seemed to be the easiest to deal with. So she also charged out of the array, standing side by side with Wang Teng. Gazing coldly at Wan Dong and his group, Wang Teng gave the Queen a nod, and without any hesitation, he capitalized on his advantage and struck out with another punch towards Wan Dong. Bastard! Wan Dong felt insulted. He was being suppressed by a Cosmos stage martial warrior, and the other party was even chasing and hitting him. This was a great humiliation. Boom! His eyes gleamed with a cold light filled with resentment. The Constellation Earth Force in his body erupted. I don't believe that a Cosmos stage martial warrior like you can contend with me. Wan Dong snorted. His Constellation Earth Force condensed into a fist imprint, and he released a powerful punch. As he launched the attack, the illusion of a mountain appeared behind him. 7 mountains crumbling fist. Wan Dong roared, and the punch, along with the illusion of the mountain, descended upon Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze narrowed as he felt a different kind of power within this punch. However, he remained fearless and used his five-element fist to confront it. Boom! The two punches collided fiercely, creating a thunderous explosion. It seemed like they were locked in a standstill, unable to overpower each other. However, at that moment, the mountainous illusion behind the yellow fist imprint suddenly released a tremendous burst of power, crashing down forcefully. Bang! The fist imprint condensed by Wang Teng showed signs of collapse as cracks began to appear, and in no time it shattered, dissipating into countless flames. Following that, the illusory mountain continued to press down towards Wang Teng. Ha ha ha! Wang Dong burst out laughing when he saw this scene. Do you think you can resist my mountain cleaver power with your fist imprints? Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. This time he felt the unique power more distinctly. Mountain cleaver power? Without much thought, the power approached him, and Wang Teng swiftly threw out 3 consecutive punches, striking the illusory mountain head-on. Boom, 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 under the explosion of the fist imprints, their attacks shattered, unleashing shockwaves that swept in all directions. Wang Teng was pushed back by the force. The mountain-crushing conscious tried to invade his physical body, but his body, strengthened by the overlapping of 2 physiques, had become incredibly robust to an almost superhuman degree. Especially the 4th-rank True Dragon Battle physique, Pseudo, which was genuinely capable of withstanding attacks from Heaven Stage opponents. Ultimately, he successfully dissipated the force. However, Wang Teng's brief contact with that power triggered something in his mind. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Teng's mind. Mountain Cleaver, Star Cleaver. He suddenly remembered the battle axes he received in the Olent Federation. It was called the Star Cleaver Battle Axe, and it contained the Star Cleaver Ultima. The Star Cleaver Ultima was similar to the Mountain Cleaver power. However, the Star Cleaver Ultima he had comprehended back then was quite different from the Mountain Cleaver power displayed by Wang Dong at this moment. Wang Dong, as a Heaven Stage martial warrior, had a profound understanding of the Mountain Cleaver power that was beyond what an ordinary person could compare with. Chapter 2000, The 100,000 Talented Martial Warriors in My Constellation Society. 1. This Mountain Cleaver power is interesting, but it's not as good as my Star Cleaver Ultima. Wang Teng's eyes were filled with a gleam of excitement. The Star Cleaver Ultima he had previously comprehended resurfaced in his mind. However, he had only grasped the 2nd level of this Ultima, which was far from Wang Dong's profound understanding of the Mountain Cleaver power. If he could raise the Star Cleaver Ultima, Wang Teng would be able to use this power to suppress his opponent. Initially, he had underestimated this Star Cleaver Ultima and hadn't paid much attention to it. However, after witnessing Wang Dong's Mountain Cleaver power, he suddenly realized that this kind of power was by no means ordinary. He scanned his surroundings and picked up the attribute bubbles Wang Dong dropped. Normally, he would wait until the end of the battle to collect attribute bubbles. But he was particularly interested in finding out if any of them contained insights into the Mountain Cleaver power constellation force. Earth, 3,000. Earth Dragonclaw, 1,200. 7 Mountains, Crumbling Fist, 1,500. Mountain Cleaver Ultima 300, 10th level, 3,000 points of the constellation Earth Force entered Wang Teng's body directly. His constellation Earth Force rose a little constellation Earth Force. 2570 3000, Cosmos Stage 3rd level. Then there were the 2 battle techniques. One was a Heaven Stage battle technique, Earth Dragonclaw. Wang Teng had already experienced the power of this Earth Dragonclaw, and it was not bad. When facing martial warriors of the same stage, this battle technique had an advantage. Moreover, it was an Earth Element Claw technique, which was a skill he didn't have before, so it could fill a gap in his abilities. In his mind, a vivid image appeared. A claw formed from the constellation Earth Force suddenly manifested, resembling a dragon's claw. It was incredibly sharp, but carried a profound sense of weight. He fiercely clawed forward. Boom! With a single swipe, it left a deep claw mark on the ground, showcasing its impressive power. Earth Dragon Claw, Heaven Stage, 230,000 well-versed 1,200 points of attributes allowed Wang Teng to raise this battle technique to the well-versed stage. The other battle technique was more powerful than the Earth Dragon Claw. It was a battle technique at the peak of the universe stage, Seven Mountains' crumbling fist. Wang Teng found it incredibly appealing. He had witnessed its strength when used by Wang Dong, and now he directly picked up this technique. A vivid image suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He could visualize the gathering of the fist imprint, summoning 7 mountainous virtual shadows from the void. These shadowy mountains were incredibly mystical, resembling actual mountain peaks and exuding a majestic and imposing aura. Boom! The fist imprint traversed the sky, and the 7 mountainous virtual shadows descended with it as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering, displaying an extreme and terrifying power. This was the true might of the 7 mountains' crumbling fist. Such an attack was something ordinary martial artists could hardly withstand. The 7 mountainous virtual shadows. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Wang Dong had only displayed a single virtual mountain shadow with his fist imprint earlier, indicating that he had much room for improvement. Wang Teng wondered how many mountainous virtual shadows Wang Dong could ultimately summon. It left him curious. The other party was a heaven stage martial warrior. It was unlikely that he could only command a single virtual mountain shadow. Wang Teng looked at his characteristics board. 7 mountains, crumbling fist, universe stage, 500, 4,000, well-versed. Wang Teng's grasp of the 7 mountains' crumbling fist had reached the well-versed stage. He could conjure 2 mountain shadows. At this point, he had a realization. To condense 7 mountain shadows, he needed to master it to a perfected stage. Additionally, he needed to incorporate the essence of the attack to genuinely manifest the mountain shadows. Otherwise, it would just be superficial, a hollow form. Wang Teng looked at the last attribute bubble, Mountain Cleaver Ultima. As expected, it was the Mountain Cleaver Ultima. What's more, it was the 10th level Mountain Cleaver Ultima. The deep understanding immediately merged into Wang Teng's mind, rapidly elevating his comprehension of this Mountain Cleaver Ultima to the 10th level. Enlightenment flowed into Wang Teng's mind. Learning from the experiences of others is a way to master new skills. Mountain Cleaver is about crushing mountains. Star Cleaver is about crushing stars. The Star Cleaver Ultima was originally derived from the Mountain Cleaver Ultima. Now, with his new enlightenment, he could transform the 10th level Mountain Cleaver Ultima too. Mind you, his enlightenment was at the universe realm, and his earth talent had reached the divine level. With such talent, he could relatively easily transform the insights of an Ultima. Even if it required some time, he could erase the time difference through the use of blank attribute points. On the other hand, as Wang Teng absorbed the attribute bubbles, Wang Dong was stunned to see that Wang Teng had withstood his Mountain Cleaver power, and disbelief filled his eyes. Impossible. At first he thought that he could suppress Wang Teng with his proudest power, but in the end Wang Teng managed to resist it. This outcome was truly unacceptable to him. Was Wang Teng really a Cosmos stage martial warrior? This question loomed in his mind, making his expression even more unpleasant. Roar within the poison tide, the poison element celestial body beasts once again charged towards the group. The weaker star beasts didn't dare to get too close, but the mid-tier imperial-level star beasts weren't afraid at all. Get lost, Wang Dong, impatient, and with cold determination in his eyes, slammed his palm down, killing one of the mid-tier imperial-level celestial body beasts. However, more and more poison element celestial body beasts were advancing, and with the poison mist surrounding them, they had to keep their guard up and couldn't afford to be distracted. Wang Dong's face showed signs of anxiety. They had been battling their way to this point, and their resources were already heavily depleted. They couldn't afford to be delayed any further. Break the Array, Chapter 2001. The 100,000 talented martial warriors in my constellation society. 2. The harsh situation around them kept Wang Dong's anger in check, and he immediately turned to the others, shouting at them. The others were ready to take action upon hearing his command. The Queen's expression changed. You'll have to defeat me first before destroying the array. With a cold laugh, Wang Teng waved his hand, and several enormous figures appeared in the sky. They were little white, the metal armor flaming scorpion, and Elizabeth. These gigantic spiritual pets hovered in the sky, their gazes icy as they stared at Wang Dong and his group. Boom, boom, boom. The queen of the snakeman race and the other snakeman heaven stage martial warriors, including Marong, released their forces too. This formidable lineup immediately caused a drastic change in the expressions of Wang Dong and his teammates. Initially, they thought the opposing forces consisted of, at most, a few heaven stage martial warriors, along with Wang Teng. All in all, they didn't expect more than 5 heaven stage opponents. With such strength, they believed there was no way for them to resist. The native heaven stage martial warriors couldn't compare to them, and even Wang Teng, as talented as he was merely at the cosmos stage. Although he had just managed to block Wang Dong's attack, almost everyone doubted that Wang Teng could defeat Wang Dong. The gap in their abilities was simply too pronounced. But at this moment, the appearance of these powerful spiritual pets made them feel the pressure. 2 of the spiritual pets were mid-tier imperial level, but the ferocious aura they gave off made it obvious that they weren't easy to deal with. In their presence, Wang Dong and his companions felt a feeling akin to facing a universe behemoth. Even if there was a gap compared to mature universe behemoths, they were at least universe behemoth's cubs. The other 2 were even more absurd. The giant python was a high-tier imperial-level star beast, and the last strange-looking one was at the ultimate stage of the imperial level. Just one ultimate stage imperial-level star beast was enough to give them a run for their money. Not to mention the other ones, their combined combat strength was undoubtedly formidable. At that moment, Wang Dong and his team's expressions froze completely. They felt like cursing. The atmosphere grew tense. The members of Wang Dong's team stood there, each one of them stunned, unsure of whether to make a move or not. They were in an awkward situation. Feng Mo, looking shocked, stared at this scene with a quavering heart. He realized he had underestimated Wang Teng. Even his spiritual pets were this terrifying. This guy was a real freak. It would be best to avoid him in the future. Come on, aren't you here to break the array? Continue breaking it now. Wang Teng, lifted by Little White, stood on its head, looking down at Wang Dong and his group. Wang Dong and the others, how the hell do we break through this? Just these spiritual pets in front of us are enough to keep us busy for half a day. The issue was that it was not even certain if they could win. Right now, they were amid the poison tide, and if they went through another big battle, the little remaining force in their bodies would surely be exhausted. How would they deal with the poison tide then? Wang Dong and his team exchanged pale and anxious glances, their faces changing between green and white. They were all hesitating. Leader, what should we do? A sky-tier martial warrior whispered to Wang Dong. Wang Dong wanted to curse. What should they do? How was he supposed to know what to do? But as he saw everyone looking at him, Wang Dong also realized there was no time for further hesitation. They had to make a decision quickly. So he gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Fight. I don't believe that the heaven stage martial warriors from the stellar academies can't defeat some natives and spiritual pets. Okay, let's fight them." Let Wang Teng know the strength of us senior students. The others had been pent up with frustration, and now their faces displayed fierce determination, their eyes filled with a thirst for blood as they looked at Wang Teng. "Very well, I respect your courage," Wang Teng smiled. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically, and a thunderous shout erupted from his mouth. "Fight! Boom, boom, boom! Little White!" The metal armor flaming scorpion, Elizabeth, and the black-maned python charged towards Wang Dong's team. The queen and the sky-tier martial warriors from the snakeman race didn't waste any time either. They all joined the fight. Their strength might not be on par with the extraterrestrial humans, but if one of them couldn't win, they could surely manage to hold off one together. Now, with their numerical advantage, 2 of them could always fend off one opponent. What's more, they had Wang Teng's assistance. As long as they were given time, these extraterrestrial humans would eventually be defeated one by one. In the past, when they faced extraterrestrial humans, they always felt fear, but now they felt no trace of it. Wang Teng's side exuded a powerful and intense fighting spirit. The two sides clashed instantly. Wang Dong's face twisted with a ferocious expression as he charged at Wang Teng. He wanted to take out this man first. Those spiritual pets were clearly under Wang Teng's control, and once they defeated him, those spiritual pets would be taken care of. Wang Teng, prepare to die. Wang Dong roared, and his fist imprint erupted once again. 7 mountains crumbling fist. In an instant, the outlines of 2 mountains appeared. The 10th level mountain cleaver Ultima was congregated inside and pressed down on Wang Teng. It was the same fist skill again. Wang Dong was evidently confident in this technique. Moreover, he had yet to exert his full strength before. Now he unleashed 2 illusory mountains, believing that Wang Teng couldn't possibly withstand this punch. Seeing those 2 mountain illusions, Wang Teng realized that his earlier conjecture was correct. Wang Dong not only had mastery over 1 mountain illusion. Let me see if your mountain cleaver Ultima is stronger, or my star cleaver Ultima is stronger. A strange glint flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. The next instant, he resolved to use his blank attribute to accelerate the conversion of the star cleaver Ultima. More. Chapter 2002, The 100,000 Talented Martial Warriors in My Constellation Society. 3. The Star Cleaver Ultima rose instantly. Wang Teng's 2nd level Star Cleaver Ultima rose exponentially and advanced the 10th level. Within a few seconds, the Star Cleaver Ultima had completed its transformation and reached the 10th level. To raise it from the 2nd level to the 10th level, Wang Teng used 46,000 points of blank attributes. However, because it was converted from the 10th level Mountain Cleaver Ultima, Wang Teng only spent 12,000 points of blank attribute to raise it to the 10th level. What's more, it was at the perfected 10th level. Star Cleaver Ultima, 10,000, 10,000, 10th level. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He clenched his fist and assumed the same posture as Wang Dong. 7 mountains, crumbling fist. Boom. With a punch, 2 mountain illusions emerged with the complete power of the Star Cleaver Ultima condensed within. What? Wang Dong was shocked and speechless. When he saw the exact same skill, he could hardly believe his eyes. How did Wang Teng know the 7 mountains crumbling fist? But before he could think further, boom. The next moment, 2 devastating fist imprints fiercely collided, producing a terrifying, thunderous explosion, much like 2 great mountains colliding. The illusions of the 2 mountains were also clashing, creating a frightening spectacle. Wang Dong's expression turned ugly. He hadn't expected Wang Teng to unleash his proudest 7 mountains crumbling fist, and with 2 mountain illusions, no less. This was a provocation. However, very soon, a mocking expression appeared in his eyes as he saw the mountain illusions created by Wang Teng violently shaking, with cracks appearing. You haven't truly grasped the essence of the 7 mountains crumbling fist. You're making a fool of yourself. Wang Dong's eyes were filled with mockery, and he laughed triumphantly. Is that so? The curve of Wang Teng's lips became increasingly enigmatic. Wang Dong furrowed his brow, not understanding why he was still laughing at this point, and why it was so annoying. The next moment, he found out the reason. Boom. The mountain illusion conjured by Wang Teng exploded, and a brilliant earthy yellow light burst forth. A massive star materialized from the void, far more terrifying than his mountain illusion. Boom, immediately. The massive star illusion descended, a star against a mountain. There was no comparison whatsoever. Wang Dong's mountain illusion only trembled violently for a moment before it instantly exploded, and the power within the giant star was released, rushing towards Wang Dong. Splurt. Wang Dong's face changed dramatically as he was forced to retreat. However, it was clear that he couldn't react in time. The star struck him, causing him to forcefully cough up a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying hundreds of meters, and he came to a very disheveled stop. His gaze quivered, his pupils constricted, and he looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. He was injured. He was actually injured. In their first encounter, he had merely fallen behind, but this time he was injured. This was something he couldn't tolerate. It seems like your Seven Mountains crumbling fist isn't quite up to par. Wang Teng stood in the void, his black hair flowing without the wind. He gazed at Wan Dong from a distance and spoke. You! Wan Dong's eyes were practically spewing fire. He was taunted so harshly that he felt like he was surrendering his mind. The most frustrating part was that his Seven Mountains crumbling fist had indeed lost to Wang Teng's Seven Mountains crumbling fist in their recent encounter. The Seven Mountains crumbling fist was his proudest battle technique, and the feeling of losing to someone else was undeniably uncomfortable. No, there's something wrong with your Seven Mountains crumbling fist. Wan Dong thought of the massive star illusion from earlier and coldly stared at Wang Teng. What's wrong? You can't master it, so you claim there's something wrong with my Seven Mountains crumbling fist? I think it's your Seven Mountains crumbling fist that has a problem, Wang Teng sneered. The Seven Mountains crumbling fist condenses the ultima of Mountain Cleaver. What you just used isn't the Mountain Cleaver ultima. You were merely imitating my Seven Mountains crumbling fist. Wan Dong's eyes sparkled with a hint of wisdom, as if he had regained some confidence. Since it wasn't the same technique, his Seven Mountains crumbling fist had not truly lost. Again, with a resounding shout, Wan Dong's stare turned cold and he threw another punch. He said, "The Seven Mountains crumbling fist has a total of 7 mountain shadows. Right now, I can display the shadows of 4 mountains. I'd like to see how much of it you can imitate." Imitate? Wang Teng gave a faint smile. This guy was still too naive. He didn't realize that in this world, besides imitation, there was another word called cheating. I will add attributes until you have a mental breakdown. Since Wan Dong wanted to display the shadows of 4 mountains, Wang Teng had no choice but to collect some attributes first. He swept his gaze over. When Wan Dong displayed 2 mountain illusions earlier, he had dropped quite a few attribute bubbles. This was a good time to pick them up. 7 Mountains Crumbling Fist 3200, Mountain Cleaver Ultima 2100. The 7 Mountains Crumbling Fist attribute increased by 3,200 points, but it was still unable to break through the well-versed stage. Wan Dong was going to manifest 4 mountains, so he needed to reach the specialized stage to contend with him. Fortunately, there wasn't much difference. He just needed 1,300 more points. However, Wang Teng still planned to raise it to the middle stage of the specialized stage. Wang Teng utilized his blank attribute, and the 7 Mountains Crumbling Fist increased to the specialized stage. 7 Mountains Crumbling Fist Universe Stage 4,000 to 8,000, specialized. Boom. At that moment, a rumble echoed in the sky. Wan Dong threw a blow with immense momentum, and 4 colossal mountain illusions surfaced from behind him. They made his figure appear extremely tall, exuding an imposing presence. As these mountain illusions appeared, the surrounding space showed signs of collapsing. Dimensional rifts spread out like a spider's web in all directions. Wang Teng's stare tightened. Faced with the current 4 mountain illusions, he didn't dare to be careless either. He also threw a punch, fully incorporating the Star Cleaver Ultima. Likewise, 4 large mountain illusions materialized, slowly forming in the space behind him. Chapter 2003. The 100,000 talented martial warriors in my constellation society. 4. Not enough. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. The 4 mountain shadows were just a facade. The real power lay within them. It wasn't just the Mountain Cleaver Ultima, it also contained the power of his domain. Wan Dong was trying to be clever. He thought that he had concealed it well enough that Wang Teng wouldn't notice. However, Wan Dong had no idea just how powerful Wang Teng's talents were. That faint trace of domain power couldn't escape his perception. Wang Teng smirked. At this point, both of them were using their full capabilities. Wang Teng merged his 6th rank Earth domain into the outlines of the 4 mountains. It was a move born out of necessity. His domain power was inherently different from Wang Dong's. After all, he hadn't harvested the wool yet, so he could only temporarily substitute it with his domain. Boom! As Wang Teng's domain power merged with the mountain shadows, there was an added sense of weight to the illusion. In reality, the true attack was concealed behind the mountain shadows. The massive star, the sheer weight of a celestial body far exceeded that of a single mountain. Wang Dong had fully congregated his attack at this point, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. 7 mountains crumbling fist. 4 mountain shadows. A furious roar erupted from his mouth. His eyes filled with cold determination. Boom! With a powerful fist imprint, the 4 massive mountain illusions descended fiercely towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze was sharp. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his fist imprint into the air. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided with a resounding explosion. Wang Teng's mountain images burst open, transforming into 4 colossal stars, and their mighty power surged like a tidal wave. Wang Dong snorted. The same technique won't work on me? Mountain Cleaver Domain activate? As he spoke, the 4 mountain illusions seemed to infinitely expand, taking on a quadruple formation, exuding a profound and mystical intent. The area between the 4 massive mountains instantly transformed into a unique domain. An incredibly mysterious power swept forth. The 4 massive star illusions were all enveloped within this special battlefield. 4 ordinary stars. How can they escape the palm of my hand? Wang Dong sneered, extending his palm. It was as if his palm formed its world and the 4 stars couldn't escape. Then he suddenly clenched his hand. Terrifying power erupted within that special domain. Boom, boom, boom! The 4 massive stars trembled violently, and fractures appeared on their surfaces. Dazzling light burst from within the stars. Wang Teng, you're finished, Wang Dong sneered. You're rejoicing a bit too early, Wang Teng said with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, as if to conform to his words, a powerful domain power suddenly burst forth from within the 4 stars. As soon as this domain power emerged, it swept everything around it aside, breaking through all barriers. Boom, boom, boom. Intense rumblings echoed as the 4 massive mountain illusions suddenly vibrated. Waves of domain power struck them, causing signs of collapse within the special domain they had created. 6th rank domain. Wang Dong's expression changed slightly. His pupils constricted, mind you. Even he only managed to raise his domain to the 6th rank. Wang Teng was only at the cosmos realm, but he managed to raise his domain to the 6th rank, placing them on the same level. This was unbelievable. But even at the 6th rank, my Mountain Cleaver domain ranks at the top among most domains. You won't be able to break it with brute force, Wang Dong said with a hint of confidence, his face displaying a trace of self-assuredness. He had absolute assurance in his Mountain Cleaver domain. In the past battles, his Mountain Cleaver domain had defeated many martial warriors at the same stage as him. So his words were not mere boasting. It seems like the glory of the stellar academies has made you too self-absorbed. Wang Teng shook his head and shouted loudly. Break! Boom! As soon as he spoke, the 4 massive stars suddenly radiated with blinding light. Mysterious patterns seemed to appear on them, and a power far surpassing domain power permeated the area. That was the power of origin. This was Wang Teng's insurance. Always leave a safety net for anything. That was his motto. And it had proven to be useful. Wang Teng would never disregard a heaven-stage martial warrior, especially in battle. The 4 mountain illusions finally couldn't withstand it, and with a thunderous boom, they crumbled into countless specks of light. Wang Dong's face was filled with astonishment, but he had no time to think further. His domain had been broken, and the backlash caused him to suffer severe injuries. He spurted a mouthful of blood, then the 4 massive star illusions fell upon him and exploded completely. Boom! A terrifying surge of origin power swept out, and the explosion created an immense, earthy yellow pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The endless black mist formed by the poison tide was pushed away, and many poisonous creatures were devastated. They didn't even have time to scream before they were enveloped by the light pillar and disappeared. People from afar were drawn to the scene by the intensity of the battle. Shock was evident on their faces. It appeared that their leader had endured a severe blow, while Wang Teng had gained the upper hand. They anxiously watched the earthy yellow pillar of light, fearing they might witness the fall of their leader in the next moment. The Snakeman Queen and the others looked over too. They were astounded, though they knew Wang Teng was formidable. Witnessing the effects of such a powerful attack left them deeply impressed. Under the roar of the light pillar, the surroundings seemed to have sunk into a solemn atmosphere. Chapter 2004. The 100,000 talented martial warriors in my constellation society. 5. Time passed in this tense atmosphere, and the earthy yellow pillar of light gradually dissipated, revealing the situation within. Wang Dong stood on the ground covered in injuries, constantly coughing up blood, looking extremely miserable. How is that possible? The members of Wang Dong's team were all in disbelief, unable to accept this outcome. Their leader was defeated, and it was a rather brutal defeat. A Cosmos stage martial warrior was able to defeat their leader. Everyone was appalled and fell silent. Feng Mo stood among the crowd, his mind greatly shaken. Initially, he had thought that joining the team of senior students and going on a mission was a step ahead of others, which made him somewhat self-satisfied. However, now it seemed that someone had gone even further. Moreover, the other side didn't need anyone's help. He could thrive on his own strength. Previously, on the spaceship leaving the stellar academies, they had even worried that Wang Teng might want to join their team and hold them back. Wang Dong had been eager to leave and had rushed Feng Mo along, fearing that Wang Teng might cling to them. Thinking about it now, it was rather funny. Did Wang Teng need to join their team? Not at all. Even Wang Dong, a senior student, was not his match. If Wang Teng had joined their team, they might be the ones holding him back. The current situation indicated one thing. Wang Dong had been incredibly short-sighted, unable to see Wang Teng's true abilities. On the other hand, those senior students from the Snowchild team had recognized Wang Teng's potential from the beginning and had been trying to recruit him. They were the ones with true foresight. Sigh. Feng Mo sighed softly to himself. He had witnessed an insurmountable gap between himself and Wang Teng. Where Wang Dong stood, there was now a deep crater. He glared at Wang Teng with bitter resentment, unable to accept the fact that he had been defeated by him. Swoosh! A figure flashed, and Wang Teng appeared in front of Wang Dong with a single palm. He pressed Wang Dong down to the ground, causing him to cough up blood. "I don't like your attitude," Wang Teng said as he placed his foot on Wang Dong's back, his tone indifferent. Wang Teng! Wang Dong had never endured such humiliation, and he almost spat out Wang Teng's name through gritted teeth, shouting in anger. "Submit or die." Wang Teng produced a long sword and lightly located it against Wang Dong's neck, his voice emotionless. Wang Dong felt the icy sensation on his neck, and it sent a chill down his spine. He felt paralyzed, and the anger that had consumed him just moments ago had dissipated as a deflating balloon. "Wang Teng, we are from the Heaven Crane Hall. Have you considered the consequences of offending us?" Wang Dong swallowed hard and tried to make a final stand. "Heaven Crane Hall. I've never even heard of it. I am the president of the Constellation Society, and you should consider the consequences of offending me. The Constellation Society has 100,000 talented martial warriors, and with a single order from me, I can crush your Heaven Crane Hall." "Do you believe that?" Wang Teng replied casually. Wang Dong was left speechless, and the words he prepared were stuck in his throat. 100,000 talented martial warriors. Wasn't the Constellation Society newly formed? Even 10,000 martial warriors would be a problem for them. Also, these martial warriors were mainly new students. What strength would they have? Was he joking when he saw he could crush their Heaven Crane Hall? Wang Teng, my Heaven Crane Hall? Wang Teng kept his foot firmly on Wang Dong's head, burying his face in the dirt as a dog. "I don't want to hear your nonsense. I'll ask you one more time. Submit or die. Wang Dong desperately struggled, his hands pressing against the ground, trying to lift himself. However, under Wang Teng's foot, he couldn't resist, and he couldn't even raise his head. Members of Wang Dong's team watched in shock, their faces twitching uncontrollably. Their leader was in a pitiable state. This Wang Teng seemed as a devil. He was treating a heaven stage martial warrior like this, stepping him in the face. Has he no consideration for others' feelings? A gentleman may kill, but he cannot humiliate. Release that foot. Wang Teng, don't push your luck too far. Release our leader. Another heaven stage warrior with a cold voice said, "Are you talking to me?" Wang Teng lifted his head, looking at the warrior who materialized to be from the dog race. He asked calmly. Under Wang Teng's gaze, the martial warrior involuntarily took a step back, but he quickly realized and felt a bit uneasy. He was intimidated by a Cosmos stage martial warrior. "You, if you say one more word, I'll kill your leader, and you'll be the one to blame for your leader's death," Wang Teng threatened. "The dog race martial warriors, gosh, you're really pushing it." "Wang Teng, our Heaven Crane Hall is not something your Constellation Society can compare to," another Heaven Stage warrior with golden hair and a defiant face couldn't help himself and shouted splat. But at this moment, Wang Teng didn't give anyone an opportunity to react. He thrust a sword into Wang Dong's body, provoking blood to spurt out. At the same time, he lifted his foot. "Ah!" Wang Dong's head jerked up, and he let out a miserable scream. The golden-haired martial warrior, everyone looked at the golden-haired Heaven Stage martial artist with perplexed expressions, as if they wanted to know if he had any ambitions to take over their leader's position. The golden-haired martial warrior continue. Wang Teng waved the long sword in his hand around Wang Dong's body. "Kobe, are you trying to kill me?" Wang Dong, terrified, didn't doubt for a moment that Wang Teng would kill him at this point. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain and shouted, "The golden-haired martial warrior, the dog race martial warriors, Chapter 2005, Will Devils Ever Be Kind? 1. Wang Dong's entire team stood still, completely stunned. They had never expected Wang Teng to be so ruthless, acting without hesitation. The golden-haired Heaven Stage martial warrior was frozen in place, his expression as if he had eaten something terribly unpleasant. He had originally thought that Wang Teng was just trying to intimidate them and wouldn't dare to take real action. Unexpectedly, now his teammates were looking at him with strange, judgmental eyes. Cobb certainly felt that he might not fit in with this team any longer. That was dangerous. That was dangerous. The dog race martial warrior heaved a sigh of relief secretly. He felt that he had made a wise choice by not provoking that lunatic. Otherwise, he'd be the one carrying the blame. Wang Teng scanned the group and asked, "Does anyone else want to voice their opinion?" Wang Dong's team, what could they say? One sentence, one stab, their leader would be dead. "Wang Teng, what do you need to do to let me go?" Wang Dong gritted his teeth. "Can't you understand human language? Submit or die." Wang Teng replied calmly. Wang Dong hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath and said, "Fine, I submit. I hope you can bear the consequences of this." "Yes." Wang Teng raised his long sword. Wang Dong had no choice but to close his mouth awkwardly. When the others saw Wang Dong choosing to submit to him, their expressions turned ugly. "What about the rest of you?" Wang Teng didn't intend to let the other members of the Wang Dong's team off the hook. "Submit or die." "Wang Teng, you're going too far." Cobb's face changed slightly, and he said coldly, "This individual was evidently a rebellious and untamable character, unlikely to submit easily. Well then, don't blame me for being merciless." Wang Teng calmly ordered Little White and the others to act and capture him. Wait! An urgent and somewhat anxious voice quickly chimed in. All eyes turned to the speaker. This was the dog race martial warrior. Well, I submit. The dog race martial warrior reluctantly sheathed his weapon and raised his hand to surrender. Everyone, Wang Teng gazed at him with a strange expression and nodded, saying, "Those who know the current situation are the wise ones. It seems that this senior student has a deep understanding of this. In that case, please come forward. The dog race martial warrior nodded and flew towards Wang Teng, keeping his hand raised to indicate he meant no harm. This action left the onlookers speechless. Gikdor, what are you doing? Cobb's face turned dark, and he sharply asked the question. He had just chosen to resist, and this guy had surrendered. Wasn't this a direct challenge to him? Moreover, if it hadn't been for this guy, he wouldn't be the scapegoat. Taking the two recent incidents together, he couldn't help but feel a deep dislike for Gikdor, despite being in the same team. Their camaraderie was far from genuine, especially now with Wan Dong captured. There was no one to mediate the conflicts, and tensions were surfacing. Cobb, whether you want to fight is your business, but I don't want to. Our leader has been defeated. We stand no chance against our opponent. So, are you trying to get us all killed? Gikdor appeared timid, but when faced with Cobb's questioning, he responded calmly and unapologetically. You. Cobb's face changed slightly. His words undoubtedly pushed him to the opposite side of everyone. He looked at the others and saw that they were all hesitating. Wang Teng looked at this dog race martial warrior in amazement. This guy seemed to have some brains, considering that you are still a student of the Stellar Academies, choosing to surrender like this. Do you have any pride left? Cobb scoffed. Pride? What's that? Can you eat it? Gikdor retorted Cobb. Can you eat it? This bastard was indeed a foodie. He was incompetent and useless. Cobb was filled with resentment, itching to tear Gikdor apart. He gazed coldly at Gikdor as if he could devour him alive. Gikdor, however, ignored him and walked directly towards Wang Teng. He then wore a sycophantic smile on his face, standing not far from Wang Teng. Good. Wang Teng appeared beside him with a flash and patted his shoulder. Anyone else willing to submit? He looked at the others and asked in a relaxed tone, with one less threat after Gikdor's surrender. They were no longer a threat. For a moment, there was silence. The remaining members of Wan Dong's team were left in hesitation. They realized their predicament. With Jikudo submitting, they were now even less of a match for Wang Teng's side. Don't be fooled. We still have a chance. Cobb's face darkened and he quickly shouted, I surrender. Me too! Me too! However, no one paid any attention to his words. They all chose to submit. Cobb stood in place, unable to finish his sentence. He was left in an awkward silence. Little White circled above his head and let out mocking sounds. It was quite embarrassing. At this point, apart from Cobb, everyone from Wan Dong's team had chosen to surrender and submit. Cobb was left standing alone as if he had become the target of everyone's contempt. At percent, he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. After all, they were all teammates. Couldn't they show some unity? Being left behind alone was a tough situation to deal with. He glanced around at the imposing and massive star beasts surrounding him, all staring at him hungrily, making his scalp tingle. Chapter 2006, Will Devils Ever Be Kind? 2. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. You've got some guts. Wang Teng looked playfully at Cobb and said, Now, I'll give you a chance for a one-on-one battle. One-on-one. Cobb's eyes lit up. If it was a one-on-one fight, he believed he had a good chance of defeating Wang Teng. Wang Teng had already fought against Wan Dong and was likely somewhat weakened. Moreover, Wang Teng was only a Cosmo-stage martial warrior, so he believed he could defeat him. Okay, one-on-one. Cobb immediately shouted, fearing that Wang Teng might change his mind. No problem. Wang Teng grinned. It's a deal. You'll have a one-on-one fight against all of us. Cobb stood there dumbfounded, looking bewildered. A group fighting against one person. Shameless. Was this something a human would do? Everyone attack him. Wang Teng waved his hand. Little White, the metal armor flaming scorpion, and Elizabeth started preparing to attack, unleashing their forces, filling the sky and causing all the poison element star beasts in the vicinity to flee in fear. Stop, Cobb shouted. You say stop, and we stop. Who do you think you are? Wang Teng snorted, then commanded. Beat the hell out of him. Little White and the others didn't stop. When they heard Wang Teng's words, they accelerated their pace and charged toward Cobb. "I surrender. I submit." "No, don't." Cobb looked horrified, only managing to let out a scream before being overwhelmed. Gikdor and the others were drenched in cold sweat, their facial muscles twitching madly. They felt extremely fortunate that they had chosen to submit and not resist to the end. Otherwise, they might have been beaten to a pulp, just like Cobb. Listening to those screams, the rest of the team couldn't help but look at Gikdor with gratitude. "Brother, thank you." Gikdor glanced at them, showing a reserved smile on his face, and nodded in their direction. With a dejected expression, Wang Dong hung his head. Watching this scene, he realized that his team was completely finished. When trust among team members broke down, it was impossible to hold the team together. This Wang Teng had some serious skills. With a single move, he had shattered his team, causing division and chaos. Compared to Wang Teng's strength, Wang Dong felt that Wang Teng's cunningness was scarier, sending shivers down his spine. Why did he provoke this devil? He regretted his actions deeply. If Wang Teng knew his thoughts, he'd probably burst into laughter. Him? Cunning? Really? Why didn't he know? The outcome was entirely coincidental, and it had nothing to do with him. Feng Mo stood among the group of surrendered individuals. His heart had already regained its calm, and his face showed no emotion. There's a saying, if you can't resist, just accept it. Even his Heaven Stage seniors were defeated. It was only normal for him to lose. Losing to a freak like Wang Teng, he felt that his loss was justified in the future. If he ever encountered him again, he'd keep his distance. He couldn't afford to offend him, but he could hide. The battle ended quickly. Little White and the others surrounded a Heaven Stage martial warrior at the same time. The other party's resistance was futile. He would be crushed in the end. Wang Teng took a step forward, and the others followed suit. Little White and the others slowly moved apart, revealing the figure lying in the pit. A human figure lay in the deep pit, and there was hardly a part of their body that was unscathed. He was battered, bruised, and covered in wounds, appearing even more wretched than Wang Dong. Wang Dong supported his injured body as he watched coldly from the sidelines. The corner of his mouth twitched, finding a sense of satisfaction within. You had it coming for making me get stabbed by a sword. Now you've got your payback. The Queen and the others couldn't help but glance at Wang Teng's spiritual pets. The owner was ruthless, and the spiritual pets didn't fare any better. We might have gone a little too far with our attack. Wang Teng shook his head as he looked at Little White and the others. Next time, please show some restraint. We are civilized people, and this level of violence could give the wrong impression. You're right, Master. We are civilized, the metal armor flaming scorpion affirmed. Caw. Little White nodded fervently. Elizabeth was smiling like a gentle elder sister. The black-maned python circled above everyone's heads, its eyes shimmering with intelligence as if it understood something. Everyone civilized. If you are civilized people, there will be no civilized people in this world. The Queen couldn't help but give Wang Teng a strange look, not sure whether her inner thoughts were a good idea after all. This guy didn't seem very reliable. Looking at his peculiar spiritual pets, they had all been influenced in some way or another. Now that we're done here, shall we head back to the city? Wang Teng looked at the Snakeman Queen. This was still their territory, and he thought it best to ask for her opinion. The Snakeman Queen resisted the urge to roll her eyes. There were no emotions on her face as she nodded slightly. She didn't see any reason to refuse. Even if she refused, could she stop this guy? Seeing this, Morang took out a token and activated the runes on it, causing a gap to slowly open in the formation. Wang Teng kept Little White and the others and led the way in. The Snakeman Queen and the others followed closely behind. Gikdor hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Cobb, who was lying on the ground, and picked him up. Then he followed Wang Teng into the array. Wang Dong's team members exchanged glances and then entered the array as well. They had originally planned to enter this array to escape the poison tide, but now they couldn't find any joy in it. Since everyone has chosen to submit, You will be members of my Constellation Society from now on. Wang Teng turned to look at Wan Dong and the others. The Constellation Society. Wan Dong's team members had bitter expressions on their faces. They had originally been members of the Heaven Crane Hall, and now they were going to join a new student faction. Chapter 2007. Will Devils Ever Be Kind? 3. If the people from Heaven Crane Hall found out about this, they would definitely mock them. Most importantly, Heaven Crane Hall, once aware of their betrayal, wouldn't easily let them go. Thinking about this, Wan Dong's team couldn't help feeling uneasy. The Heaven Crane Hall was much more powerful than the Constellation Society. There were many formidable warriors inside. They didn't believe Wang Teng could withstand the consequences of Heaven Crane Hall's retaliation, but now they had no other option. They would have to take things step by step. Since the poison tide will last for 4 to 5 days, and you've entered the city, you'll need to contribute by helping maintain the array, Wang Teng continued. The poison tide will last for 4 to 5 days. Wan Dong and the others were shocked. Nobody had expected the poison tide to last this long. If they were still outside, they would likely be dead sooner or later. At this moment, they were uncertain whether submitting to Wang Teng was a blessing or a curse. Here are some healing pills to aid in your quick recovery. Wang Teng didn't concern himself with their thoughts. With a sweeping gesture, he sent a few jade bottles flying which landed in front of them. Wan Dong's team was momentarily taken aback. They hadn't expected Wang Teng to provide them with pills. After hesitating for a moment, they accepted the jade bottles and opened them. A rich scent of the elixir wafted out, filling the air. This is a Grand Master level healing pill. Wan Dong exclaimed in shock. Grand Master Wang Teng and the others were also astonished. Wang Teng was truly generous. The pills they held were all at the Grand Master level, and it wasn't something ordinary people could afford. Moreover, they had been enemies just moments ago, and he was giving them pills. They exchanged glances, finding it difficult to understand Wang Teng's actions. If it was them, they wouldn't give Grandmaster-level pills to their enemy so easily. "Are you sure about giving us these pills to consume?" Gikdor hesitated to ask. "What's the matter? Don't want to use them?" "Well, then give them back to me," Wang Teng replied. "It's not that, it's just that they're quite valuable. But since Junior Wang Teng is so generous, we won't be impolite." Jikoto quickly swallowed the pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and a warm current flowed through his body, rapidly healing his injuries. Grandmaster-level pills were incredibly potent. Gikdor had endured the ravages of the poison tide and had numerous injuries, but with the effects of this Grandmaster-level healing pill, he felt that he might recover completely in just a day. Seeing how effective the pills were, the others quickly consumed them, fearing that Wang Teng might change his mind. Wang Teng had a hint of a smug smile on his face, pleased to see them take the pills. "I've heard that Junior Wang Teng is a Grandmaster alchemist, and you even know alchemy, Saint Dao Yuan. We finally get to witness your alchemy mastery today," Gikdor praised. Wang Teng glanced at him. He was quite the flatterer. What a real talent. Wan Dong and the others cast a disdainful look at him. Suck up. While they had to admit that Wang Teng's alchemy skills were extraordinary, they would never praise an enemy like that. Wang Teng looked at the still unconscious Cobb and took out another pill, handing it to Gikdor, saying, "Give him this pill. Brother Wang Teng is truly kind and magnanimous, far beyond our reach." Gikdor sighed. "Cough, well, it's not that big of a deal," Wang Teng responded, appearing modest, but he cleared his throat and waved his hand. Too much praise made him a bit uncomfortable. This was good enough. Gikdor quickly gave the pill to Cobb, who then quickly recovered from his injuries and woke up. He looked around, still a bit confused about what had happened, but when he saw Wang Teng, his expression changed. In his heart, there was now a mixture of hatred and fear. He had completely abandoned any thought of opposing Wang Teng. "Cobb Jr. brother Wang Teng gave you a Grandmaster-level healing pill just now. That's how you managed to recover so quickly," Gikdor said. "Grandmaster-level healing pill. Cobb was shocked. He felt the condition of his body and immediately knew that Gigdor wasn't lying. He glanced at Wang Teng in disbelief. Could this guy be so benevolent? Don't look at me like that. I don't want to be enemies with you either. If we can talk things out, why resort to violence? Wang Teng sighed. The expressions of the other people became subtle and skeptical as they looked at Wang Teng. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I added a tiny something to this pill just to prevent you from making any hasty actions. Wang Teng remembered suddenly and said as he patted his forehead. Huan Dong and the others' expressions changed. They stared at Wang Teng wide-eyed and quickly sensed their condition. Soon they discovered a new poison within them. This poison invaded both their force and physical bodies, taking the form of a black lotus flower that exuded a sinister aura. It lurked deep within them, showing no signs of movement and causing no discomfort. If Wang Teng hadn't mentioned it, they might never have noticed its presence. But anyone discovering an unknown poison within their bodies, especially one seemingly impossible to remove, wouldn't feel good about it. Did you poison us? Huan Dong glared at Wang Teng, a mixture of shock and anger on his face. Cobb was shocked and furious, too. He knew that this fellow wouldn't be so kind. Chapter 2008, Will Devils Ever Be Kind? 4. Will devils ever be kind? Obviously not. Gigdor felt bitter. His expression changed several times, but he eventually calmed down. Don't be agitated. This poison isn't as frightening as you might think. As long as we remain friends, it will behave well in your bodies, practically like it doesn't exist. Wang Teng said with a cheerful smile. Everyone like it doesn't exist? He said it so casually, but who can treat an unknown toxin as non-existent? It was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. This fellow was talking cheaply. The Queen and the others looked at Wang Teng in astonishment, their understanding of him utterly shattered by his shamelessness. Now that you've all submitted, it wouldn't be just a facade, right? Pretending in front of me, but scheming secretly behind my back, Wang Teng said with a smile. The expressions of Huan Dong and the others froze. They had entertained such thoughts previously, but now it seemed that Wang Teng had cut off that path for them. Ruthless. Of course, you can also take a chance to try to force it out, Wang Teng remarked casually before turning and waving his hand. Rest well. I'll have some tasks for you in 3 hours. Be prepared. As they watched Wang Teng's departing figure, the group gritted their teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. Since Wang Teng had said so, they knew that removing the poison was likely much more difficult than they had imagined, but some people still wanted to try. With a cold snort towards Gigdor, Cobb sat down cross-legged, channeling his force in an attempt to remove the toxin. The others were equally determined to resist control and started trying to get rid of the poison. Only Gigdor's eyes flickered. Although he also sat down cross-legged, he wasn't trying to get rid of the poison. Instead, he was trying his best to restore his force. An hour later, they all opened their eyes after their attempts. Their expressions were unpleasant. Darn it. Cobb's face turned pale, and he slammed his hand onto the ground with a loud bang, leaving a deep palm print. Don't waste your efforts. Wang Teng is a peak-level Grandmaster alchemist, and he's probably not far from the saint level. The poison he used is not something that can be easily removed, Gigdor said indifferently, without even opening his eyes. The group's expressions grew even grimmer after their recent attempts. They knew that Gigdor was telling the truth. A peak Grandmaster alchemist was indeed powerful. The poison seemed to have taken root in their bodies and couldn't be removed using conventional methods. As long as we cooperate, he won't harm us, Gigdor tried to reassure them. At this point, everyone fell into a heavy silence. They were once considered geniuses of the stellar academies, and now they found themselves controlled by poison. Especially in this matter, they couldn't involve the academy, or else they'd be greatly embarrassed. Even if they did, it would be useless. The academy wouldn't intervene. Competition among students, even to the point of death, exists, and the presence of a poison was relatively minor. Everything Wang Teng did was within the rules. Gigdor, you brown-noser. Cobb gave Gigdor a disdainful glance and snorted. Say what you want. I just don't want to die. Gikdor said calmly. Enough. Both of you, stop arguing. Wang Teng mentioned that he has something to instruct us about in 3 hours. It doesn't look like it's going to be simple. Wan Dong suddenly spoke. What does he want to do? Cobb furrowed his brow. He didn't want to do Wang Teng's bidding, but the current situation was beyond his control. I don't know, Wan Dong replied with a sense of foreboding. They had already wasted an hour, and he had a feeling that the situation was dire. They couldn't afford to waste any more time, so they needed to recover immediately. Upon seeing his state and noticing that the others had already begun to recover, Cobb's expression changed. He inwardly cursed and, with no other option, closed his eyes to recover as well. The remaining 2 hours passed quickly, and Wang Teng appeared in front of everyone as promised. Wake up. A calm voice echoed in the ears of the group, rousing them from their cultivation. They opened their eyes and looked at Wang Teng, who was standing above them. There was another person beside Wang Teng. It was the Snakeman Queen. Get ready to depart. Wang Teng gave an unquestionable command. Where are we going? Wan Dong's gaze flickered as he asked, Just follow me. And don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Wang Teng replied, casting a glance at Wan Dong. He didn't provide any explanations and flew directly towards the perimeter of the poison tide. Wan Dong and the others had no choice but to follow, transforming into streaks of light and heading into the poison tide with Wang Teng. Chapter 2009. Ironback Centipede. The poison tide loomed ominously, with toxic mists rolling in a terrifying display. Several figures dashed within the poison tide, exuding powerful auras that made the venomous star beasts in the vicinity retreat and dare not approach at the forefront. Was a figure enveloped in a radiant golden glow. The golden light sometimes scattered into tiny specks, and at other times it faintly transformed into the image of a divine golden phoenix shrouding Wang Teng. He appeared as if he had become a real golden phoenix. The golden light pushed away all the poisonous mists around him, making them unable to come close. Behind him, a few individuals closely followed, their faces filled with astonishment. Spiritual power. Wan Dong's expression subtly changed. He had assumed that Wang Teng had used all his strength to defeat him, but now seeing Wang Teng employ his spiritual power, he realized he had never truly understood the young man before him. Astonishment appeared in Cobb's eyes as he looked at Wang Teng. He couldn't fathom just how strong this young man's talent was. He couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy. The other party was much younger than him, but his overwhelming strength indicated that his talent far exceeded theirs. Such talent was a rare find even within the stellar academies. The queen of the Snakeman race was astounded too, but her thoughts went deeper. The golden light was clearly an item left behind by the heaven realm divine spirit master he had killed earlier, and yet it was now in Wang Teng's possession. He wielded it as if he had mastered the control of the weapon completely. This was intriguing. Wang Teng had only obtained these weapons a few days ago, yet he had mastered them completely. He displayed no hint of clumsiness when using it. His talent was astonishing. The queen of the Snakeman race was even more certain that this person was extraordinary. Gikdor glanced at Wang Teng, feeling shocked but not dwelling on it too long. Instead, he surveyed their surroundings, observing the situation. The dense, poisonous mist in the area grew thicker, making it increasingly uncomfortable for them. The group had to release their force to form protective shields, which were continuously eroded by the poisonous gas. After flying for some time, the weaker star beasts could no longer be seen. They were now surrounded by mid-tier Imperial-level star beasts. These creatures were aggressive, charging at them from time to time, forcing the group to expend their energy to fend them off. The entire journey was incredibly draining. Even heaven-stage formidable warriors couldn't persist in such an environment for long.
Wang Teng, where are we going?
Wan Dong and the others noticed the situation and couldn't help but ask. We're here. Wang Teng suddenly stopped in his tracks, floating in the mist, and gazed ahead. Wan Dong and the others were taken aback. They had just asked, and now they were already here. They regretted asking, as it made them seem impatient. Be careful. Wang Teng glanced at everyone and warned. Wang Dong and the others immediately became vigilant. In this thick mist, it was difficult for them to sense their surroundings. The denser the mist, the harder it was to sense anything. Wang Teng wouldn't give them warnings without reason. According to their calculations, they were approaching the atmosphere of Scorpion King Star. At such a high altitude, the poison mist persisted. The presence of star beasts here, if any, would be extremely terrifying. These geniuses from the stellar academies, although full of pride, were not foolish. They quickly realized the implications. Just then, the mist in front of them began to churn violently, and massive black shadows emerged, causing alarm. "What is that?" Wang Dong exclaimed. The others' faces turned serious, each channeling their force and peering forward. The shadows eventually became visible, and they were none other than enormous, grotesque, centipede-like star beasts, with their countless legs wriggling, sending shivers down their spines. High-tier Imperial-level star beasts. "There are so many of them," Cobb exclaimed grimly. The others also wore similarly uneasy expressions. While they were prepared for danger, they had never anticipated encountering so many high-tier Imperial-level star beasts. Hiss. The incessant, piercing hisses filled the air, carrying a menacing undertone, as if they intended to intimidate the group. Human martial warriors leave suddenly, a spiritual fluctuation was felt. Wang Teng wasn't surprised. High-tier Imperial-level star beasts exhibited a degree of intelligence. Some could speak when they reached the Emperor level, while others might be more unique and, even when they reached the Imperial level, couldn't speak aloud. However, they could communicate through spiritual fluctuations. The star beast before them seemed to belong to the latter category. Wang Dong and the others turned serious when they heard this. Most star beasts within the poison tide lacked high intelligence and acted on instincts. However, the centipede-like star beasts in front of them were more intelligent, making it an even more formidable opponent. Everyone prepare to fight and take down these high-tier Imperial-level centipedes. Wang Teng's eyes revealed a hint of cold determination as he gave his orders. "You're out of your mind. This place is so dangerous. Who knows how many high-tier Imperial-level star beasts are lurking here? If we fully agitate them, none of us will survive," Wang Dong urgently protested. I said, "Attack." Wang Teng's tone remained calm as he looked at him, saying it plainly. Wang Dong's face froze and his muscles twitched uncontrollably. He instinctively averted his gaze from Wang Teng, his anger boiling within Bastard. He had never suffered such humiliation. However, in the presence of Wang Teng, he felt powerless. With the poison in his body, he couldn't escape from Wang Teng's grasp. Gikdor's eyes flashed. Without further words, he directly launched an attack, charging at the massive centipede.
Boom! A blade glow burst from his hand and struck the tough carapace of the massive centipede. Hiss! The wounded centipede star beast under the pain let out a hissing sound, and its cold, menacing eyes flashed with ferocious intent. Boom!
It suddenly lunged forward, attacking Gikdor. The other centipede star beasts, seeing their companion under attack, grew furious and emitted loud screeches. Then, all the centipedes rushed towards Wang Teng and the others. An intense battle erupted in an instant. Wang Dong and the others had mixed expressions, feeling frustrated and infuriated, but they had no choice but to fight back. They unleashed their force attacks and lunged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roars echoed within the mist, and the fog around them churned violently. Cursed sycophant! Cobb muttered curses under his breath while attacking. He was now loathing Gikdor with all his heart. If it weren't for that guy trying to flatter Wang Teng, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Wang Teng and the Queen of the Snakeman race exchanged glances with each other and acted simultaneously. The Queen wielded a sword that appeared in her hand, unleashing a barrage of emerald-green sword lights that surrounded and struck down a centipede star beast. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed as he observed the Queen's attack style. It reminded him of Kang Yu. Their battle techniques were very similar. However, there was a subtle difference. He was puzzled. What was their relationship? Hiss. 3 centipede celestial creatures charged towards Wang Teng, emitting shrill hisses, attempting to surround and attack him. Their incredibly tough bodies were like weapons swinging fiercely as they converged on Wang Teng in a triangular formation. "It's you." Wang Teng instantly recognized one of the centipede star beasts, marked by the damage he had inflicted during their last encounter. "You have a death wish." Wang Teng's eyes gleamed with cold determination, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. They thought that adding 2 more allies would enable them to overpower him. What a joke. Ancient God's body activated. True dragon battle physique activate. In an instant, Wang Teng activated 2 different physiques simultaneously. A complex and mystical pattern of golden lines emerged at his forehead, and his body, coursing with pale, golden blood, erupted with an incredibly powerful vital energy. At the same time, a sea of green flames spread, enveloping Wang Teng. In the next moment, he stepped out of the sea of flames. His body was covered in green dragon scales, exuding a faint yet palpable dragon's aura. The 3 centipede star beasts were momentarily stunned, their eyes revealing an uncontrollable sense of fear. Dragon, in comparison to many star beasts, dragons were a bloodline of the highest nobility, and their draconic presence naturally struck fear into the hearts of numerous star beasts. This was a bloodline suppression. Boom, seizing the moment while the 3 centipedes were intimidated, Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He unleashed his 5-element fist and lunged towards them. At this moment, Wang Teng's physical strength alone was enough to threaten high-tier, imperial-level star beasts. Bang, bang, bang. The fist imprints struck the massive bodies of the 3 centipedes, producing a deep and muffled sound that reverberated in the void. Wang Teng directly targeted their vital points, with most of the fist imprints landing on the heads of the centipedes. These blows left the creatures dazed, rendering them unable to resist. The intense heat of his attacks also invaded their bodies, causing internal disintegration. Hiss! The 3 centipedes continued to emit hissing sounds. Their exoskeletons were indeed incredibly tough, and even Wang Teng's strength couldn't kill them immediately. Wang Teng frowned slightly as his gaze swept over their massive bodies, searching for a weak point. "Wang Teng, I found it. These are Ironback Centipedes. Their weakness is in the abdomen, near the jaws, but be careful. Ironback Centipedes secrete venom from their jaws extremely deadly. Even heaven-stage martial warriors can be poisoned. Do not underestimate them. It hasn't used it yet, so it's probably waiting for you to let your guard down." Roundball's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Teng's mind. "The Ironback Centipede." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. "The weakness is in the abdomen near the jaw, right?" Immediately, he held a combat blade in his hand and with a swift movement activated his light bolt. He manifested beneath one of the Ironback Centipede, ready to strike. "Let's start with you." Boom. A golden blade radiance swept out, slashing towards the abdomen of the Ironback Centipede. Heaven Stage combat technique, the metal gash blade skill. This was a simple but incredibly sharp blade attack. The Ironback Centipede was agile, but it was huge. Thus, when Wang Teng used his light bolt, it couldn't react in time. Moreover, within a certain range, they couldn't fully unleash their full abilities. At this moment, as Wang Teng had already launched his attack, it could barely react in time. Hiss! The Ironback Centipede emitted a panicked hissing sound, splat. In its haste, a dark green radiance shot out from its jaw, aiming to intercept the golden blade radiance like an arrow. Chapter 2010. The crazier, the better. 1. Swoosh. The dark green light fell onto Wang Teng's golden blade, emitting a hissing sound. Wang Teng was slightly surprised to see his incredibly sharp golden blade being corroded. The poison of the Ironback Centipede was indeed formidable. However, he had been prepared for this. He immediately launched a second strike with a more cunning angle. This second strike was his true killing move, containing the power of the metal domain. Only the power of domain could kill high-tier, imperial-level star beasts. Boom! The Ironback Centipede's venom secretion required some time. It had just sprayed a stream of venom, and the second venomous attack required more time. This time gap was Wang Teng's opportunity. The golden blade struck the area near the Ironback Centipede's abdomen, slicing open a long, bloody gash in the abdomen. Hiss! The Ironback Centipede let out a piercing cry, and blood gushed from the wound, causing its internal organs to spill out. In no time, it met its demise. 2 moves. After finding its weakness, Wang Teng only used 2 moves to kill this Ironback Centipede. Most importantly, the blade skill he used to kill the Ironback Centipede was only a heaven stage battle technique. It wasn't a universe stage battle technique. In the past, to kill opponents who were at a higher level, Wang Teng had always needed to employ universe stage battle techniques, otherwise the power wasn't sufficient. However, when facing the Ironback Centipede, he used only a heaven stage sword technique to kill it in just 2 strikes, which saved him a lot of force Wandong, and the others were struggling to deal with the Ironback Centipede. The Ironback Centipede seemed to only have 1 attack, but its entire body was covered with a tough shell, making it difficult for them to find a vulnerable spot. Hence they were astounded when they saw Wang Teng eliminating an Ironback Centipede in just 2 strikes. "Their weak point is near their abdomen. Beware of their venom," Wang Teng shouted. Wandong and the others blinked. As heaven stage martial warriors, they quickly found the appropriate approach. They all sought opportunities to attack the abdomen of the Ironback Centipedes. In no time, everyone transformed into expert abdomen slicing machines. Shortly after, 4 more Ironback Centipedes were killed by the group. Cobb seemed to be venting all his anger on the Ironback Centipede. His attack was exceptionally fierce, and 1 strike nearly cut one of the Ironback Centipedes in half. "Take it easy. Don't destroy the flesh and blood inside the Ironback Centipede. It might affect the flavor." Wang Teng suddenly thought of something and quickly shouted, "Everyone, flavor, what the hell?" Amidst their successful killings, out of nowhere came a seemingly absurd remark from Wang Teng. Cobb's face turned black. He felt that Wang Teng was targeting him. "Continue. Don't stand around," Wang Teng commanded once more. With a disapproving huff, Cobb had no choice but to carry on hunting the Ironback 1,000-leg centipedes. He couldn't ignore Wang Teng's orders, especially after the earlier altercation. His strikes were somewhat gentler this time. He didn't want to be beaten up again. "Well done. I'll make sure you get an extra portion later," Wang Teng remarked with satisfaction. "Cobb? What do you mean by extra portion?" Wait, what was he going to serve him? Cobb looked at the Ironback Centipede in front of him. His face almost turned green. Fuck. Is he trying to poison me to death? He must be. Devil, this devil. The other individuals also wore perplexed expressions as they gazed upon the Ironback Centipedes before them, especially with the sight of the greenish blood, which was entirely unappetizing. They began to wonder if they should consider dismembering these creatures to avoid the possibility of Wang Teng making them consume them. However, at that very moment, a sudden change occurred. Hiss, hiss, heeze. The Ironback Centipedes suddenly emitted a series of screeches. Subsequently, their massive bodies coiled up, resembling huge iron wheels with their numerous legs spread out all around like sharp blades. Everyone's expression changed slightly. With the Ironback Centipedes coiling up like this, how are they supposed to attack the abdomen? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh? The Ironback Centipedes suddenly began to spin rapidly within the mist, and then rolled forward, transforming into dark shadows as they darted through the mist. Boom! A peculiar fluctuation suddenly swept through the area, enveloping Wang Teng and the others. "This is the power of domain." A strange glow appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He hadn't expected that these Ironback Centipedes would use domain power in this unique way, which was quite innovative and interesting. Soon, a unique domain had completely formed. The iron wheels formed by the Ironback Centipedes were rolling within the domain. Suddenly, they rushed toward Wang Teng and the others. Everyone was surprised and quickly took action. Boom, the attacks landed on the Ironback Centipede's iron wheels. but they were forcefully deflected and disintegrated. The Ironback Centipedes remained unscathed and continued to charge toward the group. Crack! The Ironback Centipede's legs, spinning at high speed, became incredibly sharp, tearing through the air and producing an ear-piercing sound. Wang Teng and the others' expressions changed slightly. They raised their weapons to block the attack. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew as the weapons clashed repeatedly, and the martial warriors' weapons were instantly knocked away. Someone couldn't evade in time and was struck by the razor-sharp feet of the Ironback Centipedes, causing blood to spurt out. Ah! A cry of pain erupted from one of the warriors in Wang Teng's team as his arm was nearly severed, blood flowing profusely. He was in excruciating pain and drenched in cold sweat. "Poison!" the person exclaimed with a horrified expression. He felt like his entire arm had gone numb, and the bright red blood was rapidly turning black. But soon he noticed the venom surging within his body, being absorbed by a dormant black lotus hidden inside him. Chapter 2011, The Crazier, The Better, 2. What's going on? The person was shocked. He found it unbelievable. The poison Wang Teng planted in him was able to absorb or more accurately devour. The black lotus flower was able to devour the poison of the Ironback Centipede. "Wu Cheng, are you all right?" Wang Teng furrowed his brow and asked loudly. "I'm fine." The martial warrior named Wu Cheng glanced at Wang Teng and shook his head. At this moment, he became even more wary of Wang Teng. The fact that the Ironback Centipede's poison was absorbed left him not only unjoyful, but also increasingly heavy-hearted. What kind of poison had Wang Teng implanted in him? It was so terrifying. Judging by the performance of this poison, it was likely that even if they were to invite a grandmaster alchemist, they might not be able to cure it. "Are you sure you're fine?" Wang Teng looked suspicious. The poison of the Ironback Centipede was definitely not simple. How could Wu Cheng be fine? His gaze swept over Wu Cheng's arm, and suddenly he froze. The blood that had turned black earlier had inexplicably returned to its original bright red color. Could it be that Wu Cheng was hiding some kind of technique or secret? Wang Teng couldn't make sense of it all, but at this moment the situation didn't allow him to dwell on his thoughts. After a round of attacks from the Ironback Centipedes in its iron wheel form, it once again launched an offensive, forcing him to quickly evade. "Activate your domain!" Wang Teng shouted. Wang Teng was about to activate his domain, but upon hearing Wang Teng's command, suddenly changed his mind, feeling disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. It was as if he was compelled to obey Wang Teng's orders. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up!" Wang Teng shouted again. He had captured these people for a reason, and now was the time to put them to use. Wang Teng snorted, and then activated the Mountain Cleaver domain. The shadows of 4 mountains appeared, forming the power of a mountain that suppressed several charging Ironback Centipedes. Boom. Wang Teng's strength was formidable, and at this moment it erupted. The Ironback Centipedes couldn't withstand the force, and their bodies were pushed back, their originally coiled-up forms involuntarily spreading apart. Now, Wang Teng immediately took action, appearing below the abdomen of an Ironback Centipede. His battle blade swept out and swiftly ended the life of the creature. He then rushed towards the next Ironback Centipede and used the same method to kill it. In the blink of an eye, 3 Ironback Centipedes had met their end beneath Wang Teng's blade. Well done. Wang Teng beamed with a smile and praised. Wang Teng's expression grew even darker. Why wasn't he feeling any joy? He felt like he was being treated like a laborer. "Continue," Wang Teng urged. Wang Teng. He was still an injured person. Was it a good idea to exploit an injured person like this? He took a deep breath and held back the curses at the tip of his tongue. With a determined look, charged towards another Ironback Centipede. The other team members couldn't help but look at Wang Teng with sympathy. Their leader was having a tough time, for sure. "What about the rest of you, just watching from the sidelines?" Wang Teng questioned. The other team members' faces turned bitter. They had just sympathized with Wang Teng, but now it was their turn. With no other option, they unleashed their respective domains and clashed with the Ironback Centipedes. Wang Teng took the opportunity to hunt and kill the Ironback Centipedes, moving through the misty surroundings as if taking a stroll, making it look easy and effortless, in stark contrast to the others' struggling efforts. Only the queen appeared relatively at ease, her sinuous, snake-like body swaying gracefully, giving off a seductive air. Before long, under Wang Teng's brilliant leadership, all the Ironback Centipedes were finally slain. Wang Teng stored the bodies of the Ironback Centipedes in his space ring to keep for later. Wan Dong and the others were panting heavily. When they saw Wang Teng stashing the Ironback Centipedes' bodies, they couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of their mouths and a sense of nausea creeping in. Was this bastard planning to let them eat the Ironback Centipedes? Damn it! This was a devil. They would never eat this kind of thing, even if they were threatened by Wang Teng's poison. Wang Teng paid no attention to their thoughts. After storing the bodies of the Ironback Centipedes, he looked around and immediately let his spiritual power sweep through, collecting the attribute bubbles. He chuckled inwardly and his eyes lit up. This harvest should be quite substantial. Poison Constellation Force 1115, Rup. Lank Attribute 133,000, Poison Constellation Force 13,000, Blank Attribute 1480, 15,000, Feet, Poison Constellation Force 13,000, Blank Attribute 14,000 feet, Domain 3,000. Amazing, Wang Teng felt the abundant constellation poison force surging within his body and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Boom! In an instant, Wang Teng's constellation poison force advanced to the 8th level from the 7th level cosmos stage. It kept rising. Constellation poison force 685,880,000, cosmos stage 8th level. Finally, the constellation poison force stopped at 68,500 points. He wasn't far from breaking through to the 9th level. This was a terrifying increase. There were 9 small levels in each big stage. The higher one progressed, the more challenging it became to advance. Yet Wang Teng managed to advance in such a short time. If other people knew this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. However, considering that each of the dozen or so high-tier Imperial-level star beasts provided over 10,000 points of Constellation Poison Force attribute, it was no surprise that Wang Teng could advance so rapidly. Wang Teng suddenly felt that bringing Wan Dong and the others as laborers was a very wise decision. If he had to do it himself, it wouldn't have been this easy. Originally, he was prepared to hunt and kill these Ironback Centipedes himself, but as luck would have it, Wan Dong and the others stumbled upon him. Chapter 2012. The Crazier, the Better. 2. The poison Wang Teng planted in him was able to absorb, or more accurately, devour. The black lotus flower was able to devour the poison of the Ironback Centipede. Wu Cheng, are you all right? Wan Dong furrowed his brow and asked loudly, I'm fine. The martial warrior named Wu Cheng glanced at Wang Teng and shook his head. At this moment, he became even more wary of Wang Teng. The fact that the Ironback Centipede's poison was absorbed left him not only unjoyful, but also increasingly heavy-hearted. What kind of poison had Wang Teng implanted in him? It was so terrifying. Judging by the performance of this poison, it was likely that even if they were to invite a Grand Master alchemist, they might not be able to cure it.
Are you sure you're fine?
Wan Dong looked suspicious. The poison of the Ironback Centipede was definitely not simple. How could Wu Cheng be fine? His gaze swept over Wu Cheng's arm and suddenly he froze. The blood that had turned black earlier had inexplicably returned to its original bright red color. Could it be that Wu Cheng was hiding some kind of technique or secret? Wan Dong couldn't make sense of it all, but at this moment the situation didn't allow him to dwell on his thoughts. After a round of attacks from the Ironback Centipedes in its iron wheel form, it once again launched an offensive, forcing him to quickly evade. Activate your domain, Wang Teng shouted. Wan Dong was about to activate his domain, but upon hearing Wang Teng's command suddenly changed his mind, feeling disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. It was as if he was compelled to obey Wang Teng's orders. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up!" Wang Teng shouted again. He had captured these people for a reason, and now was the time to put them to use. Wan Dong snorted, and then activated the Mountain Cleaver domain. The shadows of 4 mountains appeared, forming the power of a mountain that suppressed several charging Ironback Centipedes. Boom! Wan Dong's strength was formidable, and at this moment it erupted. The Ironback Centipedes couldn't withstand the force, and their bodies were pushed back, their originally coiled-up forms involuntarily spreading apart. Now, Wang Teng immediately took action, appearing below the abdomen of an Ironback Centipede. His battle blade swept out and swiftly ended the life of the creature. He then rushed towards the next Ironback Centipede and used the same method to kill it. In the blink of an eye, 3 Ironback Centipedes had met their end beneath Wang Teng's blade. "Well done," Wang Teng beamed with a smile and praised. Wan Dong's expression grew even darker. Why wasn't he feeling any joy? He felt like he was being treated like a laborer. "Continue," Wang Teng urged. Wan Dong. He was still an injured person. Was it a good idea to exploit an injured person like this? He took a deep breath and held back the curses at the tip of his tongue. With a determined look, charged towards another Ironback Centipede. The other team members couldn't help but look at Wan Dong with sympathy. Their leader was having a tough time, for sure. "What about the rest of you, just watching from the sidelines?" Wang Teng questioned. The other team members' faces turned bitter. They had just sympathized with Wan Dong, but now it was their turn. With no other option, they unleashed their respective domains and clashed with the Ironback Centipedes. Wang Teng took the opportunity to hunt and kill the Ironback Centipedes, moving through the misty surroundings as if taking a stroll, making it look easy and effortless. In stark contrast to the others' struggling efforts, only the Queen appeared relatively at ease. Her sinuous, snake-like body swaying gracefully, giving off a seductive air. Before long, under Wang Teng's brilliant leadership, all the Ironback Centipedes were finally slain. Wang Teng stored the bodies of the Ironback Centipedes in his space ring to keep for later. Wan Dong and the others were panting heavily. When they saw Wang Teng stashing the Ironback Centipedes' bodies, they couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of their mouths and a sense of nausea creeping in. Was this bastard planning to let them eat the Ironback Centipedes? Damn it. This was a devil. They would never eat this kind of thing, even if they were threatened by Wang Teng's poison. Wang Teng paid no attention to their thoughts. After storing the bodies of the Ironback Centipedes, he looked around and immediately let his spiritual power sweep through, collecting the attribute bubbles. He chuckled inwardly and his eyes lit up. This harvest should be quite substantial. Poison Constellation Force 11-1500. Blank Attribute 1-3000. Poison Constellation Force 3-3000. Blank Attribute 1-300. 1000 feet Poison. Constellation Force 3000. Blank Attribute 1-3833,000 feet Poison 1000. 1000 feet Domain 3000. Amazing. Wang Teng felt the abundant Constellation Poison Force surging within his body and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Boom. In an instant, Wang Teng's Constellation Poison Force advanced to the 8th level from the 7th level Cosmos stage. It kept rising. Constellation, Poison Force, 68500, 8000 Cosmos stage, 8th level. Finally, the Constellation Poison Force stopped at 68,500 points. He wasn't far from breaking through to the 9th level. This was a terrifying increase. There were 9 small levels in each big stage. The higher one progressed, the more challenging it became to advance. Yet Wang Teng managed to advance in such a short time. If other people knew this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. However, considering that each of the dozen or so high-tier Imperial-level star beasts provided over 10,000 points of Constellation Poison Force attribute, it was no surprise that Wang Teng could advance so rapidly. Wang Teng suddenly felt that bringing Wan Dong and the others as laborers was a very wise decision. If he had to do it himself, it wouldn't have been this easy. Originally, he was prepared to hunt and kill these ironback centipedes himself, but as luck would have it, Wang Dong and the others stumbled upon him. Chapter 2013, Naga Race. After collecting all the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng's strength received a significant boost. The saying goes, "Happiness brightens one's spirit." At this moment, he appeared refreshed, his eyes beaming, and he looked toward Wang Dong and the others with a smile. Wang Dong and the others were still unaware of the benefits Wang Teng had gained during the recent battle. Seeing his cheerful expression, they instinctively felt that he might be up to something again, causing them to unconsciously take a step back. Individuals like Wang Dong and Cobb, who had been running around at Wang Teng's command during the previous battle, were even more wary of him. They retreated several steps, hiding behind the group, hoping Wang Teng wouldn't notice them. However, their movements were indeed seen by Wang Teng, and they exchanged awkward glances, displaying a hint of embarrassment on their faces. A Heaven Stage martial warrior from the Stellar Academies got frightened by a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. This was embarrassing. "What are you two doing running to the back like that? Do you think I can't see you?" Wang Teng's forehead twitched, and he put away his smile, glaring at them. The other members of the group were taken aback, and they couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Wang Dong and Cobb. Their expressions were somewhat peculiar, until Wang Teng pointed it out. They hadn't even noticed that these two had slipped to the rear. Were they really that scared? Under the watchful eyes of the group, Wang Dong and Cobb's expressions grew even more awkward. Their faces turned as red as fire, and they wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Am I really that intimidating?" Wang Teng asked. "We've just exhausted too much energy and needed to rest at the back," Wang Dong replied with a slight flicker in his gaze, speaking earnestly. "Yeah, we just wanted to recover as quickly as possible," Cobb added in a cool tone, but his words betrayed a hint of unease. "Oh, I see." Wang Teng looked at them meaningfully, but didn't expose their true feelings. He asked, "So, how's your recovery coming along?" "Not bad. We've regained some strength," Wang Dong said. "In that case, why don't you two lead the way up front? Let the others have a chance to recover," Wang Teng suggested. Wang Dong, Cobb, Gikdor, Wu Cheng, and the others looked at their expressions and had the urge to laugh, but they held it in. After all, they were teammates, and one of them was their leader. They needed to give them some face. "Go ahead, buy some time for your teammates to recover," Wang Teng encouraged silence. Both Wang Dong and Cobb felt extremely aggrieved, but they had to bear the consequences of their actions. They gritted their teeth and flew towards the front. "You're going the wrong way. It's not there. It's this way, left 300 meters to the left. Fly straight ahead," Wang Teng directed from behind. Why didn't he say so earlier? Wang Dong and Cobb were filled with frustration, but still followed Wang Teng's instructions, flying in the direction he indicated. Wang Teng waved his hand, leading the rest of the group at a leisurely pace. In reality, after dealing with the group of Ironback Centipedes, there were no more dangers in the vicinity. The true danger lay within the ancient structure. However, Wang Dong and Cobb were unaware of this fact. They believed that Wang Teng had them lead the way because there was some lurking danger, so they proceeded with even more caution. They flew 300 meters, paused for a moment to survey their surroundings, and then continued forward. They flew for 5 minutes, even though they only traveled several kilometers. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry. He enjoyed watching the anxious expressions of Wang Dong and Cobb from behind. It was quite entertaining. Gikdor and the others couldn't help but find it amusing, thinking that Wang Teng had a mischievous sense of humor. He was making a fool out of these two Heaven Stage martial warriors. Before long, they suddenly noticed a problem. The thick fog in front of them was slowly dissipating, and the once dense poison mist became very thin. Then, all at once, it cleared. An incredibly stunning scene appeared before them. "What is this?" Wang Dong and Cobb were flying at the very front, and they were astonished by what they saw. The others behind them soon witnessed the scene, equally awestruck and deeply moved. The queen of the snakeman race stood beside Wang Teng, and her pupils contracted slightly. Despite having heard from Wang Teng what was hidden within the depths of the poison tide, seeing the actual scene still stirred a profound sense of awe. It was magnificent. A vast expanse of ancient buildings was situated above the mist, exuding a grand and ancient aura. If it weren't for the poisonous fog below or the somewhat peculiar design of the structures, this place could easily be mistaken for a palace complex inhabited by God-stage martial warriors. It was only now that Wan Dong and the others finally understood why Wang Teng had conveyed them to this location. The depths of the poison tide concealed such a place at that moment. A strong gleam of excitement shone in the eyes of everyone. Such an array of ancient structures signified one thing: legacy, treasures. Without much thought, they all surmised that within this complex of ancient buildings there must be unimaginable treasures or legacies. Wan Dong and the others suddenly revealed their greed. Their eyes turned red as if they had seen a peerless beauty undressing before them, inviting them to indulge. Danger! Just then, a loud shout rang out, startling everyone. Wan Dong and the others instantly jolted, their expressions turning serious as they glanced around, each of them releasing their froses, preparing for a battle. However, the surroundings remained silent, and there was absolutely nothing to be found. There was no danger, and even the poison element star beasts within the fog below had not come anywhere near this place. Everyone glanced at Wang Teng with exasperation, their frustration almost bursting out from their chests. "Don't look at me like that. I was just reminding you to be careful," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. "Oh, don't forget about the poison in your bodies. My poison is quite peculiar. If anyone misbehaves, it will erupt on its own with a boom, and your body will be gone. Isn't that terrifying? Is that not terrifying at all?" Regardless of whether it would automatically erupt as Wang Teng claimed, the poison in their bodies was real. Wan Dong and the others suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them, extinguishing all their greed and desire. At this moment they finally understood why Wang Teng had poisoned them. It wasn't just to prevent them from turning on him, it was also because of the ancient building complex before them. The other party had planned everything from the beginning, using them as laborers, and they hadn't even realized it. "Wang Teng, you're really something." Roundball couldn't help but sarcastically comment. "What do you know?" Wang Teng responded angrily. "These people are not easy to control, be careful," Roundball reminded. "I know." Wang Teng nodded. Roundball knew he had his plan, so it didn't say more. This guy was more cunning than anyone else, and probably no one could deceive him. "All right, now, let's all go up and take a look together," Wang Teng said, wearing a smile once again. "After all, we are all on the same side. We'll see how you perform later. If there's something good, maybe I'll share some with you. Of course, everything is based on contributions. Whoever makes the most significant contribution will receive more benefits. I don't need to explain this further, do I? Reward those who contribute." Wan Dong and the others knew what Wang Teng was planning, but they still had hope in their hearts. They might be able to get some benefits. In front of the building complex was a square paved with black stones, and Wang Teng guided everyone to land there. "Be careful, there are indeed dangers within this structure." Wang Teng scanned his surroundings, warning the others as he moved forward. Wang Teng and the others moved cautiously, observing their surroundings while following Wang Teng towards the buildings. These structures resembled ancient fortresses and had peculiar architectural styles, but such diversity was not uncommon in the universe. In the vast expanse of the universe, each species had its unique architectural style, and the current buildings appeared to be constructed by a particular distinctive species. Wang Teng observed that these buildings had a striking resemblance to the architecture of the snakemen, but they appeared older and more majestic. "Do any of you know which race built these structures?" Wang Teng casually inquired. He was not only asking the question of Wan Dong and the others, but also querying Roundball. Wan Dong and the others exchanged puzzled glances, as they couldn't discern the origin of the architectural style. "It should be the Naga race." Roundball spoke through Wang Teng in his mind. "The Naga race." Wang Teng searched the memories inherited from the devour nihility beast and swiftly identified the relevant records. He then exclaimed, "So these are the Naga snakemen." That's right, it's the Naga snake race. They should be the ancestors of the Scorpion King Star's snake race. It looks like the origins of these snakemen are quite complex. Roundball marveled, the Naga snakemen are exceedingly rare in the universe today. Moreover, they went through certain events that guided to their complete decline. Their presence is now a rare sight, but the Naga race possesses remarkable innate talents, along with an extended lifespan, which is their natural advantage. For martial warriors, having a long lifespan from birth means that as long as they pursue a systematic path of cultivation, they can naturally surpass many others. Wang Teng nodded. He had come across similar descriptions in the memories inherited from the devour nihility beast. However, the reasons behind the decline of the Naga race were shrouded in mystery, and they remained unknown. He couldn't help but cast a glance at the queen beside him. If she were aware of her impressive heritage, she might have mixed feelings. Nevertheless, observing the Scorpion King Star's snakemen, it seemed that their bloodline was already quite diluted, and only little Chinger seemed to have some connection to the Naga race, according to the inherited memories. The Naga race possessed various potent bloodlines, and the bloodline of the primordial oceanic serpent was one of them. Little Chinger's awakening of this bloodline power indicated signs of atavism. With her growing strength, she should be able to awaken her hidden bloodline and become a true Naga snake woman. There was a slight difference in the appearance of the Naga race and the snakemen from the Scorpion King Star. The noble aura and distinction were apparent even on the surface. The current little Chinger still retained some distinctions from the Naga race's appearance. Chapter 2014, Ghost Encounter. While Wang Teng was conversing with Roundball in his mind about the Naga race, the others were still in the dark. "Have you noticed anything?" Wang Teng asked the queen beside him. "It seems somewhat similar to our race's architecture." The queen shook her head and replied. "Do you know about the Naga race?" Wang Teng asked, using voice transmission. The queen paused for a moment, furrowed her brows, and then replied, through voice transmission, "I seem to recall my elder master, the previous queen, mentioning it." "I see." Wang Teng stroked his chin and proceeded to explain the origins of the Naga race through voice transmission. "Are you saying that we are descendants of the Naga race?" The queen's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly inquired. "Yes, but the bloodline is probably very diluted," Wang Teng replied. The queen fell silent, deep in thought, and her expression seemed to suggest she was contemplating something important. The revelation had a profound impact on her. For generations, the extraterrestrial humans had referred to them as natives of this land, and they had always believed they were the natives of this small world. They never imagined that they had such a complex lineage. Wang Teng smiled faintly, said nothing more, and went to examine the buildings. Many of these structures were in ruins, with only some remnants of walls left. He placed his hand on one of the walls. Boom! The crumbling wall disintegrated into countless dust particles and vanished in an instant, leaving everyone stunned. They couldn't believe that the seemingly solid wall could vanish so easily with a single touch. "Do you have any idea about the age of these buildings?" Wang Teng inquired. Wandong and the others shook their heads. They were not archaeologists, and they had no knowledge about such matters. Additionally, many relics left behind by powerful beings could withstand the test of time, making it nearly impossible to determine their age. Investigating these ruins would likely be futile. Wang Teng extended his spiritual powers and swept the area, causing the vast amounts of rubble to turn into dust and dissipate. The contents inside the buildings were instantly revealed. However, there was nothing there. Wandong and the others examined the area intently, their eyes shining with hope, but they were ultimately disappointed. Wang Teng frowned. The feeling of danger that had been present earlier seemed to disappear as the rubble and debris vanished. It was all very peculiar. "We should continue forward, but try to avoid entering the buildings recklessly," Wang Teng advised. The group continued moving toward the buildings, grateful that they had the open space resembling a courtyard outside the structures, allowing them to advance without venturing deep inside. The atmosphere here was eerily silent, with no sound except for the echoing of their footsteps as they walked. The group had made an effort to walk quietly, but their footsteps still echoed in the strangely quiet environment. This was indeed perplexing. All of them were heaven stage martial warriors, and their usual footsteps were nearly silent. Yet in this place the sounds were magnified. However, some sounds were normal. In comparison, they sounded out of place. "Something is off here." Wang Teng couldn't help but speak up. Everyone glanced at him. Their intention was clear. Everyone could see it. Wang Teng appeared somewhat embarrassed. He was about to say something when his expression changed abruptly. He called out, "Who's there? What's wrong?" The sudden alertness caught the rest of the group off guard. They followed Wang Teng's gaze toward the interior of the building. Wang Teng didn't reply, but his gaze remained locked on a specific spot as he continued scanning the surroundings. What on earth happened? Cobb couldn't help but ask. "There was a shadow that just flashed by," Wang Teng said. "A shadow?" Cobb looked a bit skeptical and said, "That's impossible. If there were any living creatures here, we should have sensed them." The others furrowed their brows, indicating that they hadn't sensed anything. "I didn't make a mistake. It was definitely a shadow, and it moved very fast," Wang Teng said, his expression serious. The group was puzzled by his seriousness. It didn't seem like a joke. Could there really be a shadow? "I saw it too." Wang Teng opened his mouth and said, his spiritual power had been scanning the inside of the building, but he hadn't sensed the presence of a shadow. However, he had seen it with his own eyes. Upon hearing Wang Teng's confirmation, the group was even more surprised. "Did you see what it was?" Wang Teng asked. "I didn't see it clearly." Wang Teng shook his head. He felt a growing sense of unease because, even with his real eye, he couldn't discern where that shadow might be hiding. To be honest, if Wang Teng hadn't seen a similar shadow, he might have doubted his own eyes. "Look closely," Wang Teng said, his spiritual power sweeping across the building, causing large sections of it to turn to dust. Wang Teng and the others stared intently, but still saw nothing. "Let's continue forward," Wang Teng said with a hint of disappointment, and he started walking ahead. Shortly after, a sudden cry rang out. "I saw it! I saw it!" One of the female martial warriors in the group suddenly exclaimed. She spoke loudly in the first half of her sentence, but lowered her voice in the second half, as if afraid of being overheard. Everyone came to a sudden halt and looked at the female martial warrior. "Dong Lei, you saw it too?" Wang Teng asked her. She had orange hair and looked quite beautiful. At this moment, her face appeared a bit tense, and she spoke in a hushed tone. "I saw it, but I still couldn't see it clearly," Dong Lei replied. The others had slightly changed expressions. A third person had seen it. It seemed that there was indeed something there. Wang Teng toppled the building, turning it into dust, but still there was nothing to be found. However, in the following moments, the members of the team kept seeing the dark shadow flash by one after another. First, it was the Queen, then Feng Mo, followed by Wu Cheng, Gikdor, and Cobb. Everyone saw it, but almost always individually, without others seeing it simultaneously. Only Wang Teng saw the recurring dark shadow throughout. The only regret was that they still couldn't make out the figure's appearance. The team felt uneasy, sensing the pervasive sense of eeriness in this place. If it had been just one or two people seeing the shadow, that wouldn't have been so significant. But everyone saw it, and no one was able to observe it clearly. Something seemed wrong. Could it be a ghost? Dong Lei's expression appeared somewhat unnatural as she suddenly suggested, "A ghost? Are there such things as ghosts in this world?" Wang Teng scoffed and continued, "For us martial warriors, ghosts would be considered soul bodies. Only powerful individuals can leave behind soul bodies, and they cannot freely wander outside. Do you think that black shadow could be a soul body? But if it's not a ghost, then what could it be?" Dong Lei knew that her idea sounded silly, but she couldn't help but think in that direction, feeling a shiver down her spine. "Either way, it can't be a ghost," Wang Teng affirmed. Wang Teng paid no attention to their debate and continued walking ahead slowly. He wanted to find something useful, and if there were any inscriptions or texts, that would be even better. It might provide some clues. Wang Teng, what do you think that black shadow is? Round Ball asked with a serious tone. Maybe it is a ghost, Wang Teng said with a faint smile. Have you seen something? Round Ball looked surprised and puzzled. I haven't seen anything. It's just a wild guess, Wang Teng replied. Round Ball was speechless. This fellow was making a wild guess. It almost believed him. Boom. At this moment, a distant section of the building complex crumbled with a roar, transforming into a cloud of dust and debris. What's happening? The group was startled and immediately went on high alert. Wang Teng furrowed his brow and sped up his pace toward the source of the commotion. Wan Dong and the others quickly followed. Boom! Another explosion echoed through the air, causing the dust and debris from the collapsed buildings to spiral outwards. Emanating from this disturbance were surges of energy attacks, shooting into the sky. Let's leave, a shout came from within, followed by the sound of whizzing through the air as a group of people emerged from the buildings. Wang Teng immediately halted his movement, squinting his eyes. It turned out there were other people here. It appeared that he was not the only one to discover the secret of the large-scale poison tide. As the group burst out from the buildings, they were initially relieved, but they quickly noticed Wang Teng's group. They halted several hundred meters away, watching them with cautious expressions. Damba! The queen suddenly spoke, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness as she stared intensely at the approaching group. The individuals who had appeared in front of Wang Teng's group were indeed members of the snake race. Among them there were also several human combat warriors, judging from their attire and battle gear. They were from the stellar academies. The group were astounded when they saw Wang Teng's group. Neither side broke the silence, merely assessing each other. Kang Zhu, it's you! The leader on the opposite side was a tall, muscular snakeman. His lower body was a robust, dark green snake tail in stark contrast to the graceful form of the queen. Kang Zhu. Kang Yu. Wang Teng repeated in his heart. His face exuded an imposing presence, and he spoke with a deep voice, furrowing his brow as he looked at the queen. He questioned, "Why are you here? Is that any of your business?" The queen scoffed. "Ha ha! True to your reputation, queen of the Rui Snake City. You're as fierce as ever. How have you considered my proposal from last time? Marry me, join forces with Ostrich Snake City, and together we can dominate the entire Scorpion King Star." The snakeman named Damba laughed heartily upon hearing the queen's icy response. In your dreams, the snakeman queen's gaze turned sharper. Wang Teng cast a strange look at the queen, surprised that even a queen could be forced into a marriage proposal. Kang Zhu sensed Wang Teng's gaze and turned her head abruptly. She glared at him. Cough! Wang Teng cleared his throat and shrugged. Damba shifted his gaze to Wang Teng, his expression darkening. He inquired in a monotonous tone, Kang Zhu, who is this friend? Kang Zhu snorted. This time, she was too lazy to reply to him. Damba felt a little awkward and sized up Wang Teng. It was evident that he recognized Wang Teng's identity, and a trace of wariness flashed in his eyes. He inquired, "Is this friend from beyond the heavens?" Chapter 2015. Wang Teng, are you serious? Yes. Wang Teng looked at the snakeman with a hint of interest and gave a faint smile. I have a few friends from beyond the heavens as well. Damba stepped aside, allowing several of his companions from the stellar academies to step forward. He asked, "Do you happen to know any of them? May I know which stellar academy you're from?" A short-haired young man beside Damba walked out and asked. It was common for students from the 7 stellar academies not to know each other, as there were many of them. The 7th stellar academy. Wang Teng replied with a casual smile, not hiding anything. I see from the 7th stellar academy. The young man and his companions behind him revealed a hint of disdain in their eyes as they responded. The 7th stellar academy was considered the weakest among the 7 academies. and students from the other academies often looked down upon them. The attitudes of these individuals now confirm this sentiment. Wang Dong and the others didn't look good. They felt underestimated. Wang Teng's eyes flickered, but he didn't mind. He smiled and asked, "May I ask which stellar academy you come from?" "The third stellar academy," the leading young man said arrogantly. Wang Dong and his companions' faces changed. It turned out they were students from the third stellar academy. Among the 7 stellar academies, the students from the first 3 academies were undoubtedly the strongest. Students from those academies were generally more powerful compared to those from the other academies. Upon hearing that they were from the third stellar academy, Wang Dong and the others put aside their feelings of being underestimated, and their expressions turned serious. "It's an honor to meet you," Wang Teng said, nodding respectfully. "Since we have all discovered this ancient architectural complex, how about we explore it together?" The leading young man suggested in a calm tone. "I have no objections," Wang Teng replied with a smile. Damba frowned, but he didn't say anything in the end. He had a deep aversion to these extraterrestrial humans and had only agreed to cooperate when they approached him. Now was not the time to turn against them. Suddenly he looked at the queen across from him. His heart stirred, and he transmitted some words to her, attempting to form an alliance. However, the queen merely gave him a calm look, a hint of mockery on her lips, and didn't even reply. Was he trying to cooperate with her? Who did he think he was? In comparison, she was more willing to trust Wang Teng, whose strength was superior. Wang Dong and the others, seeing Wang Teng's agreement to explore together, didn't say much. They knew that arguing wouldn't change the situation. Moreover, seeing the smile on Wang Teng's face at that moment, they couldn't help but feel that they should say a silent prayer for the students from the Third Stellar Academy. That guy was definitely planning to deceive them. "You all encountered those black shadows on your way here, did you?" the leader of the students asked. "How about we take turns asking questions?" Wang Teng suggested. "Okay," the leader replied. "Yes." Wang Teng replied. "What is it?" The young man in the lead asked. "Let me ask first." Wang Teng grinned, then continued, "What did you encounter earlier that made you so alarmed?" "Black shadow." The young man in the lead frowned, but still replied, "Oh." Wang Teng was surprised. The fact that the black shadow could attack people caught him off guard. Wang Dong and the others were equally surprised. They hadn't expected the black shadow to be aggressive, but judging from the intense attacks these people had mounted, it was clear that the black shadow was formidable. If not, they wouldn't have released such a powerful attack in defense. "Now it's your turn to answer my question," the leader said. "I didn't get a good look at it." Wang Teng shrugged, the young man in the lead. "You acted like you saw something. Damn, you got me excited for nothing." "Did you see anything?" Wang Teng asked. "No." The young man in the lead glanced at Wang Teng and smiled. "The black shadow is very elusive, so it's normal not to have seen them clearly." Wang Teng smiled. "By the way, what's your name?" "I am Guang Yu, and these are my teammates," the leader, Guang Yu, introduced his group. "I'm Wang Teng, and they're my teammates too." Wang Teng gestured towards Wang Dong and the others. "Teammates." Wang Dong and the others glanced at him with poker faces, barely acknowledging the term. "Wang Teng, your name sounds familiar." Guang Yu furrowed his brow. One of his team members had a change of expression and quickly whispered a few words to Guang Yu. "It's you, the prodigy from the star rankings, Wang Teng." Guang Yu's eyes shimmered. "The prodigy from the star rankings? It's just an empty title not worth mentioning." "I still have much to learn from you, seniors," Wang Teng modestly replied. "That's a good way to think about it. Within the academies, there are countless prodigies with outstanding talents, and their strength surpasses yours. You should indeed be open to learning. It's a pity that you declined the offer from our Third Star Academy. If you had arrived to our Third Star Academy, you'd have better opportunities," Guang Yu lamented. "Senior, you're absolutely right." Wang Teng bowed repeatedly. "So these should be your seniors, right?" Guang Yu gazed at Wang Dong and the others. After learning about Wang Teng's identity, he became less focused on Wang Teng and considered him a newcomer traveling with his seniors. The real key figures were probably the others behind Wang Teng. Oh, yes, these are senior students from our 7th Star Academy. Wang Teng made way for Wan Dong and the others. He even pointed to Wan Dong and said, "This is our team's leader, Senior Wan Dong, and he is incredibly powerful. He can easily defeat several high-tier Imperial-level star beasts on his own." Wan Dong, single-handedly defeating several high-tier Imperial-level star beasts. Was he referring to him, and why did this guy pull him out and make him the center of attention? Wan Dong glanced at Wang Teng and saw him give a signal. Suddenly, it all made sense. It seemed like he was indeed the center of attention now. At this point, he had only one question in mind. "Wang Teng, are you serious?" Guan Yu was astonished upon hearing that Wan Dong could single-handedly defeat several high-tier Imperial-level star beasts. He gazed at Wan Dong with a hint of suspicion. "I didn't expect you to have such strength. Please, don't exaggerate. My strength is far from that level." Wan Dong quickly humbled himself. Our leader is always humble. Wang Teng praised, turning to Wan Dong leader. "It's quite dangerous here. We should explore this building complex with Senior Guan Yu." "Okay, I have no objections." Wan Dong glanced at Wang Teng and bowed in frustration. He felt like a puppet. They discussed for some time and decided to enter the building. Wang Teng and the others hesitated for a moment before agreeing. While outside they were safe from the Black Shadow's attacks, they also couldn't explore the buildings up close. There was a trade-off between safety and the ability to thoroughly investigate the area, so the group cautiously entered the midst of the architectural complex. "All right, everyone, be careful of that Black Shadow. It could appear from anywhere." Guang Yu hesitated for a moment, but then issued a reminder to the group. Wan Dong and the others felt a slight jolt of surprise, prompting them to become even more cautious. They proceeded deeper into the building complex, remaining vigilant for the elusive Black Shadow while scouring their surroundings for any valuable clues. "These buildings are quite bothersome," Damba, growing impatient, used his palm to push aside a wall, turning it into dust. "Please try not to destroy the buildings. We're hoping to discover some inscriptions or writings that could be useful." Guang Yu furrowed his brow in frustration at the natives' apparent lack of understanding. He had to remind them, despite his reservations. Damba, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat embarrassed and could only stop his actions sheepishly. However, it seemed as if he felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to regain some face, so he continued, "Our current approach doesn't seem very effective. It's a waste of time. I'll have my subordinates spread out and search. One thing we have in Ostrich Snake City is plenty of people." Guang Yu's eyes flashed and he nodded, saying, "That sounds reasonable, but make sure your subordinates are cautious. If they sense anything amiss, they should shout immediately. This way we can react promptly." "Agreed," Damba bowed, and then turned to instruct the Snakeman martial warriors he had brought with him. These Snakeman martial warriors had encountered the Black Shadow before and were deeply afraid. However, as the king of Ostrich Snake City, Damba held authority over them, and they had no choice but to follow orders. The queen frowned. Sending these ordinary Snakeman martial warriors off to scatter and search was incredibly dangerous. If they encountered the Black Shadow, the likelihood of survival was next to none. However, since these snakemen were not her subjects from Rui Snake City, she had no say in the matter. Even if she did voice her concerns, Damba would likely mock her. With no other option, she didn't say anything. Wang Teng watched as they departed and knew that Guang Yu intended to use these snakemen as bait. He refrained from mentioning anything and instead observed quietly. "Everyone be careful," Wan Dong warned Wan Dong and the others through voice transmission. Once again, they began their search. Unfortunately, this architectural complex, despite its vast size, had deteriorated significantly over time, leaving nothing of significant interest to discover. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. Guang Yu and his team almost simultaneously reacted, rushing toward the source of the scream. Wang Teng's eyes glinted, and he followed suit, not lagging far behind Guang Yu in speed. However, Guang Yu and his group were entirely focused on the black shadow and didn't notice Wang Teng's pace. They quickly arrived at the location of the scream, but it was already too late. Lying on the ground was a snakeman martial warrior with wide, terrified eyes devoid of any signs of life. He's dead. Guang Yu knelt beside the snakeman martial warrior, checked his condition, and uttered with a grim expression, while they had previously encountered the black shadows, no one had died. It was unimaginable that, after only separating their group, a fatality had occurred. This situation revealed that the danger posed by the black shadow was far beyond their expectations. Furrowing his brows, Wang Teng activated his real eye and examined the lifeless body of the snakeman warrior, confirming that there was no longer any trace of life within it. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Deep within the mind of this snakeman, there was a lingering aura of coldness, but it was slowly dissipating. Suddenly, Wang Teng was stunned. He observed an attribute bubble emerging from the snakeman's forehead, floating above his head. Shadow Power 10. Shadow Power. Wang Teng sensed the strange power that had suddenly appeared in him, and his eyes lit up with astonishment. Chapter 2016, Senior Guang Yu. Please make way. Wang Teng's body, a strange power circulated before entering his inner cosmos, converging into a small, suspended cluster within it. As this peculiar power circulated throughout his body, Wang Teng felt a chill accompanied by a hint of eerie sensation. Unlike the chilling darkness or the sinister, chaotic nature of dark force, this sensation lacked that malevolence, and it did not instill an inexplicable fear. Instead, it exuded a pure, eerie quality. However, this eerie feeling could still be unsettling under certain circumstances. Just then, a sense of realization surfaced in Wang Teng's mind. After a brief moment, he had an epiphany. "I see, so this is the power of shadows," Wang Teng exclaimed with excitement. Shadow power, as its name suggested, was an ability related to shadows. By mastering this ability, one could blend into and even manipulate shadows. Any object that had light would inevitably cast a shadow. One could say that shadows were closely related to darkness, but represented an entirely new type of power. Wang Teng's shadow-merging secret skill allowed him to merge into the shadows, which bore a striking resemblance to this shadow power. However, this was an application of the dark force. It involved covering his body with dark force in a special way, effectively merging with the darkness. Now, if Wang Teng managed to fully grasp the shadow power, he could turn himself into a shadow at any time, blend into the shadows, or even merge completely with them, allowing him to move in shadow form. He could even merge with a person's shadow, going completely undetected. However, the dark force could not achieve this level of invisibility. It could, at best, conceal Wang Teng within the darkness, but lacked the ability to move freely. If he moved while in the presence of others, he would inevitably be discovered. In summary, there were certain differences between the two abilities. Nevertheless, at this point, Wang Teng had only gained a small amount of shadow power, which would not cover his entire body. It looks like I have to continue farming attributes. If I could find some shadow-related talents, that would be great, Wang Teng wondered to himself. Wang Teng was undoubtedly delighted at this moment, but the others were feeling extremely heavy-hearted, and the atmosphere had become tense. The Queen noticed the subtle curve that appeared at the corner of Wang Teng's mouth and was surprised. She asked him, voice transmission, "Have you figured something out?" "It seems like I've got a clue," Wang Teng nodded and glanced around. His gaze lingered momentarily on the shadows of those buildings. However, it was just a brief glance, and he quickly looked away. The Queen was amazed. How had he figured it out without even touching the body of the deceased snake man martial warrior? Meanwhile, Guang Yu had been looking for a long time but found nothing. She was curious but refrained from asking further. She simply waited for Wang Teng to locate the black shadow. Based on their interactions during this time, she believed that Wang Teng wouldn't make baseless claims and must have already pinpointed the whereabouts of the black shadow. At this moment, Guang Yu stood up and said, "Let's continue searching. I refuse to believe we can't lure out that black shadow." "Did you all hear me? Continue searching," Damba shouted at the snakeman martial warriors surrounding them. The snakeman martial warriors exchanged hesitant and fearful looks. They had witnessed a fellow warrior's mysterious death, and the gruesome scene had left them terrified. They were reluctant to continue searching. "Those who disobey my orders will be executed." Damba's face was filled with a grim aura as he spoke coldly. The snakemen martial warriors' expressions changed slightly, and they had no choice but to obey the command. Reluctantly, they spread out once again. Wang Teng didn't interfere with Damba's actions. He silently observed the situation and scanned the area, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Brother Wandong, I'll go check the east. How about you go west?" Guang Yu turned to Wandong and spoke. Wandong glanced at Wang Teng subtly. Wang Teng used voice transmission to get him to agree. "All right." Wandong nodded immediately. "If you discover anything, I hope that everyone can exchange information with one another." Guang Yu turned and left without any hesitation after he finished speaking. As he watched Guang Yu and the others depart, Wandong turned to Wang Teng and asked, "What should we do next?" Kobe, Gikdor, and the others looked at Wang Teng too. Unknowingly, they already regarded him as their leader. That shadow killed a snakeman martial warrior without making a sound. Even they, Wang Teng's group, found it challenging, and currently, they didn't have a better plan. They might only hope that Wang Teng would find a solution. "Follow me," Wang Teng said casually. Everyone was puzzled, but they didn't probe further. They followed behind Wang Teng. Wang Teng walked through the ancient structure like a leisurely stroll. The snakemen, martial warriors, continued searching not too far away, while Guang Yu's group appeared further away. Both sides didn't fully trust each other, but they possessed no other option but to cooperate. Soon, another scream echoed from not far away. Wang Teng's spiritual power spread out almost instantly, and without hesitation, he located the source of the scream and darted toward it like a streak of light. Boom! The air appeared compressed, causing a loud explosion startling those around. Such incredible speed. Wandong's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Wang Teng in disbelief. During their previous fight with Wang Teng, he hadn't displayed such terrifying speed. Now, looking back, it seemed that Wang Teng possessed only used similar methods to his, with many other aspects remaining shrouded in mystery. This guy appeared truly beyond an ordinary martial genius. Chapter 2017, Senior Guang Yu. Please make way, too. Could this be the true strength of a star-ranking prodigy? However, at this moment, Wandong couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts. Another scream echoed, and he knew that the black shadow had reappeared. He quickly caught up Wang Teng. "I've found you!" Wang Teng's eyes gleamed, and he reached out to grab a frantic snakeman's forehead. The snakeman martial warrior screamed in terror. A subtle dark aura emanated from his body. However, just as Wang Teng's hand was about to grab him, this snakeman martial warrior suddenly turned to look at Wang Teng with a bizarre expression, then launched a powerful punch toward him. Boom! This one punch unleashed all the force within the snakeman's body. It was a powerful move. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't have resorted to this. Releasing all the force at once, compressing it into a single punch, would undoubtedly impose a tremendous burden on the physical body. While they could injure their enemies, they would suffer too. They might even lose their hands, as expected. The arm of the snakeman who threw the punch burst open. Blood streaks appeared, and a mist of blood permeated the surroundings. Such injuries would usually cause extreme pain, but the snakeman's expression remained unchanged, and there was not even a hint of a frown on his face, making it eerily bizarre.
Interesting.
Wang Teng's eyes glistened with a cold light. He too threw a punch, condensing his constellation fire force into a punch imprint, and struck forcefully. Despite the snakeman unleashing all of his force and condensing it into a punch, he was no match for Wang Teng. With a resounding boom, the snakeman's body was sent flying, and his already bloodied arm twisted like a pretzel. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly echoed through the air. The snakeman was still in mid-air when a shadow shot out from his body, heading towards the shadow cast by the wall. "Are you trying to run away?" Wang Teng's expression turned cold. He released his spiritual power, attempting to trap the shadow. However, Wang Teng underestimated the speed of the shadow. It vanished into the shadows in a flash. Wang Teng's figure shot out like a beam of light and appeared next to the shadow. He struck with a punch. Boom! The ground trembled, creating a massive crater. Cracks radiated in all directions, and the nearby wall crumbled, turning into dust and dispersing in the air. With the collapse of the wall, the surrounding shadows disappeared, but the previous shadow vanished without a trace. Wang Teng stood there, expressionless. He surveyed the area, his brow furrowing. With the sound of rushing air, Guan Yu and the others arrived in haste. "Did you see the shadow?" Guan Yu's gaze swept around, taking in the situation. He asked directly. "It got away," Wang Teng replied calmly. Guan Yu glanced at Wang Teng, then turned to look at Wan Dong, asking, "Wan Dong, didn't you intercept the shadow?" Wan Dong was puzzled, glancing at Wang Teng before realizing the situation. He replied, "The shadow was too fast. We tried to intercept it immediately, but it still got away." Guan Yu nodded and walked up to the snakeman, who flew out. He observed for a moment before saying, "He's dead. Did you kill this snakeman?" He was controlled by the shadow and suddenly attacked me. He didn't seem to care about his life at all, so I had to utilize my fist in self-defense. That resulted in his death, Wang Teng explained calmly. "You killed him with a single punch?" Guan Yu was briefly surprised. However, considering that the snakeman was only at the celestial stage, Guan Yu didn't dwell on it too much. Wang Teng was a cosmos stage martial warrior, a genius from the stellar academies. Killing a celestial stage native in one blow wasn't particularly astonishing. Suddenly, Guan Yu's expression changed. "Wait a moment. Did you say the shadow can control people?" "It seems so, but I don't know its limits," Wang Teng replied. He then turned his attention to the dead snakeman. As expected, there was an attribute bubble above his head, Shadow Power 10. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubble and could feel the enhanced shadow power within his inner cosmos. His gaze glinted with contemplation as he considered the recent encounter. During their battle, he had gained valuable insights. The silhouette had the ability to control people, and it didn't seem to fear force attacks as there were no attribute bubbles produced from their clash. This was Wang Teng's special way of confirmation. Of course, it was also possible that Wang Teng didn't hit the other party. Another significant factor was the speed of the shadow. It was incredibly fast. The silhouette could move at speeds that exceeded my spiritual power within a certain range. If he wasn't prepared, the shadow could slip away easily. Furthermore, it could enter and hide within shadows, even move within them. If not, it wouldn't have disappeared. It's a bit tricky. If force attacks don't work, we might have to resort to spiritual attacks, Wang Teng mumbled in his heart while stroking his chin. "Do you have any other discoveries?" Guan Yu questioned while looking at Wan Dong. Wan Dong peered at Wang Teng. Honestly, everything happened too quickly for him to react, so he didn't notice anything. Gikdor and the others were in the same state. They were primarily concerned about the enigmatic shadow's increased threat level. The Queen suspected something but kept her ideas to herself. If Senior Guan Yu wants to know more, you need to exchange something valuable for further information, Wang Teng added with a smile. Chapter 2018, Senior Guan Yu. Please make way 3. We are currently in a cooperative relationship, and we need to work together to take care of that shadow. I hope you can tell me, Guan Yu frowned and said. That won't do. We took much effort to get these pieces of information. Our teammates almost got injured. How can we just tell you? Wang Teng shook his head. Brother Wan Dong, is your team run by this freshman? Guan Yu looked at Wan Dong and asked in response. Wan Dong. He wanted to tell him that he couldn't disobey this freshman, but Wang Teng wouldn't allow it. Gikdor and the other had strange expressions. This guy regarded Wang Teng as a freshman, and it seemed like he was trying to take advantage. "What's with all this dilly-dallying if you've found something? Speak up quickly. Don't hide it," Damba said impatiently. Wang Teng gave him an indifferent look, but remained silent. Gikdor saw an opportunity and immediately stepped forward, wearing a smug expression as he looked at Damba and said, "Native, you have no say here. Keep quiet." "You?" Damba was furious, his eyes glaring fiercely at Gikdor. He hated it when people called him a native, yet this guy with a dog-like face and a smug expression called him that to his face, which was truly intolerable. "Damba," Guan Yu called out in a deep voice. Damba took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his inner anger. If it weren't for his concerns about these extraterrestrial humans, he would have already taken action. Even if Guan Yu tried to stop him, it wouldn't have been effective. But these extraterrestrial humans were too powerful, and he didn't have the confidence to overcome them. "Tisk!" Gikdor sneered disdainfully. The anger that Damba just suppressed erupted again, but he still didn't act. He lowered his eyelids and refused to look at Jigito's face, which made him want to punch. "He's just a dog. He's just a dog," Damba kept repeating to himself. At this moment, Wandong received instructions from Wang Teng and spoke. "I think what little Wang says makes sense. The information is something we've acquired with difficulty, and it naturally requires mutual exchange." Little Wang Teng was speechless. He gave Wandong a very cryptic look. Was he asking for death? How dare he call him Little Wang? It seemed like he hadn't received enough beatings yet. After everything here was settled, he would go back and teach him a lesson. Gikdor, Wu Cheng, Feng Mo, and the others stared at Wandong in astonishment. Did their team leader's courage suddenly return? Did he think he was capable again? Wandong suddenly felt a chill, as if he was being targeted by something terrifying, making him uncomfortable. He awkwardly added, "Wang Teng is an outstanding team member, and I support all of his decisions." Everyone. They thought he got back his courage again, and now this. Guan Yu seemed to sense that something was off as well. He glanced at Wang Teng, silently speculating whether they highly valued this star-ranking genius, which was why they were so tolerant of his actions. Seeing Wandong's unwavering attitude, Guan Yu knew he couldn't gain any advantage, so he said, "We've encountered more than one of these shadows before. This is the only information I have now. It's your turn." "More than one?" Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. Although he had suspected it, he was still somewhat surprised when it was confirmed. One shadow was already a formidable challenge, and if multiple shadows were acting simultaneously, it would be more than just a challenge. It seemed that the other side wanted to use them to test the shadows. Wang Teng gave Guan Yu a meaningful look. "Why didn't you tell us such important information earlier?" Wandong and the others were shocked upon hearing this and couldn't help but ask. "You didn't ask?" Guan Yu calmly replied. "You?" Wandong and the others couldn't help but get angry. This guy clearly wanted to use them to test those shadows. No wonder he was so eager to cooperate. He had ulterior motives. "Senior, you're quite the schemer," Wang Teng said with a grin. "What are you saying?" "I don't understand." "I genuinely sought cooperation and didn't scheme against you," Guan Yu replied casually. "Don't waste words. We've given you the information now." "It's your turn," Damba said. Wandong and the others felt extremely frustrated. They had been manipulated but were still expected to share information. What kind of situation was this? "What information didn't we just tell you?" Wang Teng asked. "You want to back out of the deal," Guan Yu said coldly. "No, we didn't," Wang Teng said innocently, raising his hands. "We just told you that the shadows can control people. Isn't that important information?" Guan Yu's eye twitched, and he suddenly felt a constriction in his chest. He was so frustrated that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ha ha ha, that's right. We've already told you this important information, which should be enough to compensate for your previous information." Wandong laughed. The queen, Kangzhu, couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect Wang Teng to counter the other side in this way, Although the previous information was important, it couldn't be taken back once it was disclosed. Wang Teng exchanged a piece of information they didn't know for the one they had already revealed, which was a win-win situation. Furthermore, the fact that the shadows could control people and that there was more than one shadow wasn't particularly secretive information, making it a fair trade. Chapter 2019, Senior Guan Yu. Please make way. 4. Senior. Do you have any more information to exchange? If not, we'll have to continue our search, Wang Teng said. Guan Yu's expression changed several times and he let out a cold snort before turning and walking away. However, this time, they didn't go far, just a few hundred meters away, continuing their search. One of them glanced back at Wang Teng and his group before sending a message through voice transmission. Brother Guan Yu, are we just going to leave it at that? Let them enjoy their moment of triumph for now, Guan Yu coldly replied via voice transmission. When the time comes, I'll make sure they see the strength of our geniuses from the 3rd Stellar Academy, the person replied with disdain. Keep an eye on them. Wang Teng looked at the receding figures of Guan Yu and his group and gave his instructions in a calm tone. Yes, Gikdor, Wu Cheng, and the others nodded seriously. Unbeknownst to them, they had grown rather trusting of Wang Teng, and since resistance was futile at this point, they might as well go along with it. Moreover, if they performed well, they might even gain some benefits. They were, after all, prisoners of sorts, so any unexpected advantages were welcome. Wan Dong and Cobb blinked but didn't say much. They also nodded in agreement. Wang Teng's eyes flickered, and an immensely powerful surge of his spiritual power quietly spread around him. He reviewed all of his available techniques and finally thought of a way to deal with the shadows. Although it was uncertain if it would work, he had to try. He didn't believe that his methods wouldn't be able to contain a mere shadow. When it came to spiritual techniques, Wang Teng had plenty at his disposal. The snakemen martial warriors all around witnessed the eerie situation from before, and the death of that snakeman had left them shocked and terrified. They were even more cautious now, fearing that they might become the next unfortunate victim. However, this time, the shadows seemed to be frightened by Wang Teng, or perhaps brewing something, and it didn't appear easily. The entire architectural complex fell into an eerie silence. Everyone felt increasingly uneasy. The fact that the shadow didn't appear made them even more anxious. In this tense atmosphere, a few more minutes passed. Suddenly, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted from all around. This time, it wasn't just one scream, but 3 or 4 simultaneous cries of agony. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they looked around. 4 snakemen martial warriors had gone suddenly mad, their eyes filled with sinister intent, and an eerie aura emanated from them, similar to what had happened to the deceased snakeman earlier. 4, Wan Dong, and the others were horrified, not expecting that 4 snakemen would be simultaneously controlled by the shadows. Also, the snakemen martial warriors being controlled this time were all at the cosmos stage. They weren't just celestial stage martial warriors. When the celestial stage martial warriors unleashed that punch earlier, it was enough to contend with a cosmos stage martial warrior. Now, if these were cosmos stage martial warriors, did that mean they could rival heaven stage martial warriors? The group was filled with fear. It seemed like the shadow had been planning something big all along. That was why they had been waiting patiently. This was what they had in mind. Wan Dong and his companions had grave expressions as they watched the 4 snakemen martial warriors who had suddenly gone mad. Release the snakemen and let us do it. At that moment, a loud shout came from afar, and Guan Yu and his team arrived with all 4 heaven stage warriors simultaneously reaching out to grab the 4 enraged snakemen. Wang Teng squinted. He waved his hand and asked Wan Dong and the others to wait and see first. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. 4 heaven stage martial warriors struck simultaneously, creating a terrifying momentum. The 4 enraged snakeman warriors also unleashed their forces to deliver their most powerful strikes. Meeting the attackers head-on, the 2 sides collided. Though the enraged snakeman martial warriors did manage to unleash heaven stage strikes, they were still far from being true heaven stage martial warriors and were instantly defeated. Bang, 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 in an instant, 4 figures were enveloped in a mist of blood and sent flying backward. You're just at the cosmos stage. Even if you release your full potential, it's nothing, Guang Yu scoffed. The next moment, 4 shadows shot out from the bodies of the snakemen, dispersing and rushing in different directions. Capture them! Guang Yu's eyes flashed, and he rushed toward one of the shadows while shouting, We've been waiting for you! Several Heaven Stage martial warriors, who had already been lying in ambush, suddenly rushed out, reaching for the other 3 shadows. They had more or less figured out some of the patterns of the shadows, so when the 4 snakemen were sent flying, they locked onto the areas where there were shadows based on the directions the snakemen were flung. The shadows had no choice but to flee through those shadowy areas. They had already predicted this. They moved suddenly, catching the shadows off guard. Even though the shadows were extremely fast, they were finally captured. The 4 Heaven Stage martial warriors wrapped their force around their hands and grabbed hold of the shadows. However, in the next moment, their faces displayed disbelief as the shadows slipped through their grasp like earthworms. What? Guang Yu's face turned unpleasant as he was unwilling to accept failure. He quickly changed direction and chased after the shadow that was about to disappear into the darkness. The shadow was on the verge of vanishing into the shadows. Damn it! Guang Yu was just a step too slow, and even though he was very close, he could only watch as the shadow disappeared into the darkness. However, at that moment, a strange buzzing sound abruptly filled the space about them, and a peculiar force surged instantly. Golden light flooded the area and covered it entirely. Within that golden light, an immensely complex and vast labyrinth abruptly appeared, enveloping a large area. All the surrounding shadows disappeared, and the several shadows that were about to enter the darkness were trapped, unable to escape. This scene was truly astonishing. If one were to look down from above, one would see that within the large expanse of ancient buildings, an enormous golden labyrinth had appeared, seemingly constructed out of nowhere. The golden labyrinth appeared ethereal yet incredibly real, exuding a sense of intricate and profound complexity. This is a spiritual power technique, Guang Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the abruptly manifested golden labyrinth. Spiritual power. This was definitely a spiritual power skill. What's more, it wasn't an ordinary spiritual power skill. Even he, a Heaven Stage martial warrior, immensely powerful and robust spiritual energy emanating from within the golden labyrinth. The person who created this golden labyrinth undoubtedly possessed an incredibly strong spiritual power. Who was it? Was there a powerful spirit master here? He immediately thought of this possibility. Only a divine spirit master could execute this skill. Regular martial warriors couldn't perform such feats. Damba and the others were also staring at the abruptly appearing golden labyrinth in utter amazement, their gaze trembling. They hadn't even realized that they were already deep within this maze. "Step aside, Senior Guang Yu." At that moment, a voice calmly drifted from a distance. Guang Yu turned and saw Wang Teng approaching from a distance. He was at the forefront, and threads of spiritual power emanated from him, establishing an inexplicable connection with the golden labyrinth. Wan Dong and the others followed behind him, subtly forming a protective circle about him. "It's you." A sudden flash of insight crossed Guang Yu's mind, and he seemed to understand something. His gaze widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 2020. If there's levels for deception, Wang Teng will be a Grand Master. 1. In the ancient architectural complex, a colossal golden labyrinth, both ethereal and seemingly tangible, enveloped everything, leaving everyone feeling as if they were in a dream. Guang Yu stared at Wang Teng as he approached from the distance, his heart shaken to its core. His teammates behind him were equally incredulous. Their gazes fixed on Wang Teng, feeling a surreal sensation that seemed to be taking over from deep within. Damba opened his mouth, his throat dry. The king of Ostrich City now felt like he'd been taken for a ride. He had encountered many beings and knew of the existence of divine spirit masters. He had always assumed that the kid before him was the weakest in the team. Yet, to his surprise, this kid turned out to be a powerful divine spirit master. Judging from the spiritual power emanating from this golden labyrinth, even he might not be able to resolve it. This kid had hidden his true abilities well. He was truly cunning. He had underestimated this kid just a while ago and had been quite impatient with his incessant chatter. He even exchanged some sharp words with him. Now, thinking back, he was relieved that he hadn't continued that statement, or else, step aside. Senior Guang Yu. Wang Teng walked over, looking at Guang Yu, who was still standing there in a daze, and repeated his request. Guang Yu sensed the spiritual power fluctuations all around him. His expression changed constantly. He had initially thought of Wang Teng as nothing more than a new student, even if he was a star rankings prodigy. He had not grown and was still not on the level of experienced senior students. But now, it seemed he had underestimated him. Wang Teng's strengths were beyond his imagination. Regardless of Wang Teng's martial arts ability, the mere fact that he was a divine spirit master was enough to make them take him seriously. In the end, Guang Yu shifted aside. Wang Teng walked past him, continuously getting closer to the shadow. The shadows within this spiritual labyrinth were trapped by Wang Teng's pervasive spiritual power and were struggling frantically. The other three shadows were in the same predicament. However, the labyrinth was too vast, and they were all caught within its confines, unable to break free. This was Wang Teng's solution to the problem. The spiritual labyrinth was an inheritance left behind by Nanggong Yu. Wang Teng had never used it before. He constructed it currently to deal with the shadows. Building a spiritual labyrinth wasn't a simple task, and constructing such a complex one required a strong spiritual power. Wang Teng's spiritual power had advanced to the cosmos realm, which was significantly stronger than before, allowing him to create such a vast and intricate spiritual labyrinth. It seems that Nanggong Yu had quite formidable spiritual power. No wonder his soul imprint could last for 1,000,000 years without dissipating. Wang Teng mused. Some things can only be truly understood when experienced firsthand, such as how powerful the other party was. Of course, even though they were both in the cosmos realm, Wang Teng's spiritual power was undoubtedly superior to Nanggong Yue's. So the spiritual labyrinth Wang Teng constructed far surpassed the one built by Nanggong Yue in terms of complexity and scale, making any comparison between the two impossible. Ah, as Wang Teng continued to approach, the shadow suddenly let out a piercing scream. The sound was unbelievably penetrating, shaking the eardrums of everyone, and even invading their minds, affecting their spirits. The people's expressions shifted slightly, their brows furrowed. They sensed a sharp pain in their heads and quickly activated their spiritual power to fend off the noise. Wang Teng snorted, opened his mouth, and let out a roar, divine sonic wave. Invisible sound waves reverberated, rushing toward the shadow. The two sets of invisible sound waves collided. The sound emitted by the shadow was instantly nullified, unable to spread any further, relieving the pressure on everyone. Wide-eyed Guang Yu and the others looked at Wang Teng. It was another spiritual technique. This guy was undoubtedly a powerful divine spirit master. The shadow struggled wildly, broke free from Wang Teng's spiritual restraint, and attempted to escape. "Quick! Stop it!" Guang Yu and the others' faces changed, shouting. "Trying to escape?" Wang Teng smiled faintly. He made no physical movements, but the spiritual labyrinth radiated beams of golden light. The shadow leaped into the air, attempting to break free from the spiritual labyrinth entirely, yet it hit a wall and stuck to it with a crack, causing its face to become deformed silence. The corners of everyone's lips twitched. They sensed their faces hurting. Even though they weren't the ones being hit, just thinking about what it would be like to sprint at full speed and collide with an invisible wall made their faces tingle. The shadow stumbled and pulled itself from the invisible wall with a resounding pop. The sound was extremely loud. The expressions of the group became even more peculiar. The shadow was enraged, turning abruptly to scream at Wang Teng in a fit of anger, resembling a tantrum. "You can scream all you want. You can't get out anyway." Wang Teng spoke indifferently, nonchalantly, cleaning his ear with his pinky. He didn't seem to care whether the shadow could understand him. The shadow continued to scream in frustration, yet it didn't dare to approach Wang Teng, appearing to hold a deep fear of him. "Come down." Wang Teng reached out, and a formless, spiritual force swept in from all directions like countless invisible threads entwining the shadow. This was the application of spiritual power. When a divine spirit master had full control over their spiritual power, they could transform it into countless thin threads. The shadow sensed the imminent danger and attempted to break through the encirclement of the spiritual threads by struggling left and right, but it was ultimately futile. It was bound firmly. Guang Yu was astonished when he saw the spiritual threads converge. It was then he noticed some inconspicuous golden light on the shadow's body. "Ah," the shadow, unwilling to be captured, let out a terrifying scream and released a sinister power that surged out of its body. Chapter 2021. If there's levels for deception, Wang Teng will be a grandmaster, too. The other three dark shadows suddenly transformed into 3 streaks of black light and swiftly rushed toward the bound dark figure. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened. The 3 streaks of black light instantly entered the body of the bound dark figure, causing it to unleash an even more terrifying and ominous power. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of threads snapping echoed as the dark figure's body expanded, turning into a towering black silhouette, about 4 to 5 meters tall. This black silhouette had no facial features, completely pitch black, resembling a shadow. That's why Wang Teng and the others had been unable to see its appearance earlier. As it continued to grow in size, a giant mouth opened on its head, filled with serrated, sharp teeth, making it look extremely menacing. What's that? Guang Yu, Wan Dong, and the others were flabbergasted, were horrified. They could feel that the overwhelmingly ominous power emanating from the dark figure had become extremely terrifying. Even as Heaven's stage martial warriors themselves, they couldn't help but experience a sense of unease. The ominous power formed a mist around the dark figure, enveloping its limbs and body. "I can't believe it can do this," Wang Teng expressed surprise, then turned his gaze towards Guang Yu and the others, saying, "Senior Guang Yu, it's your turn." Guang Yu turned to look at Wang Teng with an expressionless face. "Senior, your team is so strong, and only you can deal with this dark figure," Wang Teng said. "Hurry, catch it. It's all yours. Why not let your teammates handle it?" Guang Yu stared at Wang Teng, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "Our 7th Stellar Academy isn't strong enough?" Wang Teng said. Guang Yu suddenly felt like he was hitting himself in the foot with a stone, realizing that the other side was clearly making fun of his previous disregard for their 7th Stellar Academy. Though he didn't say it out loud, his expression made it evident to anyone. Wan Dong and the others, observing the other side's frustrated expression, inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, the dark figure had completely erupted, letting out a roar as it dove down from above. "Let's attack together." Guang Yu's face changed, and he hurriedly shouted. "Sorry, Senior, but we really can't handle this." Wang Teng smirked. Suddenly, the scene before their eyes changed dramatically as a golden wall quickly rose. This was a spiritual maze, and every change was under Wang Teng's control. Guang Yu's expression immediately turned ugly, and he rushed to the newly erected wall and struck it with a fierce punch. Boom! The wall formed by spiritual power was instantly shattered, but Wang Teng and the others had long since disappeared. "You scoundrels dare to trick me!" Guang Yu was furious. Roar! The dark figure hurtled down from the sky, and the ominous power formed black tendrils that reached out toward Guang Yu and the others. Damn it! "Wang Teng, don't let me find you, or I'll make you for this." This is too much. The Heaven Stage martial warriors in Guang Yu's team were furious, loudly berating Wang Teng and holding a grudge against him, all the while frantically dodging the attacks from the dark figure. They had only just managed to escape from the encirclement of several dark figures earlier, and they couldn't believe they had ended up back in the same predicament. Fate could be truly capricious. On the other side, Wang Teng and his group stood within the spiritual labyrinth, observing Guan Yu's team battling the dark figure from a distance. Wang Teng had made the maze walls translucent, allowing them to see what was happening in the distance. He even used his spiritual strength to conjure some tables and chairs, set out fruits, and had everyone sit down to watch the show while snacking. "Is it okay for us to do this?" Wu Cheng couldn't help but ask. "What's wrong with that? They wanted to make use of us from the start." Wang Teng shook his head. "Wang Teng Jr. is right. They didn't inform us about the multiple dark figures from the beginning. They were trying to deceive us. Luckily, Wang Teng Jr. saw through their plot in time. You're truly brilliant." Gikdor took the opportunity to shower praise. Wan Dong and the others had grown accustomed to this and couldn't be bothered to comment on it. "Let them battle for a while and we'll make our entrance later," Wang Teng uttered with a faint smile. "Moreover, if my hunch is correct, there are more than just these 4 dark figures nearby. Are you trying to use their commotion to draw out the other dark figures?" Wan Dong realized. Everyone looked at Wang Teng strangely. This guy was quite devious. Guan Yu and the others were probably going to get played. Don't look at me like that. This idea was suggested by Senior Wan Dong. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Teng waved it off. Everyone looked at him speechlessly. "Do you think we'll believe you? I swear I'm a simple-minded person, not capable of having so many ideas. Absolutely not," Wang Teng insisted when he saw they seemed unconvinced. Wan Dong and the others couldn't help but chuckle at his earnest demeanor. At that moment, Guan Yu's team's battle with the dark figure had intensified. The dark figure was proving to be incredibly formidable, particularly after absorbing the strength of the 4 merged dark shadows. It moved like an eel, making it difficult to grasp, and physical attacks seemed to have little effect. Wang Teng wasn't merely a spectator. He was busy analyzing the various characteristics of the dark figure to prepare for his upcoming involvement. "Quick, look!" Gikdor abruptly pointed in a certain direction, exclaiming in shock. The group immediately turned to see shadows were abruptly emerging from the gaps between the buildings, rushing towards the direction where Guan Yu's team was battling. So many shadows. How can there be so many of them? Wan Dong and the others were deeply alarmed, their expressions turning exceedingly grave. Chapter 2022. If there's levels for deception, Wang Teng will be a Grand Master, 3, roughly counting. There were at least 2 to 3 dozen of these shadows, all charging toward them, sending shivers down their spines. The main unsettling factor was that these shadows were utterly eerie. They had no faces, resembling faceless entities in the darkness, yet they seemed to be able to see others as if they possessed invisible eyes observing them. It was highly uncanny. Initially, Wang Teng and his group felt like someone was lurking in the shadows, and these shadows were likely responsible. With so many dark figures, the consequences would be unimaginable if they were to merge, said the Queen. "You're right, so we can't allow them to merge." Wang Teng stood up, his spiritual power surging, causing the spiritual labyrinth around them to shift and change. Boom! Walls of spiritual power rose, blocking the path of the dark shadows. The 2 to 3 dozen shadows were effectively separated. The dark shadows, caught off guard by this development, went into a frenzy, launching attacks in all directions. The intricacies of the spiritual labyrinth were now apparent. Unless they destroyed the entire maze, those trapped within would be unable to leave and continually affected by the maze's influence. While the majority of the dark shadows were blocked by the maze, 3 to 4 of them still managed to charge toward Guan Yu's team. This was Wang Teng's intention. Combining 4 dark shadows was child's play for Guan Yu and his team, so Wang Teng decided to up the difficulty level. Shadows guided by Wang Teng from a distance, the 4 dark figures closed in, increasing the pressure on Guan Yu and his team. Roar! The colossal black figure roared in anger. The 4 dark shadows charged straight into its body. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as a dense and formidable, ominous power surged out. The massive black figure expanded once more, shooting up from its initial 4 to 5 meters in height to a towering 10 meters. Its massive presence exuded a palpable sense of oppression. Roar. The black figure charged violently toward Guang Yu and his team, and its ominous power surged from its body, forming dark tendrils that lashed out ahead. Boom. Guang Yu and his team unleashed their attacks, sending waves of blade and sword energy and punches crashing into the black figure, seemingly engulfing it. However, it appeared that their attacks had little effect. Despite being driven back by these assaults, the black figure quickly rebounded. What was even more unexpected was that the black figure, too, launched a punch. Its fist carried a sinister aura that coalesced into a shadowy fist imprint, which it directed toward Guang Yu and his team. Boom. The expressions of Guang Yu and his team changed slightly, and they channeled their force to resist the attack. However, to their astonishment, the ominous fist imprint pierced through their force defenses and struck them forcefully. How is that possible? Guang Yu and his team looked utterly incredulous. They were unable to evade the attack in time, and they were sent flying. Splat! Blood spurted from their mouths instantly. A dark, bluish feeling crept onto their faces, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. It's so cold. There's something wrong with this fist imprint. Guang Yu's expression was grim and filled with horror. He felt an eerie power sweeping through his body, causing his force circulation to become sluggish. This power even seemed to invade his consciousness, as if it wanted to freeze his origin of soul and origin of life. No matter how hard he tried to channel his force, he couldn't expel it. The abilities of this black figure left him feeling utterly helpless. Not only he, but the others also felt the severity of this extremely troublesome power, and their faces were filled with shock. Wang Teng. Guang Yu let out a furious roar. He suspected from the start that Wang Teng had a hand in this, but they hadn't had time to address it until they were injured by the black figure, which finally ignited his anger. What? Wang Teng's voice echoed within the spiritual labyrinth, coming from an indistinct direction, and it even had an echo. What? What? What veins throbbed on Guang Yu's forehead, and he felt like he was about to go insane. What did he mean by why? Was he calling him? No, he was calling that bastard, but he didn't want to hear this kind of response. Senior, is there something you need? Wang Teng's voice came again, echoing from all directions. Guang Yu and the others were exasperated, took a deep breath, and forced themselves to calm down. He spoke coldly. Wang Teng, what did you do? Senior, what did I do? Wang Teng feigned ignorance. Quit the nonsense. Was it you who brought those shadows here? You know it very well. This black figure has merged with 8 dark figures, and its power is formidable. If you want all of us to die here, then go ahead and enjoy the show, Guang Yu said icily. Okay, Senior, Wang Teng replied. Guang Yu almost choked, his face turning a ghastly pale, his chest heaving. What do you mean by okay? After all that, you just reply with okay. To hell with your okay. He didn't want this response. He needed someone to come help. On the other side, Wan Dong and the others were finally beginning to grasp the true extent of Wang Teng's deviousness. They looked at him with strange expressions, realizing that he had managed to infuriate Guang Yu with just a few sentences. Such a skill was truly extraordinary. If there were levels for deception, Wang Teng would be a grandmaster. Wang Teng paid no mind to what the others were thinking and used his spiritual power to quietly collect the attribute bubbles that had dropped at the location where Guang Yu and his team were battling. This was the moment he was waiting for. Shadow Power 220, Shadow Power 300, Shadow Talent 100, Shadow Power 250. Indeed, there is a Shadow Talent. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed with excitement, and his heart filled with joy. Chapter 2023. If there's levels for deception, Wang Teng will be a Grand Master. For, even though he had only obtained 100 points of the Shadow Talent attribute, it was enough for him in his current state. With this talent, he was no longer afraid of the shadow power of the black figure. As the Shadow Talent merged into his body, Wang Teng gained a sense of enlightenment and truly grasped the immense power of this talent. Monster. Wang Teng was surprised and elated. The shadow talent was a monster among all the talents he had acquired so far. There were very few that could compare to it. Perhaps only talents like Space, Time, or World Devourer, the most unique ones, could surpass it. Wang Teng gave it some rough thought. First, the shadow talent allowed those who possessed it to blend into the shadows and move within them, somewhat similar to teleportation, but it required shadows as a medium. This was also the reason why the dark figures had vanished into thin air after entering the shadows. Apart from that, the shadow talent possessed various enigmatic abilities, such as the capacity to resist force attacks to some extent, much like the black figure had demonstrated. Additionally, attacks formed by the shadow talent could penetrate force defenses, catching opponents off guard. Guang Yu and his team had fallen victim to these abilities. What was even more terrifying was that for ordinary martial warriors, if shadow power infiltrated their bodies, it would slowly erode them, affecting both their force and their origin of soul and origin of life, which was truly horrifying. However, those who could master combat techniques utilizing shadow power would unleash even more enigmatic abilities, taking a deep breath and suppressing his inner excitement. Wang Teng looked at the attributes board. Shadow talent, 110,000, first rank. First rank? Wang Teng repeated in his heart. He wasn't surprised. Many unique talents had different levels, and the higher the level, the more powerful the talent. Wang Teng's first-rank shadow talent was undoubtedly the weakest, but he didn't mind. There were still plenty of dark figures here waiting to be taken advantage of. In addition, he had also acquired a considerable amount of shadow power attributes, totaling 770 points. Shadow power, 793,000 first rank. This time, he had obtained a significantly larger amount of shadow power than the previous 2 times. The total of the previous 2 times was only about 20 points, a paltry amount. After collecting the attribute bubbles dropped by the dark figures, a faint smile played on Wang Teng's lips. He was eager to test his new abilities and turned to the others, saying, "You guys stay here. I'll be back in a jiffy." Wan Dong and the others were momentarily taken aback and hadn't had a chance to speak when they saw Wang Teng vanish from his position. He's going to confront those black figures. The group was shocked, quickly realizing Wang Teng's intentions. They had initially thought that he would simply watch from the sidelines and had not expected him to take action, let alone go alone without calling them to join. Will it be too dangerous for him to go alone? Wu Cheng voiced his concerns. It would be best if the black figure took care of him. That way we'll be free. Cobb snorted. Wan Dong and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. Let me say something. Even if Junior Wang Teng is taken care of by the black figure, the poison inside us won't be removed. Gikdor coughed and said, Wan Dong and the others looked at him with deep contemplative gazes. What a stab to their hearts. The ground sudden ivy became worried about Wang Temp again. That black figure wasn't easy to deal with. Judging by Guang Yu and the others' expressions, it was clear that the black figure was a formidable opponent. Wang Teng's strength was indeed significant, but it likely didn't surpass that of the group by a large margin. Would he be able to handle it? The group's attention was focused on Wang Teng. They watched as Wang Teng turned into a streak of light and dashed out. Where he passed, the walls formed by his spiritual power automatically dissipated. This scene was as if the owner had returned home. Then Wang Teng headed directly for the 3 black shadows that were trapped by the spiritual labyrinth. They were frantically attacking the maze and had also noticed Wang Teng. They let out a sharp scream and then merged to form a black giant figure. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. In an instant, Wang Teng appeared in front of the black giant figure and threw a punch, landing it on the figure's body. This punch seemed ordinary, lacking any fanfare, and didn't release any force at all, as if it were hitting cotton. What use is this kind of attack? Wan Dong and the others were puzzled, however. With a single punch from Wang Teng, the entire black giant figure bent over and then, boom. There was a loud explosion, and the black giant figure suddenly burst apart, sending 3 dark shadows flying backward. Wang Dong and the others stared in disbelief. What was going on? The fact that the black shadows could still be hit out after merging was surprising. How did he manage that, and why did it look so effortless? Did Wang Teng enhance his fists somehow? This doesn't make sense. Following that, Wang Teng flashed again and appeared above one of the dark shadows, gripping its head. Shadow talent activate. Wang Teng's palm seemed to create a vortex, causing the entire dark shadow to distort and gradually shrink. During this process, the shadow emitted a piercing, eerie scream, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of Wang Dong and the others. The shadow became smaller and smaller, eventually shrinking to the size of a ping-pong ball, which Wang Teng held in his hand. He closed his palm, and the spherical shadow disappeared. The other 2 dark shadows let out piercing screams and turned to escape. Wang Teng didn't give them a chance. He flashed and repeated the process, absorbing the 2 dark shadows directly silence. Wang Dong and the others in the distance fell into an eerie silence, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 2024. He wasn't a normal martial warrior, 1. The difficulty of dealing with the black shadows was well known to Wang Dong and the others, but at this moment the black figure in Wang Teng's hand seemed to lose its ability to resist and was easily handled. What was going on? Did he have a way to specifically counter the black shadows? Even more bewildering was that the method Wang Teng just used seemed to absorb the black shadow. Absorb? The others found the situation absurd. How could the black shadows be absorbed? Wasn't he afraid of indigestion? But the black shadows did disappear without a trace. How did Wang Teng do it? Wang Dong and the others were full of questions and were itching to drag Wang Teng over to ask, as they were too curious. However, Wang Teng had no intention of ending things here. He rushed towards the several black figures isolated in another area. Boom! The walls constructed by his spiritual power suddenly dropped. The few black shadows were momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Wang Teng, who had suddenly appeared. They quickly merged and charged at him. They had no idea what they were about to face. Boom! Wang Teng's lips curled up slightly as he threw a punch. Abyss burial. This was the technique he had used earlier to abruptly halt the merging of the black shadows. He had early on deduced that only spiritual power techniques could deal with the black figures, and this abyss burial was effective in targeting not just the soul, but also spiritual power. It had proven to be effective against the merging of the black shadows. The merging of several black shadows was indeed interrupted, and Wang Teng activated the shadow talent to absorb them. One by one, the black shadows disappeared into Wang Teng's palm. In a short while, almost all of the 20 or 30 black shadows that had appeared earlier had been absorbed by Wang Teng, leaving only those dealing with Guang Yu and the others unresolved. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He allowed Guang Yu and the others to play around a bit more. He wouldn't make a move until the critical moment. If not, how could he let them experience the sense of despair? Wang Teng glanced at his attributes board. Both his shadow talent and shadow power had increased. Shadow talent, 4,210,000, first rank. Shadow power, 3,000 thousand, first rank. This is a huge improvement. Wang Teng felt the changes in his shadow talent and nodded to himself. The stronger the shadow talent, the more adept he would be at controlling the shadow power. The more abundant the shadow power, the longer he could use the shadow talent. The two were closely related. Boom. The spiritual power walls separated on their own, and Wang Teng walked towards Wang Dong and the others. Wang Dong and the others exchanged glances but refrained from asking questions, their expressions becoming increasingly peculiar. They had complex feelings. On the one hand, they didn't want anything to happen to Wang Teng due to the poison in their bodies, but they also didn't want him to become too powerful, or else their chances of detoxifying would be slim. It seems like they can't handle that black giant. The queen looked toward Guang Yu and the others and remarked, It's all right. With their abilities, even if they can't handle it, they won't die so easily. Wang Teng replied calmly. The talents from the stellar academies weren't weak. Those shadowy figures would have a hard time killing them. In reality, both sides were in a stalemate. The Black Giant couldn't do much to Guang Yu and the others, but Guang Yu and his team also couldn't subdue the Black Giant. However, Guang Yu and his team were in a difficult situation. The shadowy forces invading their bodies were hard to expel, and this was a considerable threat. Even if they didn't die right away, it would affect their origin of soul and origin of life for a martial warrior. This was deadly. Not every martial warrior could enhance their origin of soul and origin of life in the manner that Wang Teng did, which was nearly like cheating. The Queen didn't say more after hearing Wang Teng's words. Her concern wasn't for Guang Yu and the others, but for the shadowy figures. The Black Giant had merged with 8 shadows, making it very powerful. In case they couldn't defeat it, it would be wise to join forces and avoid being picked off one by one. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, there was a continuous rumbling sound as Guang Yu and his team engaged in an intense battle with the Black Giant. Despite their combined efforts, they found it impossible to overcome the formidable foe, leaving them feeling frustrated and helpless. The regular Snakemen martial warriors dared not approach, while only a few Heaven Stage martial warriors were attempting to surround and attack the Black Giant. At this point, the Black Giant seemed to grow impatient. It emitted an ear-piercing roar and suddenly charged toward Damba. The king of Ostrich Snake City was terrified, his face turning pale. He quickly retreated and swung his battle sword with all his might. Get lost. A slashing blade of energy streaked through the air, directly aimed at the Black Giant. Boom. However, the Black Giant unleashed a sudden burst of speed, transforming into a black streak of light, evading the blade and plunging directly into Damba's body. Damba. Guang Yu and the others squinted. They had a bad feeling. The black shadow could still enter a person's body after merging. It seemed that its control over stronger individuals was even more powerful. Damba was a Heaven Stage martial warrior. If he was controlled by shadows, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damba's face turned a sickly shade of dark blue-black as he struggled to maintain control. He reached out to Guang Yu and his team, his voice hoarse, pleading, "Save me. Damn it." Guang Yu's face was twisted with worry. He hesitated for only a moment before charging toward Damba, hoping to break the giant's control. Heaven Stage martial warriors were more challenging to control than the previous Snakemen. While the Snakemen had fallen under its control almost instantly, Damba still fought against it. Meanwhile, in the distance, Wan Dong and his team watched with grave concern. They had never anticipated that the Black Giant would choose to control the Heaven Stage Snakemen. Chapter 2025. He wasn't a normal martial warrior. 2. The Queen gloated. He had been quite arrogant and conceited before, and now he fell in the hands of this giant black shadow. Witnessing the previous controlled Snakeman martial warrior's fates, it was clear that Damba would at the very least be severely injured, even if he survived. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He couldn't help but draw parallels between this shadowy control technique and the Devil Mind Race's soul bind ability. However, the Shadow's controlling ability was more direct and violent. It just needed to charge into the martial warrior's soul bind. In contrast, had a more sophisticated process and had the Devil Mind Dark Apparition's consciousness controlling the subject, making them appear like a normal human. As for the Shadow's control, it was easy to tell that there was something wrong with this person. Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder about the specifics of this method, as he hadn't obtained any attribute, bubbles explaining its details. Roar. Damba ultimately couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes lost focus, and a strange shadow overcame him. He suddenly turned towards Guang Yu, who had just rushed to his side and swung his battle blade. We're still a step too late. Guang Yu's face grew even graver, and he met the attack head-on. He used a powerful palm technique, and his palm imprint burst forth. Boom! When the two attacks collided, they created a thunderous explosion, and the shockwaves sent both of them flying. Roar! Damba roared once more and charged forward. "What are you waiting for? Stop him!" Guang Yu shouted. The others quickly realized what needed to be done and unleashed their attacks, all aimed at Damba. However, Damba's fighting style at this moment was overusing his own force, which placed an enormous strain on his body. Consequently, the power he unleashed was horrifying. Given Damba's normal level of strength, he should not have been a match for Guang Yu and the others. But at this moment, he was forcing them to step back continuously. It was like he had engaged in some kind of cheat mode, battling against multiple opponents simultaneously. It was as if he wasn't in control of his own body anymore. The only one feeling worried was Damba himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't control himself. He's incredibly fierce. Wang Teng widened his eyes and watched as Damba unleashed his power. He was quite astonished, saying, "I didn't expect that Damba is still quite formidable when he doesn't care about his life." Wan Dong and the others were speechless. This was a suicidal way of fighting, and when it was over, he'd probably lose his life. Moreover, he had no real connection to that heaven stage snakeman. Everything was being orchestrated by the shadow. They felt that this guy was making light of the situation. "Never mind, I've seen enough. We'll need them later, and we can't have them die so quickly," Wang Teng said, shaking his head. He then appeared in the area where Guang Yu and the others were. Boom. A section of the spiritual barrier lowered slowly, and Wang Teng squatted on the wall, looking down at Guang Yu with a smile. "Do you seniors need any help?" Wang Teng. Guang Yu was gnashing his teeth, ready to explode with anger. The others also glared at Wang Teng. They were a group of heaven stage martial warriors who had been toyed with by a cosmos stage martial warrior. It was a matter of great embarrassment. If you're not answering, does that mean you don't need help for now? "In that case, I'll come back to ask later," Wang Teng said. Guang Yu and the others, Wan Dong and the others, this guy was incredibly infuriating. They didn't need help. They were too irate to speak. Now they had a new understanding of Wang Teng's knack for playing dumb. Boom, 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 Damba attacked wildly, his body drenched in blood. His flesh couldn't endure such intense exertion, and he was riddled with wounds, looking extremely painful. Guang Yu vented his anger towards Damba in a furious barrage of palm strikes, unleashing dozens of powerful strikes in quick succession. "That's a fierce palm technique." Gikdor couldn't assistance but exclaim. "It looks like it's the mighty Titan palm." Suddenly, Wan Dong said, "The mighty Titan palm?" Wang Teng observed Guang Yu display the technique, and his eyes gleamed. "This seems to be an eternal stage earth and metal element palm technique." "Huh?" Then he suddenly gasped softly. "This palm skill is interesting. There's strength of Ultima inside, too." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He hadn't picked up strength of Ultima for a long time, so his strength of Ultima was still at the 6th level. The strength of Ultima was hard to grasp. Wang Teng met so many talented martial warriors, but only a few of them managed to master it. He didn't expect Guang Yu to be one of them. Wang Teng felt an unexpected joy and watched Guang Yu with great interest. This palm technique is quite renowned at the 3rd Star Academy. Many martial warriors from other academies at the same stage have been defeated by it, Wan Dong explained. "I see," Wang Teng expressed his surprise. Now and then, the 7 stellar academies hold a grand martial arts competition where the genius students from different academies spar with each other. This mighty Titan palm has appeared several times, hence its reputation. Wan Dong elaborated, "Many geniuses from other academies have suffered losses due to this palm technique." Wu Cheng added, as if remembering some unpleasant memories. "By the way, I remember that this palm technique seems to be the signature combat skill of a genius from the 3rd Star Academy," Gikdor mused. "Guang Qing," Wan Dong's countenance shifted slightly. "That's right," Wu Cheng, Gikdor, and others also appeared to remember something. "Guang Qing, both surnamed Guang. Could there be any relation between Guang Qing and Guang Yu?" Wang Teng asked curiously. "Guang Qing is a talented warrior from a year ahead of us, and he's already a universe stage martial warrior, ranking among the top 100 universe stage martial warriors in the 3rd Star Academy. Wang Teng stated with a serious expression, and there should be some relation between him and this Guang Yu. Chapter 2026. He wasn't a normal martial warrior. 3. Is being in the top 100 universe stage martial warriors list impressive? Wang Teng curiously asked. He's one of the top 100 universe stage martial warriors in the entire academy. Don't you think he's impressive? Wang Teng said angrily. Well, it's not bad, but it's not like being in the top 10. Wang Teng shook his head. Wang Teng was rendered speechless, unsure whether Wang Teng was uninformed or just excessively confident. While he acknowledged Wang Teng's talent, he couldn't dismiss the significance of ranking among the top 100 universe stage martial warriors in the entire academy, which was an exceptionally high standard. Gikdor and others also looked at Wang Teng with a sense of skepticism, feeling that he was being a bit too presumptuous. Ignoring the reactions of the group, Wang Teng suddenly shouted, encouraging Guang Yu. Use more strength, Senior Guang Yu. Keep going. Hit him hard. Everyone, Wang Teng and the others, felt that Wang Teng was playing with fire. After learning that Guang Yu might be related to Guang Qing, Wang Teng continued to provoke him. Wasn't he afraid of revenge? The martial warriors on the top 100 universe stage martial warriors ranking were formidable, and combined, their group was no match for them. Guang Yu felt a surge of anger and shot Wang Teng a fiery glare. He could tell that Wang Teng wasn't genuinely cheering him on, but rather taunting him, and his attitude was infuriating. Wang Teng, you're too much. Roundball couldn't stand it anymore and muttered his frustration in his mind. Cough, come on, I'm just cheering him on. Why are you so ungrateful? Wang Teng chuckled. Roundball rolled its eyes. Guang Yu decided to ignore Wang Teng and continued to deal with the controlled Damba. His mighty Titan palm was indeed powerful, sending Damba flying with his palm strikes. He was about to pursue his advantage when a shadow shot out from Damba's body. Coincidentally, when Damba was sent flying, he was heading in the direction of another heaven stage martial warrior. The black shadow dashed out of Damba's body and charged towards the heaven stage martial warrior. Move. Guang Yu's expression changed as he shouted. The targeted heaven stage martial warrior also paled as he tried to evade the oncoming shadow. However, he underestimated the shadow's speed. Just as it was about to reach him, he gritted his teeth, brandished his sword, and attempted to fend off the attack. Unfortunately, the shadow was incredibly agile and evaded his strikes, entering his body. Ah! The heaven stage martial warrior screamed in agony. His face turned dark, and his long hair fluttered as if in a frenzy. Rao Ying! Guang Yu's face darkened as he realized that he had allowed the black shadow to occupy another member of their team with a single oversight. What troubled him even more was that this individual was not a snakeman. He was a member of their team. To make matters worse, he had already depleted his strength while dealing with the controlled Damba, and couldn't effectively contend with another heaven stage martial warrior going all out. Rao Ying was weaker than him, but if he released all his power, he mustn't be underestimated. Rao Ying. Damn it. How did this happen? Leader, what should we do? The other members of Guang Yu's team shouted anxiously, their eyes filled with concern as they watched the heaven stage martial warrior controlled by the black shadow. Everyone spread out, and don't let the black shadow get close, Guang Yu exclaimed, his face filled with concern. The abilities of the black shadow were essentially insurmountable, and his teammates' strengths were on par with Rao Ying's. It was easy for them to become the 3rd or even 4th controlled individuals. If that happened, their team would be in grave danger. Leader, let's deal with it together, everyone said. Don't come closer. You're not a match for it, Guang Yu warned, and then he turned to Wang Teng, asking, Do you know how to deal with this black shadow? Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. You finally decided to ask me. What do I have to do to make you tell me? Guang Yu took a deep breath. As expected, this bastard knew. It depends on what you're willing to give in exchange, Wang Teng replied with a sly smile. I don't have any valuable information to tell you. Guang Yu's eyes flickered as he said agitatedly. That's your problem, Wang Teng replied. Guang Yu, seething with anger, clenched his teeth. However, seeing Rao Ying's struggle becoming weaker and weaker, he reluctantly said, I can exchange the secret of this architectural complex with you. The secret of this architectural complex? Wang Teng raised an eyebrow and asked, What is it? Send a voice transmission together, Guang Yu said. Fine, Wang Teng agreed. The two of them exchanged information through voice transmission and shared their respective information. So there really is a legacy left by that powerful individual inside the architectural complex. Wang Teng's eyes shone with a strange light as he looked in the direction of the buildings. However, he remained hesitant. But I can't trust this guy's words entirely. He might be trying to deceive me. Wang Teng. A furious bellow suddenly erupted from Guang Yu. Confused, Wan Dong and the others turned their attention to Guang Yu, looking somewhat bewildered as the outburst startled them. What happened? Why does Guang Yu look like he's been deceived in a relationship? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Wang Teng asked with an innocent look. What's the problem? What information did you tell me? Guang Yu angrily demanded. I told you the method to deal with the black shadows, Wang Teng said with conviction. Didn't I explain that all you need to do is attack their souls to shake the black shadow out of your teammate's body? Chapter 2027. He wasn't a normal martial warrior. 4. Attacking the soul might sound easy, but who can do it? Guang Yu clenched his fists, eyes burning with anger. Indeed, techniques capable of attacking the soul were rare, and not just anyone could practice them. Only those with a strong origin of soul and spiritual power had a chance of succeeding. This guy was telling him to attack the Black Shadow's soul, which was almost like saying nothing at all. I can do it, Wang Teng said with a casual smile. After all, I've shared the information, so if you can't do it, it's not my fault, right? Guang Yu. So it's my fault now, roar, controlled by the Black Shadow. Rao Ying unleashed a furious roar and charged directly at Guang Yu. His force surged to an indescribable level, creating an overwhelming force that shook the surrounding space. Guang Yu's expression immediately changed, and he was overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. He desperately wanted to curse, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the words out. Boom. In an instant, the two collided, igniting another intense battle. Watching this, Wan Dong and the others couldn't help but feel sympathy for Guang Yu. Encountering someone like Wang Teng was truly unfortunate. Hey, do you want my help? Wang Teng watched the spectacle and asked, What will it take for you to help me? After a brief silence, Guang Yu reluctantly chose to compromise and asked through gritted teeth, Do you have energy stones? Just give me a few tens of thousand cubic meters of immaculate energy stones and I'll help you, Wang Teng said. You, Guang Yu's eyes widened, almost unable to believe his ears. This guy was asking for an exorbitant amount of immaculate energy stones. Even for him, gathering tens of thousands of cubic meters of immaculate energy stones was almost impossible. Not to mention immaculate energy stones. Even 8th and 9th level energy stones were exceedingly rare. Even he, with all his resources, couldn't gather tens of thousands of immaculate energy stones all at once. You don't have them. Why are you so poor? Wang Teng remarked. Seeing Guang Yu's shocked expression, he knew that it was highly unlikely that Guang Yu had that many immaculate energy stones. He shook his head in disappointment. I'm poor? Guang Yu felt like he had heard something incredibly absurd, and he was so furious that he couldn't find the words to express himself. No one had ever dared to call him poor before this. Guy was the first. However, he managed to suppress his inner anger. Arguing back wouldn't get him anywhere, and the more he argued, the more ruthlessly the other party would demand. Immaculate energy stones are too scarce. I don't have them, Guang Yu said coldly. How many do you have? Wang Teng inquired. I have 30,000 cubic meters of 9th level energy stones. Guang Yu replied after a brief hesitation. Not enough, I need at least 500,000 cubic meters. Wang Teng insisted. You're asking for a king's ransom? Where do you expect me to get 500,000 cubic meters? That's more than what a whole mining operation can yield, Guang Yu said, seething with anger. Boom. During their conversation, with a momentary lapse of focus, Rao Ying delivered a punch that sent Guang Yu flying. Spurt, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from Guang Yu's lips, and his face turned pale, his gaze quivering. Under the control of the shadow, Rao Ying had become incredibly unpredictable, and his strength was now far beyond what it usually was. Boom! Rao Ying seemed to have realized that Guang Yu was exhausted, and he advanced towards him step by step. The black mist enveloped him, and it looked as if tentacles were winding around him, savoring his struggles before death. Leader. Guang Yu's teammates, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel nervous, shouting out in concern. Guang Yu, for the sake of our friendship, I'll accept 300,000 cubic meters of energy stones. 300,000 is the price for your life. Wang Teng stood up slowly and calmly stated, Damn it. I'm pushed to such a state by a mysterious black shadow. Guang Yu stared intensely at Rao Ying in the distance, his gaze filled with unwillingness. Guang Yu, for the sake of our friendship, I'll accept 300,000 cubic meters of energy stones. 300,000 is the price for your life. Wang Teng stood up slowly and calmly stated, Okay. Guang Yu clenched his teeth. I'll give you 300,000. Give it to me first, Wang Teng said. I only have 130,000 cubes here. I'll return the rest to you. Guang Yu waved his hand and said coldly. A space ring flew towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng accepted the offer and examined the ring, nodding in agreement. That will work. Remember to write an IOU for the remainder. Roar. The black shadow, apparently not lacking in intelligence, let out a furious roar. It suddenly surged and appeared over Guang Yu's head. In its hand, the battle sword emitted a dazzling brilliance, fiercely slashing toward Guang Yu. This scene happened so suddenly that Guang Yu had no time to react. Rao Ying's attack was already upon him. His pupils contracted intensely, and he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Was he going to die here today? Leader! Guang Yu's teammates screamed in desperation, wanting to rush forward and rescue him, but they were too far away to make a difference. A cold snort suddenly echoed. Wang Teng's figure turned into afterimages in place, gradually dispersing. Simultaneously, his physical form appeared abruptly in front of Guang Yu. He delivered a powerful punch straight upward toward the black shadow, intercepting the imminent attack. 5-element fist. Abyss burial. The two powerful attacks merged. Endless emerald-glazed flame unleashed from Wang Teng's body. It coalesced into a fist imprint, but this imprint was not merely jade green, it was adorned with sinister black patterns, resembling shadows, giving it an eerie appearance. Simultaneously, the sword strike released by Rao Ying came down with full force. Boom! The two forces clashed, and a horrifying surge of force erupted, sweeping the surroundings. Given Wang Teng's force, he should have been no match for a heaven-stage martial warrior's full-force attack. However, at this moment, his fist imprint not only condensed force, but was also enhanced by the power of a divine flame and spiritual power. Faced with this powerful sword strike from Rao Ying, it held its ground remarkably well. Standing behind Wang Teng, a bewildered expression filled Guang Yu's face. He watched Wang Teng's back with amazement, his heart shaken. This guy could withstand a full-force attack from Rao Ying. What monster was he? The next instant, an even more unbelievable scene appeared under the impact of Wang Teng's fist imprint. Rao Ying's sword energy disintegrated inch by inch. Following that, his body was sent flying, and a dark shadow separated from his form. The dark shadow was finally expelled. What was Wang Teng made of? How could he possess so many unexpected abilities? He didn't seem like a normal martial warrior. How dare you ruin my business? Wang Teng shouted as he punched the dark shadow, sending it flying. He then transformed into a blur and disappeared in front of Guang Yu, charging towards the dark shadow. Boom. A sonic boom resounded through the air as Wang Teng appeared behind the dark shadow. His hands seemed to contain a magical force as they clamped onto the dark shadow's head. A terrifying suction force erupted. World Devourer. Shadow Talent, both abilities were activated simultaneously, voraciously absorbing the shadow power within the dark shadow. The black shadow struggled wildly, emitting ear-piercing sounds while unleashing invisible mental shockwaves in an attempt to break free from Wang Teng. However, all its efforts were in vain. Under Wang Teng's relentless absorption, its body continually twisted and shrank as if a powerful force of suction was rotating it. In the end, the 10-meter-tall black shadow was devoured by Wang Teng in this manner, disappearing before everyone's eyes. All done. Wang Teng clapped his hands and smiled. Gulp. The sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard instantly. The people couldn't believe it. The black shadow which had left them helpless had been dealt with so effortlessly by Wang Teng. Moreover, that massive black shadow had just vanished before their eyes. Where had Wang Teng taken it? Chapter 2028. He wasn't a normal martial warrior. 5. The crowd was still in a daze and hadn't fully recovered. They couldn't believe how effortlessly Wang Teng had resolved the situation. If it had been a bit more challenging, they might not have been so surprised. However, the way he handled it with such ease was difficult for them to accept. Particularly for people like Guan Yu and his team, they had just expended considerable efforts trying to deal with the black shadow, only to have two people on their side controlled by it in the end. The stark contrast left them with rapidly changing expressions, feeling somewhat embarrassed. A group of heaven stage martial warriors, and yet they were outperformed by a cosmos stage fellow. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes board. Shadow Talent, 6,110,000. First rank. Shadow Power, 5,310,000. First rank. Very good. Wang Teng was elated. These two attributes rose again. He was now hoping for more of these black shadows to appear, so he could take advantage of the situation. After shifting his attention away from the attributes board, Wang Teng scanned the surroundings and looked toward Guan Yu. Guan Yu immediately had an uneasy feeling. As expected, "Senior, come. Shall we sign an IOU?" Wang Teng strode over with a broad smile, holding a piece of paper and a pen seemingly conjured from thin air. Guan Yu's expression turned even more bitter, feeling the urge to vomit blood, especially when he saw Wang Teng's face. He wished he could just punch him. "Wang Teng, don't go too far. Our leader already gave you quite a lot just now. A woman in her 20s, another heaven stage martial warrior from Guan Yu's team, couldn't help but scold. Are you planning to go back on your words?" Wang Teng raised an eyebrow and looked at the heaven stage martial warrior, calmly questioning. "You're taking advantage of the situation," the female heaven stage martial warrior sneered. "You don't have to accept my help if you don't want it. I didn't force you now. I've taken care of the black shadows for you. If you continue with this attitude, are you taking me for a pushover?" Wang Teng stated with a cold expression. "You?" The heaven stage martial warrior's expression changed when she saw Wang Teng's demeanor after the series of events. She realized that the Cosmos stage guy before her was not so easy to deal with, even more challenging than some of their senior students. His formidable spiritual power alone was enough to make any heaven stage martial warrior wary, not to mention the other heaven stage martial warriors standing behind him. At this moment, Wan Dong and the others also walked over, standing behind Wang Teng without a word. Their presence created a palpable pressure. On the other hand, their team appeared much weaker after losing two heaven stage martial warriors. If it came to a real fight, they wouldn't have many chances of winning. Ran Qian. With a stern face, Guan Yu waved his hand to stop the female heaven stage martial warrior from speaking further. He walked up to Wang Teng, took the pen and paper, wrote the terms of the IOU, and then handed it to Wang Teng. "This matter isn't over," he said. "What? Do you want to owe more energy stone?" Wang Teng feigned surprise, then happily nodded. "No problem. You can come find me anytime." Guan Yu, He took a deep breath and walked away, expressing that he didn't want to bother about this bastard. Ran Qian shot Wang Teng a fierce glare. "Beautiful lady, if you glare at me like that, others might think I've done something bad to you," Wang Teng teased. "Just you," Ran Qian wasn't one to back down either and retorted. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. These two words were the same as "you can't do it." He rolled his eyes uncontrollably and sniggered. "Want to give it a try?" "Grow a bit more first, kid," Ran Qian replied with a cold smirk. "Fuck," Wang Teng cursed in his heart. "When women get vulgar, there's no holding back, and there is nothing a man can do." Wan Dong and the others found it amusing, but stifled their laughter, knowing better than to burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. However, Round Ball found it hard to contain himself and burst into laughter in Wang Teng's mind. It had been with Wang Teng for quite some time, but this was the first time it had heard someone argue with him like this and leave him speechless. Pervert, Dong Lei, one of the female warriors in Wan Dong's team, sneered in disdain. "Who are you talking about?" Ran Qian shot back. "I'm talking about you. Don't you have any shame? Do you really want to see it grow out?" Dong Lei retorted defiantly. "And what if I do? I enjoy it," Ran Qian replied with a cold smile. "Well then, go ahead and watch," Dong Lei shot back. "Ask him to take off his pants." Ran Qian pointed at Wang Teng. "If you're brave enough, get him to do it." Wang Teng. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" For a moment, Wang Teng was in a daze. He didn't know what happened. How did it become him taking off his pants? Fuck these two ladies. Wang Teng wanted to beat them up. Wan Dong and the others could hardly contain their laughter as they turned away, trying to suppress their giggles. Wang Teng's face turned black. He kicked Gigduo's butt and shouted, "Enough! If you continue talking nonsense, I will take off your clothes and hang you up for others to admire." Wan Dong and the others stared with wide eyes, thinking this guy had a wicked heart, but they couldn't help feeling a bit excited for some reason. "Pervert!" Dong Lei and Ran Qian exclaimed at the same time. Wang Teng, at %, who was the one who acted like a pervert first, he felt falsely accused and very frustrated. Seeing the cold and harsh glare from Wang Teng, Ran Qian turned her head away. Even though Wang Teng's words infuriated her, she didn't dare to provoke him any further. Chapter 2029, Wang Teng, You Set Me Up Again. 2. This guy might do it. Dong Lei felt a bit awkward. She originally intended to help Wang Teng, but things had taken a strange turn, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. With a stern expression, Wang Teng scanned the surroundings with his spiritual power, collecting the attribute bubbles dropped by the few individuals earlier. Constellation Metal Force 438060,000, 43,000, Cosmos Stage 4th level. Constellation Water Force 365064000, Cosmos Stage 4th level. Constellation Fire Force 2,160,000, Cosmos Stage 6th level. Constellation Earth Force 325060000, 4000, Cosmos Stage 4th level. After a round of absorption, all his 5 basic forces rose. His constellation Fire Force also rose by a level from the 5th level to the 6th level. The frustrating feelings vanished in an instant, and Wang Teng was elated. His constellation Fire Force was advancing rapidly. The sensation of quickly enhancing his strength was truly exhilarating. Besides the constellation Poison Force, Wang Teng's constellation Fire Force rose the fastest. Among the 5 elements, the other attributes rose too. They were at least at the 4th level. Harvesting the attributes' bubbles from Heaven Stage martial warriors was indeed satisfying. Then there was the rise in his domains. Unfortunately, most people's 5-element domains weren't as good as Wang Teng's. Only Guang Yu's Earth and Metal domains were passable. Earth domain, 2600 6000, 6th rank Metal domain, 3100 6000, 6th rank. Both domains had improved significantly, which enhanced Wang Teng's comprehension of both. However, what truly caught Wang Teng's attention was the attribute bubble of the mighty Titan palm. He closed his eyes, and an image appeared in his mind. A highly powerful palm technique was slowly executed by the human image. Suddenly, the image leaped into the air, and a golden palm print descended from the heavens. Boom! A massive palm print appeared on the ground, almost embedded in the earth. When viewed from the sky, it looked spectacular. This mighty Titan palm is amazing. Wang Teng opened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This palm technique was truly exceptional, combining both earth and metal elements to create a powerful combat skill. Furthermore, it was an eternal stage battle technique, making it a rare acquisition. During the battle, when Guang Yu had been using this technique vigorously, he dropped 4,500 points of attributes, all of which were now gains for Wang Teng. Mighty Titan Palm, Eternal Stage, 4,550,000, Foundation, 4,500 points of attributes, and it can't even reach the proficient level. Wang Teng observed his attributes board with some surprise. It seemed that mastering this palm technique was quite challenging. Wang Teng shook his head, thinking about how to obtain more advantages from Guang Yu, as his attribute points were still insufficient. In addition to the attributes of this palm technique, Guang Yu also dropped the Strength of Ultima attribute. Guang Yu's mastery of the Strength of Ultima was undoubtedly much higher than Wang Teng's, reaching the 10th level. Wang Teng had gained a huge advantage. Strength of Ultima, 3,000, 10,000, 10,000. Wang Teng's mind was engulfed with insights, causing his understanding of the Strength of Ultima to make a significant leap from the 6th level to the 10th level. Excellent! Wang Teng's eyes gleamed with joy, and he couldn't hide his excitement. Threads of arcane power wrapped around his fist. He made no unnecessary movements, just clenched his fist, and the surrounding space seemed to be under pressure. Now, if Wang Teng were to use the mighty Titan palm, its power might not be significantly weaker than Guang Yu's. The only shortcomings were that his force was not as profound as Guang Yu's, and his proficiency was somewhat lacking. But Wang Teng could compensate for both of these shortcomings. If the force wasn't enough, he could use his domain. If the proficiency wasn't enough, he would add more attributes. Moreover, he had the ancient god's body and the true dragon battle physique. With these two physiques, he could compete head-to-head even with heaven stage martial warriors. If he had a confrontation with Guang Yu, he could use this mighty Titan palm to see who was stronger. The team, led by Wang Dong, who was quite close by, immediately noticed something unusual and turned their gaze toward Wang Teng, showing surprise on their faces. Did he achieve a breakthrough? They couldn't help but feel that Wang Teng had become substantially stronger in this short period. His talent was beyond extraordinary. The members exchanged glances, wearing diverse expressions, and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. There was a reason why he was so powerful, even though he was only at the Cosmos stage. While they were still in a daze, he had already made a breakthrough. How could they possibly compare? It was incomparable. All right, everyone, let's continue forward. Wang Teng waved his hand to dispel the spiritual maze and spoke calmly. The team looked around and found that everything had returned to its original state. The ancient architectural complex was still the same, with a sense of age and undiscovered dangers. They couldn't help but admire the extraordinary abilities of a divine spirit master. They were a little envious. Divine spirit masters were rare even in the universe. They hadn't expected Wang Teng, with his remarkable martial talent, to have such strong spiritual abilities as well. Wang Teng continued moving forward. In contrast to the others who had gained nothing so far, he had a great harvest already. His good fortune had put him in high spirits, and he was eager to explore the ancient architectural complex. On the other hand, Wang Dong's team appeared somewhat dejected. Wang Teng gave them a huge blow, and they knew that it was difficult to escape his clutches. Guang Yu and his team also followed behind, but they had learned their lesson. They didn't rush ahead this time. They kept their distance, fearing another trap set by Wang Teng. Chapter 2030, Wang Teng. You set me up again 3. Damba and Rao Ying weren't dead. However, they were seriously injured and were unconscious, having lost 2 Heaven Stage martial warriors and still bearing traces of shadow power within their bodies, which they couldn't expel. Their combat capabilities were significantly diminished. With this level of power, they were no match for Wang Teng and his group. However, they were not willing to leave without a fight. The ancient architectural complex surely held immense benefits, and everyone desired to claim them. As long as there was a glimmer of opportunity, they couldn't afford to give up. Although Wang Teng's team seemed to have the upper hand, it didn't guarantee that they wouldn't make mistakes. Wang Yu seemed to have realized this and had a sly smile on his face. The information he had shared with Wang Teng wasn't entirely accurate. If Wang Teng took it at face value, he was bound to face losses. And Wang Yu intended to reclaim everything and more when the time was right. As they continued moving forward, surprisingly, they encountered no further dangers, and the mysterious black shadow didn't reappear. After journeying for what felt like an eternity, they crossed vast stretches of the ancient architectural landscape, each majestic structure crumbling and dissolving into the annals of time, leaving nothing but dust to mark their existence. Suddenly, Wang Teng halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed on a particular spot in the distance. His pupils constricted slightly. Gasp! Wan Dong and his companions were equally startled when they saw it and gasped in shock, their faces turned ashen. On the other side, separated by some distance but with keen eyes, Guang Yu and his team also observed the situation. They hesitated, not getting closer, keeping their distance. A corpse. A body pinned to the stone wall. It was a man with a towering stature, at least 7 to 8 meters tall, and he had a gigantic, razor-sharp golden horn protruding from the top of his head. Giant horn race martial warrior. Wang Teng recognized this race. This was a martial warrior from the giant horn race, known for their formidable affinity with the metal element. Judging by the patterns on his horn, he was at least a universe stage martial warrior, yet he met a violent death here. Wang Teng whispered. What truly sent shivers down their spines was the manner of death for this giant horn race martial warrior. His internal organs, his very core, even the center of his brows, had all been perforated. His body was riddled with dark metallic rods of an unknown composition, with dried black bloodstains all around. This scene was undeniably eerie and unsettling. It should have been a one-strike kill, Wang Teng said. The others paused and looked more closely, asking, "How do you know that?" "Look at his wounds," Wang Teng explained grimly. "There are no signs of struggle. It appears his mind and internal organs were pierced simultaneously, indicating an incredible level of control." The group's faces turned even more somber. "Is this the work of a divine spirit master?" Wan Dong hesitated before asking. "It's not certain," Wang Teng replied with a thoughtful look. "Take a look at this wall," said Donglei suddenly. "It's quite peculiar. The other walls have crumbled under the ravages of time, turning to dust upon contact. Yet this barrier stands here seemingly untouched by time's decay." She was referring to the barrier behind the body. Given the weight of the body, the wall should have turned to dust a long time ago. But it still stood, which was quite astonishing. "That is strange indeed. I'll go take a look." Gikdor offered and cautiously moved forward. At this point they were still several hundred meters away from the body. Wang Teng had already stopped to avoid getting too close in case of unexpected events. As Gikdor started to walk closer, Wang Teng pulled him back. Gikdor looked at Wang Teng curiously. Without explaining further, Wang Teng turned back and called out to Guang Yu and the others, "Senior Guang Yu, there's a corpse here. Would you like to take a look?" The expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar, as if they had caught a whiff of something familiar. On the other side, Guang Yu's expression turned suspicious, his voice cold. "No need. We've already seen it." Seeing that they didn't come over, Wang Teng's eyes darted around, and he added, "It seems this corpse has a space ring on its hand. Finders, keepers, right? Come on, everyone. Let's share the spoils." Wan Dong and the others were stunned. They turned their heads abruptly and finally noticed the space ring on the corpse's hand. In general, after defeating an opponent, martial warriors would typically claim any spoils, especially conspicuous items like space equipment, rather than leaving them behind for others. That was why Wan Dong and the others didn't even look at it. After Wang Teng's reminder, they finally realized that the space ring was still there. For a moment, the eyes of the group members all revealed a burning desire. It was a space ring left behind by a universe stage martial warrior. What could be inside it? Guan Yu and his team were initially quite resolute, refusing to come over. However, as soon as they heard about the space ring, they started to have other thoughts. Why don't I take a look? Guan Yu persuaded himself in his heart. Just a look. He would act according to the circumstances and retreat the moment something went wrong. He wouldn't fall into Wang Teng's trap. He wasn't stupid. A universe stage martial warrior's space ring was tempting, but he needed to stay alive to enjoy the spoils. He glanced at his remaining 4 teammates and saw that they were all eager. This made his determination waver a bit further. Leader? Ran Qian asked. Come, let's take a look, Guang Yu whispered. Okay. Ran Qian and the others' eyes lit up. Why did they come out for the mission? Wasn't it for these things? The space equipment left behind by a universe stage martial warrior was simply too tempting. Even though they all knew that Wang Teng certainly wasn't that kind-hearted, they couldn't resist the temptation. A group of people quickly arrived beside Wang Teng and his teammates. How do you want to split it? Guan Yu first glanced at the space ring on the finger of the giant horn race martial warrior to ensure its authenticity. Then he looked at Wang Teng and asked, Chapter 231, Wang Teng, you set me up again. 4. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. What do you think? Wang Teng said. You didn't say that a moment ago. Guan Yu frowned with a cold smirk in his heart, thinking that this guy had ulterior motives. Everyone has a chance to compete for it, but whether you can get it depends on your skills, right? Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Wan Dong and the others had uncertain expressions. Although they didn't want Guan Yu and his group to get involved, it seemed like Wang Teng had a plan, so they didn't say much. Guan Yu furrowed his brows tightly, feeling that Wang Teng was definitely scheming something against him, but he couldn't figure out what it was, so he felt quite helpless. What do you say? Are you going to make a move? Give me an answer, Wang Teng asked. We can make a move, but it has to be simultaneously, Guan Yu said. Okay, Wang Teng nodded. On our side, I'll make the move. Guan Yu glanced at Wan Dong and the others. By now he had realized that these heaven stage martial warriors were actually under Wang Teng's leadership. They had been acting in concert with him from the beginning. At the mere thought of this, he felt a twinge of unease. A team formed by a bunch of heaven stage martial warriors was led by a cosmos stage martial warrior. Who would believe it? So even though he had felt something peculiar about this team earlier, he didn't dwell on it. Since you're making the move alone, we won't take advantage of the situation. I'll also make the move personally on my side, just to avoid others accusing me of bullying you, Guan Yu said. Good. I admire your straightforwardness. Wang Teng nodded. Guan Yu eyed Wang Teng suspiciously, having reason to believe that Wang Teng wasn't actually praising him. Both of them prepared, exchanged a glance, and then headed towards the giant horn race martial warrior. The members of both teams kept their eyes fixed on the backs of these two. After walking about 100 meters, they entered the 300-meter range of the giant horn race martial warrior's corpse. Guan Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he swiftly moved to his left. Swoosh! A seemingly invisible attack abruptly pierced through the right side of Guan Yu's eye and disappeared into thin air. Guan Yu's pupils contracted, and cold sweat immediately formed on his forehead. If he hadn't dodged in time, his right eye would have been pierced. What's that? Guan Yu's heart trembled, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of death. Heaven stage martial warriors had considerable strength, but facing such an eerie attack, he felt closer to death than ever before. He didn't see what that thing was. It appeared to be a faint, shadowy attack that melded into the void, making it almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Far away, people like Ran Qian had not seen what happened. They only saw Guang Yu suddenly move sideways with a terrified expression, which left them all puzzled. Was there some danger? They speculated in their minds, scanning their surroundings with a serious expression. It was precisely because they hadn't seen anything that they felt even more uneasy. Guang Yu, what's wrong? Wang Teng's voice came from not far away. Guang Yu looked in that direction and was taken aback because Wang Teng was approaching the martial warrior's corpse step by step, seemingly unaffected by any attack. How was that possible? Senior Guang Yu, if you don't hurry up, I'm taking this ring. Wang Teng's voice slowly reached him. Guang Yu's facial muscles twitched. This guy was trying to provoke him. Senior Guang Yu, come on, are you afraid? Wang Teng walked and smiled at Guang Yu. Guang Yu's eyes flickered as he watched Wang Teng as if trying to figure out how he had avoided the shadowy attack. Unfortunately, after a moment, he realized that he couldn't discern anything, and could only take a deep breath and continue moving forward. Swoosh, after taking just a few steps, the shadowy attacks reappeared, shooting at him from extremely tricky angles. This time, Guang Yu was prepared and immediately dodged the first attack. However, the second and third shadowy attacks followed suit, leaving him struggling to cope and causing cold sweat to break out all over his body. But strangely, Ran Qian, Wan Dong, and the others in the distance couldn't see anything at all. They watched Guang Yu shifting left and right, appearing as if he was dancing. What's going on? The group exchanged puzzled looks, and a strange atmosphere hung in the air amidst the tension. Guang Yu had no idea that people outside couldn't see the shadows at all. He was fully focused on dealing with those shadowy attacks that kept rushing toward him, looking extremely serious. He didn't choose to give up. If Wang Teng, a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, hadn't retreated, how could he? Besides, Senior Guang Yu, hurry up. Why are you so slow? Wang Teng's voice kept coming, making him feel a bit defiant. He knew Wang Teng was trying to provoke him, but he couldn't swallow his pride. Of course, the main reason was that he believed he could handle it, so he had no intention of giving up. Seeing this, Wang Teng chuckled and deliberately slowed down his pace, occasionally evading to the right and left as if he was having a hard time. On his side, the appearance of the shadowy attacks was no different, but he could handle them. This shadowy assault was the condensation of shadow power, creating a special field within this small area. With his shadow talent, he could sense the shadowy attacks before they happened. While it was a deadly danger to others, it was just a minor challenge for Wang Teng. His goal was to lead Guang Yu deeper into this field. I wonder if there are attribute bubbles. Wang Teng wondered to himself as he dodged the shadowy attacks. I thought you were so capable, but now you're struggling just like me. Guang Yu couldn't help but taunt as he noticed Wang Teng's struggle. Chapter 2032. Wang Teng, you set me up again, 5, but I'm still faster than you. You can't catch up with me. Wang Teng chuckled. Guang Yu, why was he so irritating? Suddenly, Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he spotted an attribute bubble emerging. He momentarily disregarded Guang Yu and used his spiritual power to snatch it up. Shadow Domain 100. Shadow Domain. There's indeed a related domain attribute. Wang Teng's heart filled with joy as his suspicions proved true. With this discovery, he became even more patient, slowly moving forward and waiting for more attribute bubbles to appear. After some time, 2 more attribute bubbles appeared on the left. Shadow Domain 200. Shadow Domain 150. Good, good. Keep them coming. Wang Teng was delighted. He was enjoying this unexpected gain. Did this guy just smile? Guang Yu was filled with doubt. Swoosh. When he was distracted, 3 shadowy attacks shot from different angles. Guang Yu's expression changed drastically. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding 2 of the shadowy attacks, then crouched to evade the third. Before he could get back up, 4 more shadowy attacks came from all directions. Damn! Why did their number suddenly increase like this? Guang Yu couldn't help but curse in frustration. The number of shadowy attacks had instantly multiplied several times, catching him completely off guard. "Senior, are you sure you can handle this? If not, it's not embarrassing to withdraw early." Wang Teng's voice came at the right moment. "You're the one who can't handle it. Your whole family can't do it." Guang Yu's face turned red. He avoided the incoming shadowy attacks, cursed at Wang Teng, and then, gritting his teeth, charged forward 10 meters. However, after only rushing about 10 meters, the shadowy attacks around him surged once again, densely and rapidly closing in from all directions, almost enveloping him entirely. Guang Yu's expression completely changed. How could he dodge this multitude of shadowy attacks? Without thinking, he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Countless shadowy attacks were rushing toward him from behind as well. Guang Yu desperately tried to evade, but he was grazed by several shadowy attacks, causing blood to spurt from his wounds. Fortunately, he managed to stay alive, but at that very moment a sinister force immediately penetrated his body through the wound. The same power as the Black Shadow? Guang Yu's expression changed slightly. He tried to expel it, but to no avail. The sinister force he had barely suppressed within him immediately erupted under the influence of this new ominous force. A chill swept through his entire body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Without much time to think, a large number of shadowy attacks were rushing at him from all sides, and Guang Yu had no choice but to desperately dodge. "Senior, can you hold on?" Wang Teng's voice with a hint of amusement came from a distance. Guang Yu turned to look and noticed Wang Teng wearing a smile, reverting to his previous leisurely posture, completely different from the struggling person he had been just moments ago. A bolt of realization struck Guang Yu. "Wang Teng, you set me up again!" Guang Yu knew that Wang Teng did it on purpose. He shouted uncontrollably, and his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, he finally regretted why he had fallen for Wang Teng's trap again. As they got closer to the creature's corpse, the number of shadowy attacks appearing around them continued to increase. The emergence of these shadowy attacks corresponded to their proximity, and he should have noticed it earlier. However, his overconfidence led him to believe that if Wang Teng could handle it, he could too, and he fell right into the pit that Wang Teng had dug for him. This bastard, far away. Ran Qian and the others saw Guang Yu's furious and shocked expression, along with the wounds on his body, and finally realized that something had gone wrong. Their team leader had been tricked by Wang Teng again. But how was that possible, especially since it happened right in front of their eyes? How did Wang Teng manage to deceive them? They were all puzzled and couldn't figure it out. Wan Dong and the others were equally perplexed, having no idea about the situation ahead. But seeing Guang Yu being duped again made their expressions quite odd. Being tricked by the same person twice was quite the feat. They wondered if Guang Yu would develop some psychological trauma from Wang Teng's antics. "It looks pretty dangerous." Gikdor suddenly showed a sense of relief. He was glad that Wang Teng had stopped him earlier. Otherwise, he might have been the one facing that dangerous situation now. Wang Teng paid no more attention to Guang Yu and proceeded step by step toward the corpse of the giant horn race. He seemed to disregard the surrounding shadowy attacks, not even bothering to evade them. He activated his shadow talent, and the shadow power surged from his body, pushing aside the shadowy attacks around him. Those shadowy attacks couldn't injure him in the slightest. He observed that these shadowy attacks had some similarities with spiritual attacks. If one didn't focus their attention, they would be difficult to detect. The reason Guang Yu was helpless was because these shadowy attacks were incredibly covert, and their multiplied numbers overwhelmed him. Soon, Wang Teng reached a distance of 5 meters in front of the giant horn race's corpse. With a sweep of his spiritual power, he retrieved the spatial ring. Previously, he was too far away, and the area was influenced by domain power. Within a few meters of the corpse, the domain's interference was stronger, preventing him from using his spiritual power. However, with the distance now reduced to just 5 meters, he could easily recover the ring. Chapter 2033, This is the correct way to hunt for treasure 1. The space ring landed in Wang Teng's hand. His spiritual power surged out and entered the space ring. Boom, crack. The spiritual imprint left by the universe stage martial warrior before him shattered immediately. After all, this individual had been dead for a long time, and the spiritual imprint inside had corroded over time, becoming extremely weak. With Wang Teng's spiritual power, he could easily break through it. Very soon, the situation in the space ring appeared before Wang Teng's eyes. Weapons, energy stones, various types of pills sealed in jade bottles, as well as various spiritual herbs, ores, and more. The collections of a universe stage martial warrior were indeed not to be underestimated. Wang Teng glanced at the forehead of the giant horn race. Martial warrior. What a pity. His consciousness was destroyed, and the small world in his body was probably destroyed. Most of its contents were lost in an unknown space, making them impossible to retrieve. Some universe stage martial warriors before their deaths would leave their created small worlds sealed somewhere, waiting for someone with an affinity to discover them. However, if a universe stage martial warrior met a violent death, their small world would generally not be preserved. It would either be thoroughly plundered or self-destructed, leaving nothing for their enemies. The universe stage martial warrior before him had been killed with his consciousness pierced, resulting in the collapse of his small world, which had vanished into the void. Far away, Guan Yu was held back by the shadowy attacks and couldn't attend to anything else. Wang Teng turned around, displaying a genial smile. "Senior Guan Yu, I've obtained the space ring. I'll go ahead." Pfft. Guan Yu was drenched in cold sweat, with multiple wounds covering his body, all caused by the shadowy attacks. Waves of shadowy power entered his body, blocking the flow of his force and making his situation even more dire. When he heard Wang Teng's words, he couldn't hold back any longer and spurted blood, his face as pale as paper. In the end, he not only got duped, but also gained nothing. It was infuriating. Oh my God, he's coughing up blood. Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim, deeply shocked. He reflected on whether he had gone too far. "Leader!" Ran Qian and the others from a distance witnessed this scene, and their expressions turned pale. "Leader, the space ring has been taken by him. You need to retreat immediately," Ran Qian urgently shouted. Guan Yu was in a difficult situation at this moment. If he could retreat, he would have done so a long time ago. Why would he stay here and struggle for fun? No, it was not fun at all. He was on the verge of tears. What were these shadowy attacks, and why were they so troublesome? He cursed himself for his recklessness, charging in so close and allowing the shadowy attacks to surge suddenly, leaving him with no opportunity to retreat. Wan Dong and the others looked at Guan Yu's current state and couldn't help but feel some sympathy. Being tricked like this would make anyone question their life choices. How tragic. Wang Teng leisurely made his way back, forming a stark contrast with Guan Yu. He was in no hurry and still had some attribute bubbles to collect. Shadow Domain 450. Shadow Domain 520. Shadow Domain 400. Huh? There are a lot of attributes this time. Wang Teng was surprised. Was it because he was closer to the corpse? The closer he was, the more attributes there were. Guan Yu thought Wang Teng was taunting him, deliberately moving so slowly, which made him tremble with anger. However, Wang Teng didn't have time to pay attention to him and continued collecting attribute bubbles. After some time, he glanced at the attributes board. Shadow Domain, 203,000, third rank. In just a short amount of time, Wang Teng's mastery of the Shadow Domain had reached the 3rd level, a significant improvement. In his mind, various insights about the Shadow Domain kept emerging, giving him a deep understanding of its power. The deeper his insights became, the more amazed Wang Teng was by the incredible capabilities of the Shadow Domain. The shadowy attacks he faced were only the majority basic manifestations of the domain's power. There were other aspects of the domain's power that had not yet been showed in this place. This domain was originally established by some powerful figure and attached to those black rods after so many years, it had nearly been depleted. Even so, it was still powerful. Even a heaven stage martial warrior like Guang Yu, who came from the stellar academies, was having a hard time. Even if 2 or 3 more martial warriors came, it might be able to hold them back. Of course, if they worked together, they would still be able to destroy this domain that would depend on how smart they were. Wang Teng silently considered the changes in the domain, pondering who might have left behind this shadow domain. The nature of this shadow power was peculiar. It felt somewhat similar to the abilities of the dark apparitions, but also exhibited distinct differences. Were the two connected in some way? Or was this shadow power belong to a certain special dark apparition race? Wang Teng believed he had a good understanding of the dark apparitions, but in reality his knowledge might not be as comprehensive as he thought. There were still many mysteries and secrets surrounding the dark apparitions that remained hidden from most. The dark apparitions were already mysterious beings, and even scholars who specialized in studying them might not have a complete understanding of their nature. Well, let's take it one step at a time. First, I'll collect some gains, as they're all mine anyway. Wang Teng sighed, shook his head, and stopped dwelling on it. He continued to collect attribute bubbles. Guang Yu was on the verge of collapse. The sheer number of shadowy attacks was one thing, but the invasive shadowy energy within his body was a greater threat. He couldn't expel or suppress it, and continuing in this state would only result to his demise. Now he was almost unable to hold on, his face contorted with agony, and his eyes showed a sense of desperation. Leader, Ran Qian and the others had observed his condition. They shifted swiftly, ready to rush in and assist. Chapter 2034. This is the correct way to hunt for treasure. 2. However, Guang Yu knew the tenacity and danger of these shadowy attacks. He shouted, "Don't come in, you can't handle these attacks." Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Ran Qian and the others couldn't just stand by and watch him die. They all rushed in. Swoosh, 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 shadowy attacks were heading towards them, but fortunately they were cautious from the start. They had seen Guang Yu's miserable state and suspected that there was some invisible danger, so they proceeded carefully. They avoided several shadow attacks and couldn't help but wonder why these attacks were causing Guang Yu so much trouble. They exchanged glances and hesitated for a moment. However, after a brief delay, they continued to move forward. Soon, they discovered the reason for Guang Yu's predicament. The shadowy attacks that were closing in on them were increasing in number at a visible speed. What a surprise. They walk into the trap. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and his expression became rather peculiar. Seeing this, Wan Dong and the others turned to Wang Teng. Wang Teng calmly shook his head and indicated that their help might not be useful. Instead, they might become a burden. Wan Dong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had no desire to enter the area, especially after seeing how badly Guang Yu had been affected by the attacks within the first few hundred meters. It was a terrifying sight, and anyone witnessing it would feel uneasy. At this moment, Guang Yu felt a mixture of anger and gratitude. He had told them not to come in, but they had charged in any way. How were they supposed to leave later? How would they manage to get out? He didn't need to think to know that they would end up like him. "Don't come over," he shouted, hoping that his teammates would have second thoughts. "Leader, don't worry. We're here to rescue you," Ran Qian responded loudly. Wang Teng almost laughed. These people were quite naive and idealistic. The reason Rong Qian and the others didn't retreat was that they found a way to coordinate and deal with the shadow attacks more effectively as a team. They believed that Guang Yu's struggles were due to his solo approach without coordination. With their coordinated efforts, they approached Guang Yu's location with confidence. In no time, they rapidly entered an area with extremely dense shadow attacks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Countless shadow attacks rushed in from all directions, surrounding Ran Qian and the others. Fuck! In the next moment, Ran Qian uttered a curse and his face turned pale. The shadow attacks had suddenly multiplied, catching them off guard. "I told you not to come." Guang Yu exclaimed in pain and wanted to close his eyes, but he dared not. He knew that closing his eyes might mean he'd never be able to open them again. Ran Qian and the others. Accidents always caught them when they were unprepared. They were left in an awkward situation, as they had been quite confident when approaching. The unexpected increase in shadow attacks caught them off guard, leader. Don't worry, we will definitely make it our if we work together. Ran Qian's expression shifted as she regained her confidence and shouted, "Let's hope so." Guang Yu glanced at her, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she was just trying to reassure him. Ran Qian was right about one thing. With their combined effort, they could last longer than Guang Yu alone. They gradually made their way closer to his position, fending off the shadow attacks. Guang Yu was on the verge of collapsing, and if they didn't help him soon, he might die in there. With Ran Qian and the others arriving, he finally felt some relief. "Leader, you take the center and rest for a while," Naive of the Heaven Stage martial warriors suggested. "Okay," Guang Yu didn't hesitate, realizing this was not the time for pride. He immediately took out some healing pills and rapidly absorbed them to recover. On the other side, Wang Teng watched them resisting the shadow attacks and couldn't help but feel surprised, as expected of Heaven Stage martial warriors. They were formidable when they cooperated. Should I give them a little boost? Wang Teng stroked his chin, silently contemplating. He now controlled the shadow domain, which was deeply connected to this place's domain. After some consideration, he determined against it. That would be inappropriate. He was a good person after all. Senior Guang Yu, are you still holding up? Do you need help? Wang Teng hollered out to Guang Yu. This sentence sounded a little familiar. Ran Qian and the others wore ugly expressions. They seemed to have contemplated of something. Wang Teng asked the same question before. Their leader was indeed tricked. This bastard. Wang Teng is using these underhanded tactics the only thing you're capable of? If you have the guts, let's have a fair fight outside. Ran Qian angrily shouted. What? What are you saying? I can't hear you. Wang Teng put his hand to his ear, tilted his head, and asked loudly. Ran Qian was so furious, her chest was heaving. She shouted, "Damn it!" Outside the domain, Wan Dong and the others were a bit speechless. Wang Teng was something, pretending to be deaf and driving people to this point. This woman is quite fierce, Wang Teng remarked inwardly. You don't even comprehend how you've provoked her, Roundball said, shaking his head. Cough, cough, I didn't intend to provoke her. My aim is Guang Yu, Wang Teng cleared his throat and continued to shout. Senior Guang Yu, if you really can't hold on, just call out for help. For the sake of our friendship, I'll assist you. Guang Yu widened his eyes and stared at Wang Teng. He couldn't take it anymore. This guy was utterly shameless. Chapter 2035. This is the correct way to hunt for treasure. 3. Don't look at me like that. It's creepy, Wang Teng said, touching his nose awkwardly. If you don't need help, then forget it. I won't insist as he spoke. A domain power silently spread from him and merged with the surrounding domain. The domain here already had a similar aura, so Guang Yu and the others didn't notice anything unusual. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the number of shadow attacks around them increased. Ran Qian, Guang Yu, and the others immediately noticed the problem. Their expressions changed. What happened? The attacks have increased? The sudden increase in attacks threw off their coordination, and they were in a frenzy. They were too preoccupied with defending themselves to pay any more attention to Wang Teng. This is too simple. We need to increase the difficulty, Wang Teng muttered to himself, shaking his head. Wang Teng, did you do something? Roundball was suspicious. No, I'm not that kind of person, Wang Teng replied earnestly. Roundball remained skeptical as the attack suddenly increased. If Wang Teng didn't do it, Roundball would write its name backward. But it couldn't find any evidence. Also, it couldn't understand how Wang Teng had altered this domain. Even with strong natural talent, he couldn't have comprehended a unique domain in such a short time, right? The domain here was exceptionally mysterious and unique. Unlike the common elemental domain, it would be challenging to understand it. Understanding each type of domain requires martial warriors to invest a significant amount of time in contemplation and learning. While the comprehension of elemental domains, like the 5 elements, was relatively straightforward due to their commonality, the present domain was notably distinct. This arcane field, a rarity never previously encountered, presents a substantial challenge to understanding, requiring an even greater investment of time and effort to comprehend. Hence, Roundball couldn't understand how Wang Teng had so swiftly grasped the intricacies of this unique domain. It believed that Wang Teng had employed some unorthodox means to influence the power of the domain. For instance, the shadow power. Previously, when Wang Teng dealt with the shadows, Roundball had speculated whether he could absorb shadow power. However, it had not realized that Wang Teng possessed the shadow talent, assuming that he used the devouring abilities of the Devour Nihility beast to consume shadow power. This was indeed a plausible explanation. The Devour Nihility beast was an enigmatic creature, and very few were aware of the true extent of its terrifying devouring abilities. Unfortunately, Wang Teng had never explicitly confirmed this, leaving Roundball with unanswered questions. Seriously? He made it sound so mysterious. Roundball couldn't care less, and it wasn't interested in finding out the details. Boom. A thunderous roar resounded as Ran Qian and the others erupted with their power. They had also realized that a special domain had formed in this area, and the power of their domain surged forth, contending with it. Oh no, these fellows aren't stupid. They know how to use their domains to destroy this place. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and he thought to himself, boom, boom, boom on Guan Yu's side. The 4 of them simultaneously unleashed their 5th-rank domains, forcefully assaulting the shadow domain in this area. Guan Yu, having partially recovered, joined in, erupting with his 6th-rank domain. With 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors unleashing their domain powers, the strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Although the shadow domain was unique and left behind by a powerful individual, not that easy to destroy, it was ultimately just a residual force and not the support of a true martial warrior. As Wang Teng turned to look, he indeed saw the black rods inserted into the giant horn race's corpse quivering intensely, and the attached shadow domain power was rapidly depleting. Without external forces, the domain power on it might have lasted many years. But now it probably wouldn't be long before it completely dissipated. Is it going to collapse? Wang Teng wondered to himself. He immediately merged the shadow domain within him into the surrounding domain power. Boom! The shadow domain erupted instantly. At this moment, Wang Teng took control of this realm and confronted Guan Yu and the others directly. How is this possible? We were just about to break through. Guan Yu and the others wore expressions of doubt and shock. A subtle smile curved at the corner of Wang Teng's lips. He manipulated the changes within the shadow domain, which he had just comprehended, and suddenly, shadows started to silently spread within the domain, creeping toward the shadows behind Guan Yu and his companions. In the next moment, their movements suddenly froze, and they became rigid, as if their bodies were controlled, unable to move. What was going on? Guan Yu and his companions all had their faces altered drastically. In such a dangerous situation, suddenly being unable to move was extremely deadly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Countless shadow attacks shot toward them with deadly intent. Break! Guan Yu's pupils constricted, and he shouted as his domain erupted entirely. Within his domain, there seemed to be a trace of power of origin. This was his trump card, as he was extremely wary of Wang Teng and had been reluctant to use it until now, but at this point he had no other choice. Boom. Guan Yu possessed the 6th-rank realm of Terra and Steely attributes. When released at the same time, the power was astonishing. He managed to break free from the binding force of the shadows. Wang Teng was surprised and somewhat disappointed that his 3-rank shadow domain couldn't hold the opponent. As Guan Yu's realm power erupted, all the shadow assaults were pushed away, creating cracks in the ground. The local domain finally couldn't hold up any longer and shattered. Wang Teng shook his head, giving up on his original plan. It seemed this time he could only take half of the rewards. Chapter 2036, this is the correct way to hunt for treasure. 4. But it was close enough. Guan Yu's recent outburst didn't come without a cost, and it would be challenging for him to use it again soon. As for the others, they were also in a tough spot, with injuries and significant depletion of their domain power. This team had taken another hit after facing the shadow attacks. Sai Ran Qian and the others felt their bodies regain freedom and let out a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, still shaken from the recent ordeal. Guang Yu wore a grim expression. He was seething with anger, but knew it wasn't the others' fault. Without the help of his team, he might have faced the same fate. Faced with that binding force, he couldn't think of any better options. But all of this was thanks to Wang Teng. His eyes, filled with resentment, bore into Wang Teng. Wang Teng! A voice of deep frustration and anger escaped from between his clenched teeth. Slap. Wang Teng, on the other hand, clapped his hands together with an expression of amazement. Impressive, Senior Guang Yu, truly impressive. To break through such a dangerous domain, you're a role model for us all. This statement further infuriated Ren Qian and the others, making them want to rush up and confront Wang Teng head-on. However, Guang Yu didn't say much. He was too angry to form coherent words. He gestured for Ren Qian and the others to stand down and turned away. As for the space ring, he had given up on it. He knew that Wang Teng never intended to share it with them. This guy was clearly out to deceive them. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he began collecting the attribute bubbles around him. Most of them were shadow domain attribute bubbles. There were also attribute bubbles of the 5 elements. His 5 basic forces increased slightly, but not by much, not enough to break through. However, there was no improvement in his 5-element domain. Guang Yu and the others' domains couldn't give Wang Teng any more enlightenment. Even the final outburst of Guang Yu's origin was of no use to Wang Teng. His origin power was too weak in comparison. Wang Teng had already reached the 2nd level, making it impossible to compare. This was why Wang Teng was so relaxed about letting them go. Otherwise, he would have to shear the sheep a bit more. Wang Teng glanced at his attribute panel and noted that the shadow domain had experienced the most significant growth. Shadow domain, the 1000, 3000, 3rd rank. After checking his attribute values, Wang Teng turned his attention back to the corpse behind him. He suddenly noticed that the black robes were still intact after the previous clash of domains. This thing might be valuable material. With a glint in his eyes, Wang Teng extended his spiritual power, causing the black tubes to vibrate. The vibrations grew more intense, and soon they were slowly pulled out from the giant horn race's body as if an invisible hand were plucking them. In the distance, Wan Dong and his team were taken aback. What was Wang Teng doing? He even refused to leave the black tubes inside the corpse. It seemed like Wang Teng wasn't leaving anything to chance, making sure not to leave anything valuable behind. At the same time, they speculated in hushed tones that the black tubes might have some special significance to draw Wang Teng's attention. Sizzle, a series of popping sounds echoed as the black tubes were almost simultaneously pulled out. Blood gushed out from the giant horn race's body. Boom, at that moment, the giant horn race martial warrior's body collapsed as it lost support. The wall behind him also disintegrated into dust. The domain's power had vanished, and the force of time had finally taken it away. This Wan Dong and the others were extremely surprised. Even the previously departing Guang Yu stopped in his tracks, watching the situation with a flickering expression. One by one, the black tubes floated over under the control of his spiritual power, hovering in front of Wang Teng. He examined them closely but refrained from touching them. These tubes were tainted with ancient blood and looked rather repulsive. It can channel shadow power, which is quite intriguing. Wang Teng muttered to himself. He allowed a wisp of shadow powery to flow from his body following the black tube's path, and it encountered no hindrance, confirming his suspicions. Round ball. "Do you know what material this is?" he asked. "I have no clue. It's a very peculiar material," Roundball pondered for a moment and responded. "We'll study it when we get back." Wang Teng tossed the black tubes into his space ring. They needed to be thoroughly cleaned. He didn't dare to touch them as they were. Well, he'd have others help with the cleaning. The question was, who would get the task of cleaning them? As they watched Wang Teng approaching, Wan Dong and the others couldn't help but focus on the spatial ring he held, their eyes filled with anticipation. A space device of a universe-stage martial warrior surely contained a lot of valuable items. Wang Teng smiled slightly and put the ring away, leaving the remainder feeling disappointed. They couldn't even get a glimpse of what was inside, such a tightwad. "Don't worry, we'll distribute the items based on your contributions once we return," Wang Teng said calmly, based on contributions. The group's eyes lit up. Wang Teng didn't say a lot further and turned to walk forward. As he did, he glanced at Guang Yu and his group, who were becoming increasingly distant. It seemed like they had no intention of continuing to follow him. Is this it? They're giving up just like that. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat disappointed. But he didn't let his guard down entirely, as he couldn't be certain if they would pull a surprise attack. The group continued moving forward, passing by single ancient structure after another. However, they were disappointed to find that there were no further corpses like the ones they had encountered earlier. After a few further minutes, Wang Teng noticed something peculiar. The surrounding structures were no longer disintegrating into dust. Although they were in ruins, they were yet standing. Moreover, he could see a majestic palace in the distance, taller and further grandiose than the other buildings. Chapter 2037. This is the correct way to hunt for treasure. 5 ahead should be their destination. Wan Dong and the others also noticed this. Their expressions were filled with excitement. They just saw the corpse of a universe-stage martial warrior, so there must be even greater treasures further inside. Wang Teng picked up the pace, heading directly toward the magnificent structure. In no time, the full view of the grand structure slowly revealed itself before their eyes. Wang Teng and the others were awestruck, spectacular. It was incredibly spectacular. Everyone stood there staring at the structure in a daze, their expressions blank, as if they couldn't come to their senses. Even for these talented martial artists from the stellar academies, such a spectacular structure was a rare sight. What was more remarkable was the indescribable sense of ancient and profound wisdom emanating from the structure. It felt as if they had been transported back to ancient times, creating a profound impact on their senses. "Look, there seem to be inscriptions here." A cry of astonishment came from Dong Lei's mouth. "Inscriptions!" Everyone, including Wan Dong, was shocked and quickly looked over. Wang Teng stopped in his tracks and looked at a stone wall. Indeed, there were ancient inscriptions on it. Is this the ancient language? Wan Dong and the others had seen it before, so they recognized it. Wang Teng glanced at them but wasn't surprised. The stellar academies had access to a lot of ancient knowledge and even possessed ancient technological artifacts like the ancient warship. Recognizing some ancient clan script was not a big deal. However, what astonished everyone was the presence of mottled bloodstains on the wall, which had turned black with age, indicating their great antiquity. Wang Teng, these inscriptions seemed to have been written by someone's fingers. Roundball suddenly said with a solemn tone, "Finger written?" Wang Teng took a closer look and indeed saw that it was the case. As martial warriors, they had occasionally used this method for writing, and so they could discern some clues. Wan Dong and the others also noticed this unusual detail and looked uneasy. The presence of finger-written inscriptions, still bearing bloodstains, had a sinister aspect to them. They were in the process of translating these ancient inscriptions, but their proficiency was limited, and the translation was proceeding slowly. Wang Teng directly accessed the Devour Nihility Beast's memories and quickly translated the ancient script. However, the content of the translation left him horrified. Death. All of you must die. No one can escape. Wan Dong and the others had also translated it, and their expressions changed slightly, their voices carrying a chilling tone as they recited the words. The words in this inscription seemed to carry endless resentment and a sense of melancholy, shaking everyone's heart. What could have happened here? Why were these words left behind? A series of doubts emerged in their minds, leaving them increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, a cold snort came from Wang Teng's mouth. I wonder who's trying to scare us. Let's go inside and take a look. Could there be some unknown danger inside? Wang Dong hesitated. If you're afraid, you don't have to go in, Wang Teng replied indifferently. Afraid? How could I be afraid? Wang Dong immediately straightened his neck. He didn't want to be looked down upon by Wang Teng. Being defeated was one thing, but if he were also looked down upon, he couldn't even keep a shred of his pride. As a genius from the stellar academies, he couldn't afford to lose face. Well, since we're here, we should go in and take a look. Gikdor and the others said with a smile, Wang Teng, I feel like there's something inside that's calling out to me. The Queen suddenly spoke to Wang Teng through voice transmission, sounding somewhat uncertain. Calling out to you? Wang Teng was slightly puzzled, but he nodded subtly without saying much and walked directly into the grand building. The others followed closely. As they continued on their way, the expressions of the group grew increasingly somber. Everywhere they looked, there were traces of weapons, slashes, sword marks, and countless bloodstains, all of which had turned black over time. It was a terrifying sight, as if a great battle had once taken place here. Many buildings had collapsed but were not completely obliterated, still standing as remnants of the past. They far outshone the ordinary buildings outside. The Queen's expression kept changing as if she could sense the intense sorrow in the air, and her mood became quite unpleasant. Wang Teng glanced at her, wondering if it had something to do with her bloodline. However, he soon stopped, concerned about it, because he observed numerous weapons in the surroundings. Some were stuck in the ground, others embedded at angles in the walls. Swords, spears, and various other weapons were scattered all around. Moreover, some of these weapons were extraordinary, ranging from the celestial stage to the cosmos stage and heaven stage. Although he hadn't found any universe stage weapons yet, Wang Teng didn't miss a single one, collecting them all. He released his spiritual power, and the arms flew towards him. Then they disappeared. Wang Dong and the others were stunned. This guy was indeed scavenging everything, not leaving anything behind. Most importantly, they hadn't even realized it, and Wang Teng had already started. Was this the difference? No wonder they were so weak. Just look at him. This was the correct way to hunt for treasure. Wang Teng, don't you find it strange? There are many signs of battles, but we haven't seen a single corpse, Roundball said suddenly. Wang Teng was stunned. That's right, exactly, that was the issue. No wonder he had sensed something was amiss earlier. No corpses? How could there be no corpses? There was a universe stage martial warrior's corpse outside, but here, not a single one could be found. This was strange. Everyone be cautious. There's something peculiar about this place. Wang Teng relayed Roundball's caution to the group before continuing. Wang Dong and the others were taken aback and became more vigilant. Indeed, the lack of any remains was certainly suspicious. Chapter 2038, Let Me Pinch You. Are You Real? 1. No corpses. Within the entire palace, there was not a single corpse to be found. Yet there were bloodstains everywhere, leaving a peculiar atmosphere. The group began to feel nervous. What could have happened here? Where had the corpses gone? Were they plundered by the enemy? But that didn't make sense either. If the corpses had been plundered, why leave the weapons behind, benefiting Wang Teng? Wang Dong and the others couldn't help but look towards Wang Teng. What are you all staring at me for? Look for treasures, Wang Teng grumbled. These people were all heaven stage martial warriors from the stellar academies, but they appeared rather unintelligent. Silence. The group was speechless. This guy just reminded them to be cautious a moment ago, and now he was urging them to find treasures. He seemed to have a strong money-oriented mindset. However, he had a point. They came here primarily to find treasures, and even with the danger present, they couldn't forget their main objective. Thinking about it, the group started to regain their focus. They suddenly felt that, compared to Wang Teng, a cosmos stage martial warrior, they weren't up to the task. Damn it, what was going on? Since being captured by Wang Teng, they had faced one setback after another, and their self-confidence was on the verge of being crushed. The group immediately became more serious and began searching for treasures in every direction. As they watched Wang Teng fervently collect weapons, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. However, they understood that they were merely helping Wang Teng search for treasures, and their final share would depend on their contributions. Well, they should give it their best shot. Wang Dong sighed, feeling a bit miserable about his current situation. He had fallen to a low point, and it was quite pathetic. If any of his fellow students from the stellar academies saw him like this, he probably wouldn't be able to show his face again. The group stayed within visible range of each other while searching. The palace complex was vast, containing various palaces, gardens, and structures that appeared to be the residential area of the Naga royal family. According to records, the Naga race had a distinction between the royal family and commoners, with the royal bloodline being of high nobility and holding absolute authority. Judging from the overall scale of these ancient buildings, this area seemed to be the central region of the complex where the royal family resided. It explained why these structures had not decayed over time, unlike the other buildings. The materials used in these palaces were unique and could withstand the passage of time. Huh? From a distance, Wang Dong spotted something that made him utter a soft exclamation. He glanced at Wang Teng from the corner of his eye, seeing that Wang Teng wasn't paying attention to his side, and he casually walked over. It was in front of a large palace gate with two statues, each with the upper half as a human and the lower half as a snake. Snake race. Wang Dong couldn't help but glance at the queen, but then furrowed his brow. Something's not right. It was a little different. Although they were both snakemen, these statues of the snakemen seemed to have larger body sizes and some scales on their upper bodies, making them look more ferocious. Could it be that the snakeman on the Scorpion King star had degenerated? Wang Dong wondered to himself. This wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Some races undergo evolutionary changes over time, and their bloodlines may regress, leading to different physical characteristics from their ancient ancestors. In his speculation, the snake race on Scorpion King star might be what remained after the degeneration, while these ancient structures appeared to be remnants from the ancient Naga civilization. Of course, these thoughts only flashed past Wang Dong's mind. What truly caught his attention wasn't the appearance of the Naga clan's sculptures, but the material they were made of. Snake spirit, ice stone. It's the snake spirit ice stone. Wang Dong had encountered this material before. It was a unique stone used for forging universe-stage weapons. It had ice attributes and was quite rare. Although he wasn't an ice elemental martial warrior, he knew that such a rare material could fetch a high price. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes, and he wanted to claim it for himself. Wang Teng had acquired a universe-stage martial warrior space ring, and there was no guarantee he would share many valuable items with them later. It might be better to secretly keep some now. However, the statues were quite large, and collecting them would undoubtedly draw the attention of others. Sigh. Wang Dong sighed in his heart. He felt that he was in a difficult position. He entered a treasure mountain, but couldn't take any treasure. Slap, just then. A hand suddenly landed on his back. Wang Dong jumped in fright. "Senior, you've found something good," Wang Teng's voice came, filled with excitement. "Snake Spirit Ice Stone is a great material for forging ice element weapons. I can't believe it has been carved into a statue. What a waste." Wang Dong. "All right, no more dilemmas. Senior, you have a keen eye. You managed to spot such a good find. It was right there in front of us, and if you didn't pay close attention, it might have been overlooked." Wang Teng praised. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he collected the two sculptures. "I'll keep these for now, and I'll share them with you later," Wang Teng declared confidently. Wang Dong's mouth twitched slightly as he felt like he was bleeding inside. Dong Lei, Gikdor, and the others gathered around, surprised that Wang Dong was the first to discover treasure. It seemed that this palace truly held valuable items. The group's excitement grew, and they were all eager to explore further. Only the queen felt the corners of her eyes twitching when she saw Wang Teng keeping the two snakeman statues. These seemed to represent the ancestors of her people. It felt strange to see an outsider taking them away. Let's go. We should explore the interior. There were valuable items at the entrance. I'm sure there are even more inside, Wang Teng said as he moved toward the main hall. The rest followed closely, entering the grand hall. The hall was quiet and spacious, with a spooky gloom enveloping it. A freezing chill hung in the air, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Chapter 2039, Let Me Pinch You, Are You Real? 2. Wang Teng stood in front of the grand hall, facing the direction of the entrance, and noticed a larger statue. This statue appeared to be placed there as an object of worship with offerings arranged around it. Just as I thought. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed as he approached the statue, ready to collect it. Hold on. The queen's face turned black, and she couldn't help but speak up. What's the matter? Wang Teng asked. The queen took a deep breath, realizing she didn't have the authority or power to stop this guy. She reluctantly said, "Let me pay my respects. I believe this is my ancestor." Her tone seemed to carry a hint of resentment. Wang Teng paused for a moment and replied, "All right, go ahead and pay your respects. After that, I'll collect it." The queen. The others couldn't help but stifle their laughter. They could tell the queen's intentions, and it was clear that Wang Teng was feigning ignorance, but they also understood that they wouldn't pass up such a valuable item. The statue before them was also made of snake spirit ice stone, a valuable material. The queen knew that she had done her best and that her ancestors wouldn't hold it against her. She began performing an ancient snake race ritual before the statue. She noticed some incense on a nearby table and reached to light it. Wait, this time Wang Teng spoke up. The queen froze and looked at him with confusion. Wang Teng stepped forward, snatched an unlit incense from the table, and brought it to his nose. His eyes lit up like two bright light bulbs. "The incense? Is there something special about it?" the queen asked hesitantly. Wandong and the others looked at Wang Teng curiously, too. It was just sin incense. How could it be a treasure? But, looking at Wang Teng, he seemed even more excited than when he saw the statues. Was there something special about this incense? "This is the soul-congealing incense," Wang Teng chuckled in his heart. He was pleasantly surprised as an alchemist. He was highly sensitive to such things. Upon entering the grand hall, he detected a unique scent, but it wasn't until he saw this incense that he recognized it as soul-congregating incense. The soul-congregating incense had the effect of enhancing one's spirit for a divine spirit master. This was a valuable find as it could assist in enhancing their spiritual power cultivation. Of course, it had its benefits for martial warriors as well. While their spiritual power enhancement might not be as pronounced as for divine spirit masters, spiritual power was essential for anyone. It seemed that the Naga race was indeed wealthy and generous, using soul-congregating incense as an offering. "You're incredibly lucky. It looks like this journey is going to yield substantial rewards," Roundball commented, feeling somewhat surprised that even this inconspicuous incense could be a valuable discovery. Wang Teng grinned to himself and quickly stored the soul-congregating incense. He knew better than to waste such valuable items. Meanwhile, the group, including Wandong and the others, remained puzzled, not understanding the significance of the incense. They watched in wonder as Wang Tong collected even the partially burnt sticks from the incense burner, their curiosity growing more intense by the moment. Good stuff. This must be good stuff. Otherwise, Wang Teng wouldn't be this exaggerated, collecting even the residual incense in the incense burner. Unfortunately, he didn't explain, and they couldn't guess what it was. Then Wang Teng looked at the other items on the table. If the incense was a valuable find, these other objects were unlikely to be inferior. This incense burner is nice. I'll take it. The offering tray looks like an antique. I'll take that too. The oil lamps on both sides seem valuable, so I'll take those as well. Oh, and this table looks good. I'll take it. Wang Teng waved his hand, collecting item after item, not sparing even the table. The others were dumbfounded. They had underestimated Wang Teng's boldness and thick skin. How could a normal person do this? Finally, Wang Teng looked at the colossal Naga statue, then glanced at the queen and asked, "Can I take this too?" "Go ahead." The queen's mouth twitched as she turned away and grudgingly replied, "Well, then I won't be polite," Wang Teng exclaimed and collected the statue. The entire hall suddenly felt a bit eerie. If anyone else were to come here, they'd find it odd, like something was missing. "Let's go. Check out the other places." Wang Teng eagerly moved towards the exit. The others had no choice but to follow, their spirits dampened. This guy was just too stingy. He took everything, leaving them with nothing. However, when they reached the door, Wang Teng suddenly halted. Thud. A very faint sound of footsteps echoed in the hall. The sound of footsteps was different from their own, and it quickly faded away as if it had never appeared. Wang Teng turned abruptly, his eyes bursting with golden light as he activated his real eye, scanning the darkness. The others also heard it, their faces changing, their hearts filled with unease as they watched their surroundings. Footsteps? How could there be footsteps? In such an environment, the sudden appearance of footsteps was indeed eerie. If it weren't for the presence of the group, they might have felt genuine fear. Wang Teng frowned. He hadn't seen anything, and the footsteps had disappeared. His real eye didn't capture anything. "You all heard it, right?" he asked the others, not believing it was a hallucination. "We heard it." The others nodded. "Interesting. It's getting more interesting." Wang Teng looked around and glanced deeply into the darkness before turning and leaving. Chapter 2040. Let me pinch. You? Are you real? 3. The group stepped outside the main hall, finally feeling relieved. The tension inside had been so high that they were on the verge of breaking into a sweat. "What was that?" Dong Lei asked hesitantly. "Who knows?" Wang Teng shook his head. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? They all turned their gaze towards the sky, perplexed. There was a patch of sky on top of the buildings. The previously bright sky was now gradually turning dark, but the speed at which it darkened wasn't like a normal transition into night. Even Wang Teng couldn't discern the mechanism governing day and night in this place. Within moments, the entire sky had turned pitch black, and even the heaven stage martial warriors felt as if they were plunged into utter darkness, evil. The darkness in this place was so complete that it was impossible to see anything at all. The group wore uneasy expressions on their faces. They had already been on edge after hearing the mysterious footsteps, and now, with the sudden onset of darkness, their anxiety had only intensified. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, that eerie sound of footsteps returned, this time even more intense, coming from a distance. The group's hair stood on end. Their skulls felt like they were about to split open. They were on the verge of screaming, especially for Dong Lei. She had already opened her mouth, and Wang Teng quickly covered it to silence her. A lady was still a lady. It seemed that even though she was a heaven stage martial warrior, her composure was still somewhat lacking. Dong Lei appeared to realize that she had acted a bit hysterically. Her body involuntarily twitched, and she gave Wang Teng a somewhat surprised look. "Don't make a sound," Wang Teng said using voice transmission. Dong Lei nodded, and he released his hand. This woman's body was rather soft. Cough, cough. Wang Teng didn't dwell on it further. He understood that this was not the time for such thoughts. He immediately peered into the darkness in the distance. At this moment, the surrounding palaces were nothing more than black silhouettes, resembling monstrous creatures lurking in the dark. The mysterious footsteps seemed to emanate from an unknown source, and they couldn't pinpoint their location. "Let's hide for now." Wang Teng led the group back into the same grand hall they had explored earlier. They positioned themselves behind the door, gazing outside. This grand hall was situated adjacent to a main corridor, and once they adapted to the darkness, they could still discern some shapes. However, they had to be close to see anything clearly. Only Wang Teng possessed a special eye technique that allowed him to see slightly further. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps drew nearer, and dark figures appeared at the corner of the main corridor, approaching from a distance. Wang Teng's pupils contracted, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. No, he felt like he was truly seeing ghosts. Those dark figures were individuals in tattered armor, exuding an aura of decay and showing no signs of life. These were not members of the snake race, but human-like creatures with legs. Although Wandong and the others couldn't see them, they heard the approaching footsteps, and they were equally nervous. Their palms turned sweaty. "Don't make a sound," Wang Teng reminded them once more. He felt nervous too. Soon, Wang Teng's companions also saw the dark figures approaching in the distance, and their expressions changed drastically, their hearts filled with horror. Fortunately, Wang Teng's timely reminder prevented them from crying out in fear. Dong Lei clamped her hand tightly over her mouth, her eyes trembling. "What is this?" Wan Dong asked through voice transmission, his voice trembling. "It seems to be the bodies of martial warriors," Wang Teng uttered in a deep voice. He considered many possibilities, and it made sense why they couldn't see a single corpse. It appeared that these corpses could still move, which was beyond belief. How can corpses move? Dong Lei asked. "Ever heard of the dark apparitions? One could get killed but remained controlled," Wang Teng replied irritably. "But we haven't sensed any dark force." Wan Dong furrowed his brows. "I'm just giving you a random example. Maybe it's something similar. In any case, there's nothing to be afraid of." Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Why was he taking things so seriously? He was a bit scared too, but now wasn't the time to show it. If they all got scared, they wouldn't be able to continue exploring. Could it be the same kind of shadow as before those shadows could control the living? Maybe they can control the dead as well, Gikdor speculated. That's a possibility. Wang Teng nodded. He had thought of that as well, but without close contact. They couldn't determine if these armored corpses had a shadow within them. Tap, tap, tap. Those lifeless corpses in tattered armor walked past the hiding place of the group and disappeared into the darkness. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Wang Teng's timely reminder, they had all concealed their presence and hadn't been detected. Let's go. Avoid those armored corpses and let's continue exploring for treasure. After we're done, we'll leave immediately. This place gives me the creeps, Wang Teng said. Everyone was speechless. Despite the situation, Wang Teng's determination to find treasure remained undeterred. He was indeed bold. Wang Teng waved his hand and swiftly crossed the main avenue and entered the opposite hall. "Wow! Another statue," Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise and proceeded to collect it without much thought. He continued to investigate the objects inside the temple, including items on a nearby table and even the valuable soul-congregating incense. Nothing was spared. Next on the list, the third hall. There were no statues in this hall, and it seemed more like a living space with various daily items inside. Wang Teng didn't find these items appealing and told Wan Dong and the others to pick whatever they wanted. Wan Dong and the others were speechless. What would they possibly need from this hall? This grand hall seemed to be a place where women lived, with several items related to women's use. Would they have any use for these items? Meanwhile, both Dong Lei and the Queen seemed quite enthusiastic, finding some antique artifacts that piqued their interest. Chapter 2041. Let me pinch you. Are you real? 4. The Queen stood in front of a vanity table, picked up a jade bottle, opened it, and took a sniff, releasing a delightful fragrance. So fragrant. Everyone was momentarily stunned and turned to look. Even Wang Teng was surprised and came over to the Queen to see what she was holding. What kind of perfume is this? Are ancient people using perfumes now? They're quite trendy, Wang Teng curiously asked. Wan Dong and the others looked at him in disbelief, thinking he was quite ignorant. Wan Dong said, "Don't underestimate the people of ancient times. They had many things that were much better than what we have now." "All right, my bad. I guess I'm not well informed," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. "Do any of you know what fragrance this is?" The others exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads. "Looks like you guys don't know either," Wang Teng said with a touch of disdain. Wan Dong and the others suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, but also a little defiant. This knowledge was quite niche. Who would know what perfume this was? "Wang Teng, it seems to be the famous blood orchid fragrance of the Naga race," said Round Ball, suddenly. "Blood orchid fragrance?" Wang Teng was very surprised and asked, "How famous is it?" "It's extremely famous. Let me put it this way. All the female warriors in the universe take pride in owning a bottle of blood orchid fragrance. Those who can use this perfume are almost always individuals with a certain status. Just applying a little on your body can enhance your charm," explained Round Ball. "Enhance my charm? That's amazing," Wang Teng exclaimed. "Isn't that very precious?" He had never expected that a casually placed bottle of perfume on the vanity table had such a remarkable origin. It must be very precious. It is said that the material used to make blood orchid fragrance is a rare flower called heavenly fragrant blood orchid, which only the Naga race knows how to cultivate. It's extremely rare and challenging to grow, so the quantity of blood orchid fragrance is naturally limited. With so many female warriors in the universe, the fight to get it is intense, Round Ball explained. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he stared at the jade bottle in the Queen's hand. The Queen looked at him with an expressionless face, then sealed the bottle with its stopper and silently put it away. Wang Teng's mouth twitched. He had offered them to choose anything earlier, so he couldn't take back his words. Damn it. He wished he had chosen something for himself earlier. This blood orchid fragrance could make for a perfect gift. The Naga race was nearly extinct, so this perfume was undoubtedly a collector's item and even more precious. Suddenly he realized something and immediately opened the cabinet beneath the vanity table to check if there were any more bottles. Unfortunately, it seemed that there were none. The cabinet was filled with various women's items. Dong Lei noticed his expression and couldn't help but ask, "Wang Teng, is that perfume very valuable?" "No, not at all. It just smells good," Wang Teng replied. "Really?" Dong Lei looked at him skeptically. "Of course, why would I lie to you? I'm a grown man. Would I deceive you over a little perfume?" Wang Teng declared with conviction. Dong Lei started to believe him. Maybe it just smells good? Wang Teng hurriedly made his way to another palace. This was the residence of the royal Naga family, so there should be more than one palace where the females resided. Right, no matter the species, royal families would surely have access to more beautiful women. However, just as he exited the door, the sound of footsteps approached once more. Tap, tap, tap as they got closer. Wang Teng had no choice but to retreat back into the palace and wait for them to pass. "Are those armored corpses on patrol?" Wan Dong asked. "Yes, they're on patrol. They're still patrolling even after death. That's some dedication," Wang Teng said with an admiring expression. Wan Dong and the others were at a loss for words. "What do you mean by dedicated? They're already dead. There's no dedication left. They're definitely being controlled." The armored corpses quickly moved away, and Wang Teng rushed to the fourth palace. Dong Lei, seeing his hurried demeanor, suddenly realized something and quickly followed him. This guy had definitely lied to her earlier. Fortunately, the fourth palace was another residence of female Naga, and Wang Teng arrived at the vanity table. After a quick search, he indeed discovered a bottle of blood orchid fragrance and promptly stashed it away. Dong Lei arrived a bit later, and upon seeing that he seemed to have hidden something, she looked skeptical. "Wang Teng, you're not interested in women's stuff, are you?" "Impossible? How could I, a grown man, be interested in women's stuff?" "Don't accuse me wrongly," Wang Teng said with a straight face. Dong Lei looked at him skeptically and started scouring the vanity table, but unfortunately she didn't find anything. Wang Teng looked around but didn't find anything else worth noting. He continued to the next palace. To his surprise, the next 3 palaces were also residences of snake women, and Wang Teng discovered 2 more bottles of blood orchid fragrance. 3 bottles of blood orchid fragrance now lay inside Wang Teng's space ring. Dong Lei, on the other hand, discovered nothing and felt quite frustrated. Being a woman, she also appreciated fragrant perfumes, but she didn't get a single bottle. The queen looked at Wang Teng in silence. She didn't need to think to know that he had changed his mind and secretly hidden those perfumes. These palaces were all female residences. It was impossible that there were no fragrances. Wang Teng, did you conceal them? Give me one bottle, just one. Dong Lei looked at Wang Teng with hopeful eyes. No, I would never take that kind of thing. You must have misunderstood. Wang Teng shook his head and, seeming to pity her, added, You can take any of these women's items. There are plenty of them, and I don't mind chapter 2042. Let me pinch. Are you real? 5. Dong Lei took a deep breath and glared at him with resentment. She could easily afford those everyday items, so what was the point of taking them? This guy definitely hid the perfumes. This was infuriating. Wan Dong and the others watched Wang Teng in disbelief. He was competing with a woman. That was embarrassing at that moment. A sudden scream came from a distance. What's going on? Wan Dong and the others were taken aback and immediately became alert. Let's go. Wang Teng immediately rushed toward the source of the scream. He was incredibly fast, making no sound at all, as if he had melded into the darkness, rendering his figure invisible. Wan Dong and the others were utterly shocked. How did this guy's speed in the darkness seem to have increased? For most people, their speed would typically decrease in the dark, but he, on the other hand, was running even faster. The most significant aspect was the sense of concealment. If it weren't for the fact that the person was right in front of them, they might not have been able to detect him. However, they didn't consider it as a dark ability. Instead, they assumed he must be using some kind of special stealth technique to achieve this, in a hallway within the Grand Hall. A group of people unexpectedly encountered the armored corpses, and a battle erupted. There were a total of 5 individuals, and they were also students from the Stellar Academy. However, they were not the same group as Guan Yu and the others. Boom. The 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors released their forces and hurled their attacks at the corpse in front of them. Their expressions were filled with fear, as if they had seen something unimaginable, and 2 of the female warriors even turned pale. Frightening. This was horrifying. In this pitch-black environment where they could hardly see anything, encountering a group of armored corpses exuding a rotting aura had almost scared them out of their wits. "What in the world is this?" one of them exclaimed, in shock and anger. Their attacks landed on the armored corpses, but only managed to push them back. The corpses charged back at them relentlessly. This sight sent a chill down the spines of the Heaven Stage martial warriors. What was particularly unsettling was that the armor on these corpses could withstand Heaven Stage attacks. Their attacks left no visible marks on them. Swoosh! Suddenly, one of the armored corpses drew its blade and swung it, casting an eerie, dim blade light in the darkness. Splat! One of the Heaven Stage martial warriors, too slow to react, found the blade light just as it struck him, slashing across his chest and causing a gush of blood. The injured Heaven Stage martial warrior was filled with shock and anger, repeatedly retreating as he felt a sinister aura invading his body, causing his primal force to become sluggish. Ironback? The other Heaven Stage martial warriors shouted in concern. Be careful. These armored corpses' attacks are quite mysterious and hard to see. Ironback didn't have much time to explain and quickly warned them, the moment his voice subsided. Roar. Several of the armored corpses let out roars and drew their weapons, swinging them toward the Heaven Stage martial warriors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the darkness, the blade light suddenly appeared. Despite being alerted, the Heaven Stage martial warriors were still a step too slow. Splat. One female warrior with long blonde hair managed to evade, but her arm was grazed, causing her to bleed profusely. She grunted in pain and quickly retreated. Another young-looking Heaven Stage martial warrior shouted, his sword emitting a burst of sword energy as he swung it fiercely. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, and the shock waves of their forces pushed the young man away. 2 other warriors were luckier. They managed to avoid the attacks entirely and suffered no injuries. Darn it! What kind of attack is this? A petite female warrior in a pink suit of armor gasped, furrowing her brow. Little Bai, Sister Wei Na, are you two okay? We're not dead, but our force transmission is a little sluggish. Whatever you do, don't get hit, or that strange force will enter your body. Little Bai, an ape race martial warrior, said with a serious tone. Yuan Bai is right. This force is quite mysterious, and my force feels sluggish too. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. The woman with long blonde hair named Wei Na frowned. Roar. The armored corpses roared, and without giving the group much time to think, charged at them once more. Also tap, tap, tap. In the distance, a more intense cacophony of footsteps approached. In the darkness, nothing was visible, but an invisible pressure weighed on the minds of the group. Tong En, we have to retreat. We can't handle this thing, the young martial warrior stated urgently. Let's find an opportunity to withdraw, the petite female warrior shouted. Boom. In the next moment, the attacks came, and they rushed to evade fighting and retreating in the darkness. They were currently in a long alley, and just as they were about to retreat, a dense sound of footsteps approached from behind. Damn it! There are armored corpses behind us too. The group's faces turned pale, their pupils constricting to the extreme. Dark shadows raced toward them from afar, and invisible attacks were heading straight for the Heaven Stage martial warriors. The armored corpses in front also swung their blades, transforming into shadows and blocking their path. Tong En and the others unleashed their domains, enveloping themselves in a sandy yellow glow to defend against the shadowy blade attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The shadowy attacks struck, causing a ear-splitting explosion. The guarding barrier formed by their domains trembled violently, instantly revealing cracks. Bang. In the next moment, the domain guarding shield couldn't hold, shattering into pieces. Roar. The distant armored corpses reached them, and they were now trapped between the attackers from the front and back. The armored corpses swung their swords toward them. Damn it. They want to kill us, but it's not going to be that easy. Yuan Bai cursed, a massive shield appearing in his hand, which he slammed onto the ground. Chapter 2043, Let Me Pinch. Are You Real? 6. Boom. Flames surged, forming over a dozen flame shields that covered all directions, enveloping the group. The power of their domains was also integrated into these shields. The scorching heat spread. Boom, 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 the attacks struck the shields and were surprisingly blocked. However, the flame shields vibrated violently, and Yuan Bai's face turned crimson. He almost spat out blood, but managed to hold it back. Little Bai. Tong En held a sword in her hand and shouted. Having cooperated frequently, the group was highly synchronized. Yuan Bai immediately understood and opened a gap in the flame shield before him. Tong En's sword swung down with a resounding crash, unleashing a blazing sword energy. Boom! Several armored corpses were sent flying, engulfed by flames. It seems to be working. Tong En panted, feeling relieved. Boom! The outside attacks continued unabated, with the armored corpses appearing tireless. They would keep attacking until they killed those who had intruded into the palace. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Yuan Bai's forehead bulged with veins, and he shouted. Let me, another handsome young Heaven Stage martial warrior, stepped forward, wielding a sword with blue force wrapped around it, compressing the power of his domain. Little Quan Quan, do your best, Tong En shouted. Shut up! Chin Quan growled and swung his sword forcefully. Boom! Several armored corpses were cleaved apart. The strength of these Heaven Stage martial warriors was not weak. At this moment, none of these martial warriors held back, unleashing their most powerful attacks as they cut through the flame shields. Soon, a path appeared right in front of them. Okay, the group was overjoyed, and Little Bai wasted no time. He drove the flame shields forward, crashing into the front. Boom! The armored corpses around them were knocked aside as they charged ahead, on the verge of breaking through the encirclement. Roar! But just at that moment, a furious roar sounded from the sky. A piercing sound of breaking through the air followed, leaving Little Bai and the others astonished. They looked up and saw a dark figure descending from the sky, bringing a terrifying attack crashing down. Boom! Little Bai could no longer hold on, and the flame shields around them crumbled, dissipating into countless flames. In the light of these flames, Tong En and the others finally saw the dark figure that had appeared. It was a tall figure with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake, also clad in armor and exuding a sinister and decayed aura. "Naga race!" Tong En shouted in shock. "Roar!" The corpse of the Naga race roared, wielding a sword, and directly cleaved down. Tong En, with her petite figure, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. In her pupils, the reflection of the sword seemed to reveal an invisible shadowy blade light. "Am I going to die here? Sister, it looks like I'll be going ahead of you, unfortunately. I couldn't catch up to you." Her petite and lovely face now showed a hint of paleness. She didn't have much fear of facing death, but there was a trace of regret. Chirp! Just then, a melodious chirping suddenly rang out, and in the distance, a brilliant and golden radiance raced towards them. It was a massive, divine golden phoenix, exceptionally dazzling against the black night sky, making it hard to keep one's eyes open. This divine golden phoenix was incredibly fast. Its cry had just reached them from a distance, and in the blink of an eye it seemed to have pierced through the void, appearing directly in front of them, facing the Naga race armored corpse. Boom! A terrifying, thunderous roar echoed as the divine golden phoenix clashed with the invisible shadowy blade in a flash of golden light. The shock waves of their confrontation reverberated outwards. "Quickly go!" A sharp command resounded in Tong En and the others' ears. As they snapped back to reality, a figure had abruptly materialized by their side. In the next instant, their vision blurred, and they vanished from that spot. Boom. The colossal, divine, golden phoenix, in the end, succumbed to the power of the invisible shadowy blade, exploding into radiant golden streaks that dispersed in all directions. Yet these golden streaks seemed to be under the control of an enigmatic force, disappearing in the darkness as though they had never existed. Meanwhile, in front of the Naga race's armored corpse, those 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors had also vanished without a trace. Roar. The Naga race's armored corpse let out a furious roar, soaring into the sky, circling for some time without finding anything, and eventually disappearing into the darkness inside one of the palaces. Tong En and the others cautiously peered out, watching the Naga race's armored corpse above them. Finally, they breathed a sigh of relief, and all 5 of them sat down on the floor, utterly drained. That was close. We almost died. Tong En patted her small chest, her face reflecting the joy of having narrowly escaped danger as she gazed into the darkness. Her expressive features displayed gratitude, and she looked towards the source of their salvation. Wei Na, Yuan Bai, and the others were also filled with excitement, eagerly awaiting a glimpse of their savior. "To our benefactor, thank you for saving us." Bi Yao expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. A gentle chuckle suddenly resounded from the shadows. "Seniors, there's no need to be so polite. We happen to be in the right place at the right time." This voice, Tong En and the others were momentarily taken aback. They all felt that the voice was familiar, but they couldn't quite place it. They exchanged glances, puzzled. Wang Teng? Tong En's eyes suddenly widened as a flash of realization crossed her mind. "Senior sister, you still remember me?" Wang Teng was stunned. He walked out from the darkness with a smile. "It's you." "Why are you here?" Their words were filled with shock, disbelief, and deep questioning. How could it be him? How could the person who saved them be their junior brother? Previously, aboard the starship of the Stellar Academies, they had wanted to bring Wang Teng into their team to take care of him. But now, Wang Teng saved them when they were in danger. The contrast between the two situations left the Heaven Stage martial warriors somewhat bewildered. It seemed like something wasn't quite right. "Are you really surprised?" Wang Teng chuckled. "Yes. Wait, oh my Wang Teng, please let me pinch you to make sure it's really you. It's impossible that you saved us just now, is it? Are you real?" Tong En climbed to her feet and approached Wang Teng, her petite figure jumping as she tried to pinch his face to confirm that he was not some illusion. Wang Teng looked at his senior sister in disbelief. "Senior sister, Are you serious? Chapter 2044, Shadow Blade, Shadow Puppetry Seal. Wang Teng skillfully evaded Tong En's attempt to pinch his face. This senior sister is really friendly. Can you just pinch any guy's face casually? Of course not. Stingy little guy, just let me pinch you. Tong En pouted, showing a hint of disappointment when her attempt failed. Senior sister, face pinching comes with responsibilities. Wang Teng teased, I take full responsibility. Tong En's eyes lit up. I love cute young boys. Wang Teng, is it really you? Bi Yao exclaimed in surprise. Who else did you think it could be? Wang Teng replied. True. Bi Yao nodded after a moment's pause. In that perilous situation, only someone they knew would come to their aid. They hadn't expected that a connection made on their way here would turn into such a fortunate encounter. Furthermore, the outcome exceeded their expectations. Tong En, you're lucky to run into Wang Teng. Otherwise, this time, you might have met your end here. Another voice came from the darkness. Tong En and her companions were taken aback. They had been so focused on Wang Teng that they hadn't realized there were others present. Of course, it was also to evade the scrutiny of the armored corpses that Wan Dong and the others had hidden their presence so as not to be detected. As they emerged from the darkness, Tong En and her companions immediately recognized their faces. Wan Dong. It's you, Tong En exclaimed in surprise. It was clear that they also knew Wan Dong and the others. How did you end up with Junior Wang Teng? Bi Yao asked curiously. Wan Dong and his group felt a bit awkward. They couldn't just admit that they had been captured by Wang Teng, which would be quite embarrassing. Cough, cough. Wang Teng cleared his throat and said, We're all friends here, working together, working together. Tong En scanned Wang Teng and Wan Dong's faces and felt that something was off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Wan Dong and his group breathed a sigh of relief. At least Wang Teng had saved face for them. At this moment, they surprisingly felt grateful to Wang Teng. Tong En didn't dwell on the matter. She was more curious about Wang Teng's strength. How could he be so powerful? Moreover, the appearance of the divine golden phoenix earlier seemed to be divine spirit master. Tong En's mind raced as she thought of something, her astonishment growing. He must be a divine spirit master. It was clear that they had underestimated Wang Teng, this junior of theirs. No wonder he insisted on carrying out a mission alone, even though it was a nightmare-level mission with an 80% fatality rate without substantial confidence. Who would dare to do such a thing? This junior Wang Teng was truly remarkable. Despite being a freshman, he was almost on par with the seasoned students. His future was limitless. Tong En wasn't the only one who considered of this. Bai Yao, Wei Na, and the others had the same thought. In an instant they viewed Wang Teng with more importance, and their intentions to build a strong relationship with him grew stronger. Furthermore, Wang Teng was a grandmaster alchemist. Such talents were not easy to come by. With these thoughts in mind, Tong En and the others felt incredibly grateful, and they warmly expressed their appreciation towards Wang Teng. Seniors, you should heal yourselves quickly. Those armored corpses might pass by here at any moment, Wang Teng advised. Yes, Tong En and the others nodded. Without any hesitation, they sat down and took out healing pills, starting their recovery. Their previous battle had drained their strength significantly, and they had sustained injuries. Without recuperation, they would be a burden. As their wounds slowly healed, the expressions of Tong En and the others didn't improve. They couldn't shake off the persisting gloomy power which coiled around their force and even their physical bodies, causing them considerable discomfort. Damn it. What is this power, and why is it so persistent? Yuan Bai complained as he opened his eyes. The others also opened their eyes, their expressions far from reassuring. This strange force was beyond their expectations. Senior sister, give me your hand. Let me take a look, Wang Teng said to Tong En. All right. Tong En hesitated for a moment, not knowing what Wang Teng intended to do. However, considering his status as a grandmaster alchemist, she considered he might have a solution. So she extended her hand. Wang Teng held Tong En's hand, and his initial impression was that it was a bit soft. Cough, cough, coughing discreetly. Wang Teng quickly regained his composure, putting on a serious expression as he carefully sensed the situation. He indeed detected the presence of the shadow power. "Don't resist," Wang Teng said. Tong En blinked and nodded. Yuan Bai and the others were astounded. They looked over and saw Wang Teng. Could he have a solution? Wang Teng activated his shadow talent, and a gentle suction force emanated from his palm, flowing into Tong En's body. "What is this?" Tong En exclaimed, her eyes widening as she stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. She felt the shadow power being absorbed. It was unbelievable. How did he do it? In no time, all the gloomy force within Tong En's body had been completely absorbed, leaving no trace behind. She immediately felt much lighter, and the cold, eerie sensation had vanished entirely. The bluish hue on her face had also disappeared. "Is it better now?" Yuan Bai and the others were astonished, looking at Tong En, and then back at Wang Teng. Wan Dong and his group were equally surprised, though they had a bit of mental preparation as Wang Teng had effortlessly resolved the shadows earlier. The situation with Tong En and her friends appeared to be similar to what had happened to Guang Yu and the others. Could it be that these armored corpses were controlled by something similar to these shadows? Chapter 2045, Shadow Blade. Shadow Puppetry Seal 2. "Who's next?" Wang Teng asked after releasing Tong En's hand. "I'll go." Yuan Bai stepped forward. His injury was the most severe, with a long gash across his chest that even cut through his battle armor. Wang Teng nodded and placed his hand on Yuan Bai's chest, drawing out the shadow power within him. Then, one by one, Wei Na and the others approached, and Wang Teng repeated the process. Fortunately, their injuries weren't too severe, so it didn't take much effort for Wang Teng to help them completely rid themselves of the entangling shadow power. If Guang Yu and the others were to witness this scene, they'd probably be infuriated by the stark contrast to their ongoing suffering. They were still being tortured by the shadow power. "Junior," Wang Teng, "your skills are truly exceptional," said Biyao as she felt his condition improve. "Just a little trick," Wang Teng replied with a faint smile. "So what exactly is this eerie power? It's like shadows," Yuan Bai frowned. "We encountered some dark figures on the way. Their attacks were quite similar to these armored corpses, and they indeed possess a shadow-like quality. Let's call it shadow power for now," Wang Teng vaguely explained. "Black shadows, we came from another direction." "We didn't see them," Tong En said in deep thought. "How did you run into these armored corpses?" Wang Teng asked. "The sky suddenly darkened, and we didn't have time to find a hiding spot. We ran into them halfway on the road," Bai Yao explained as she sighed. They were indeed quite unlucky. They had barely traveled halfway before unexpectedly encountering these armored corpses. It was a terrifying experience to stumble upon a group of undead creatures in the pitch-black darkness. "Your luck is something else," Wang Teng said, amused by their terrified expressions. "Do you happen to know how these armored corpses sense things?" Tong En asked. "They rely on sound, light, and potentially even the presence of life," Wang Teng replied. Tong En nodded and continued, "Did you see that particular Naga RCE armored corpse just now? It's the most terrifying one and much stronger than the others." "The Naga race?" Wan Dong and the others repeated. "You don't know?" Tong En asked in surprise. "We thought it was the snake race," Wan Dong said. "The Naga race is a snake race, too. However, in ancient times they were called the Naga race. It's a powerful race." Tong En glanced at Wang Teng and explained. Wang Teng and the Queen maintained their composure, giving off the impression that they had just learned about this. The Naga race armored corpse earlier was indeed very powerful, possibly at the universe stage. "I could only hold it off for a short while. If I had been a bit slower, I might not have been able to save you," Wang Teng explained. In reality, the key factor was that these armored corpses appeared to only sense the presence of life, making them somewhat inflexible. Wang Teng had simply used his space abilities to teleport the group, hiding them effectively from the armored corpses. Additionally, these armored corpses seemed to have some limitations. They wouldn't enter the palace easily. Otherwise, Wang Teng and his companions might not have escaped detection. If these had been genuine living warriors, the situation would have been much more difficult, as they would have thoroughly searched the palace below. At that time, it would be hard for them to remain hidden. Was that a space skill just now? Tang En suddenly recalled the sensation and was astonished. Just a small trick, Wang Teng said casually. Tang En and the others were left speechless. To them, Wang Teng's small trick was a remarkable feat. Even though Heaven Stage martial warriors had some grasp of space abilities, in the chaos of the earlier attack, it would have been impossible for them to escape through space manipulation. However, Wang Teng managed to do it, teleporting all 5 of them simultaneously. It was unbelievable. They felt this junior becoming more and more mysterious. These Naga race armored corpses seemed to move only within a certain range, and they appear to be guarding something. Wang Teng changed the topic and contemplated. Tang En and her companions were puzzled, but when they thought about the direction the Naga race armored corpse appeared and disappeared from, they began to speculate. "Are you suggesting?" Tang En inquired in amazement. "Do any of you have the courage to come with me and take a look?" Wang Teng inquired with a smile. Tang En and her friends hesitated for a moment. They had just been harassed by the Naga race's armored corpse, and naturally they were a bit hesitant. However, their competitive spirit soon overcame their apprehension. If Wang Teng wasn't afraid, why should they be? Moreover, having nearly been killed earlier, they wanted to take revenge too. It was simply because they had been unprepared and caught off guard that they had appeared so weak. "Why not?" Tang En bared her small, tiger-like teeth and said assertively. "Then let's go." Wang Teng uttered with a slight smile. The group contemplated for a moment before they stealthily ventured into the darkness, heading in the direction where the Naga race's armored corpse had disappeared earlier. Of course, they didn't overlook the surrounding palaces. They were determined to rummage whatever they could. Tang En and the others didn't argue over it. Their lives had been saved by Wang Teng, and everything else was secondary. Wang Teng had initially considered sharing the loot, but they insisted against it. In this regard, Wang Teng couldn't help but admire their straightforwardness. They uttered no, and that was final. They didn't even bat an eye. Shortly after, they passed through the alley where the previous battle had taken place. Wang Teng suddenly raised his hand, signaling the group to stop. "What's wrong?" Tang En inquired warily. "Nothing, just observing for a moment." Wang Teng casually gave an excuse. He had spotted some attribute bubbles that they hadn't collected earlier. Since they were passing through again, it made sense to pick them. Shadow Power 300, Chapter 2046, Shadow Blade, Shadow Puppetry Seal 3, Shadow Power 5000, Shadow Power 2200, Shadow Blade. Wang Teng was stunned. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. This should be the blade skill used by the previous Naga race armored corpse. In the next moment, an image immediately appeared in his mind, a unique light and shadow condensed with a human upper body and a serpent lower body, unmistakably the Naga race. This light and shadow wielded a war blade, slashing down with a resounding roar. The power of shadow gathered and formed a blade of shadow that was extremely obscure, almost ethereal. Boom! One slash across the sky, unparalleled in power, as if it could not only cut through original force attacks, but also sever even spiritual attacks. Sigh. Wang Teng came back to his senses from his realization, letting out a slight sigh. Shadow Blade. Such an eerie sword technique, it can harm the spiritual body. His eyes flickered, feeling both strange and delighted because he had already mastered this blade technique. Shadow Blade, 2000, 3000, Foundation. Although he was only at the foundation stage, Wang Teng was very pleased. He felt like he had made a great gain. The blade technique used by the Naga race's armored corpse he had just comprehended was incredibly powerful. If he hadn't attacked from a distance using the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade, he might have been seriously injured. Fortunately, he happened to pass by and retrieved the dropped attribute bubbles. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. Furthermore, the power of this blade technique was related to his shadow talent and shadow power. In general, the higher the shadow talent and the stronger the shadow power, the more powerful the technique would be when executed. This was a combat skill entirely dependent on innate talent. Wang Teng found it incredibly strange and couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the universe, where there were endless wonders, including combat skills relying on innate talents to be unleashed. It was an eye-opening experience. In addition to the blade technique he had just comprehended, he also gained 3,000 points of shadow power. Wang Teng nodded to himself, thinking it wasn't too shabby. At this point, he was increasingly sure that those armored corpses were most likely being controlled by shadows. Otherwise, how would they drop shadow power attributes? Fear stems from the unknown. Now that he knew what he was dealing with, Wang Teng felt less worried. Also, he had a way to deal with the black shadows, so he wasn't afraid of them. With his shadow talent, Wang Teng could be considered their natural enemy. However, that particular Naga race's armored corpse was relatively powerful, and subduing it wasn't going to be easy. What if there were more of them? That was why Wang Teng brought Tong En and the others along. Sometimes eating alone wasn't a good habit, as it might lead to missing out on important opportunities. The group had already scoured the nearby palaces, and Wang Teng, Tong En, and the others successfully crossed the alley without encountering the armored corpse patrol. However, after they had moved through the area, they began to hear the sound of marching footsteps. The armored corpses had appeared. They were approaching from another alley. Wang Teng immediately signaled for everyone to crouch down and cautiously peeked around the corner. Sure enough, they spotted a patrol of armored corpses slowly advancing. Wan Dong, Yuan Bai, and the others got nervous. If they were discovered, it could lead to a fierce battle. Just then, Wang Teng felt a weight on his back as a delicate figure draped over him. A head popped out beside Wang Teng. What do we do now? Tong En's voice emerged in Wang Teng's mind. Stay quiet, hide your presence, Wang Teng warned everyone through voice transmission. He then allowed the shadows of the surroundings to merge with his own shadow power, creating what seemed like a shroud of darkness in the already dark environment. Nobody could detect anything unusual. Wan Dong and the others had grown accustomed to King Teng taking charge and immediately followed his instructions, concealing their presence in a corner. Tong En immediately concealed her presence, crouching behind Wang Teng. After all, even if they were discovered, they had this guy to shield them. Yuan Bai and the others hesitated for an instant, but seeing Tong En already complying, they followed suit, concealing their presence and hunkering down in a corner. Soon the patrol of armored corpses passed by not far from them, emanating an aura of decay. Tap, 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 the sound of footsteps echoed in their ears. The sensation was akin to when you're trying to sleep at night, but there are footsteps perpetually walking back and forth by your bed, which was rather eerie. However, these armored corpses didn't seem to notice them. They just walked past and disappeared into the darkness. Phew, someone sighed in relief. Wang Teng, did you do something? How did they not detect us? Tong En inquisitively inquired. I didn't do anything, really, Wang Teng replied. Tisk, who are you trying to fool? Tong En rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical, but decided not to press the matter further. He probably figured it was Wang Teng's secret, and if he didn't want to share, asking too much would be annoying. Round Ball was delighted. Finally, someone else had faced a setback from Wang Teng just like it did. Curiosity was not its exclusive trait. Others had it too, and they all shared the discomfort. Wait for me here. With his thoughts in motion, Wang Teng disappeared from their view after realizing that the shadow power could conceal them from the armored corpses. Wang Teng became bolder. He hoped he could hide from that specific Naga race's armored corpse, but he knew it might not be possible. It seemed less rigid than the others. Hey, Tong En hadn't even spoken when Wang Teng disappeared before her eyes. She was astonished by his extraordinary skills. Do you know what he's up to? Tong En turned and glanced at Wan Dong and the others. I have no idea. Wan Dong shook his head. Chapter 2047, Shadow Blade, Shadow Puppetry Seal 4. Why do I feel like your presence is so weak? You're not doing anything, Tong En teased. Wan Dong and the others were speechless. What did she mean by not doing anything? How could she insult them like this? A strange look came over the faces of Yuan Bai and the others. Were these people just here for the show? Don't look at us like that. It's not our time to act yet, Wan Dong said nonchalantly. On the other side, Wang Teng dragged one of the armored corpses into a corner. He activated his shadow talent, and a powerful suction emerged from his palm. The armored corpse struggled violently, and its armor produced a continuous clanging sound. Damn it. Wang Teng's expression shifted slightly. He had thought he had taken care of this armored corpse, but it appeared there was a flaw during the absorption process. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps in the distance were getting closer again, and it seemed like those armored corpses had heard something and were quickly returning. Wang Teng immediately increased the absorption rate with a powerful suction force. Bang, bang. The armor shook even more violently, as if a person inside was thrashing about frantically. Something's not right. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and he activated his real eye, examining the interior of the armored corpse, as he suspected. He saw an array-like structure inscribed within the armored corpse, locking away the shadow power within. It couldn't be extracted through brute force alone. This won't stop me. Wang Teng sneered, and his shadow power surged out, invading the armored corpse's body. Boom! The array was instantly shattered. The pulling force erupted. Strands of shadow power finally drifted out from within the armor, absorbed by Wang Teng. At the same time, several attribute bubbles emerged from the armored corpse, and Wang Teng immediately picked them up. He didn't have time to examine them closely and simply left the armored corpse behind as he swiftly retreated. After the shadow power was absorbed, the armored corpse instantly decayed, turning into dust and dissipating. Wang Teng glanced back with astonishment, but he didn't linger. He quickly left the area before the armored corpse patrol arrived, shadow puppetry seal. With several attribute bubbles flooding into his mind, Wang Teng began to understand. So, the seal inside the armored corpse is the shadow puppetry seal, an array that uses shadow power to control the corpse, keeping the shadow power confined within the body for manipulation. The reason those armored corpses can move and fight is because of this shadow puppetry seal. In Wang Teng's mind, a rather complex formation pattern emerged, and he abruptly halted in his tracks. Shadow puppetry seal, 303,000. Foundation. I just picked up 300 points of attributes. They're just at the foundation stage. Those armored corpses are shadow puppets, and they contain this kind of formation seal. Wang Teng's eyes glittered with excitement. It was time to collect more attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's eyes shone brightly. This shadow puppetry seal was indeed formidable. According to the insights he had just gained, by obtaining a powerful enough cadaver and inscribing the shadow puppetry seal with an adequate amount of shadow power, he could create a formidable shadow puppet. If he could obtain the corpse of a universe stage martial warrior and elevate his shadow power to the corresponding level, Wang Teng could craft a universe stage shadow puppet. The actual power it could wield would depend on the corpse's state of preservation and the stage of the shadow puppetry seal. To craft the seal, apart from requiring a substantial amount of shadow power, Wang Teng would also need some special materials. The grade of these special materials also determined the power of the shadow puppet. Wang Teng thought of the universe stage corpse from the giant horn race. It was initially thought to be of little use, but now it seemed to have some potential. Although the corpse had been damaged to some extent for Wang Teng, it was a perfect experimental subject. Universe stage corpses were rare, and obtaining one was an exceptionally difficult task for martial warriors. A powerful shadow puppet was an incredible ace up their sleeve. When facing a stronger opponent, they could release the shadow puppet, and while not guaranteed victory, it would certainly aid in self-survival. If luck was on their side, they might even catch the opponent off guard with it. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed with determination. Instead of leaving immediately, he decided to target the group of armored corpses. Such a great opportunity to reap benefits shouldn't be wasted. With a quick movement, Wang Teng blended into the shadows. He ignited the shadow-merging secret skill to approach the armored corpses stealthily. He had noticed that using his shadow energy to power the shadow-merging secret skill could effectively deceive these armored corpses. He had successfully retrieved a cadaver earlier without being detected. Soon, a patrol of armored corpses came walking from a distance, unaware of Wang Teng's presence. They continued their rigid patrol and moved away. Wang Teng followed closely behind them, moving silently. He seized one of the armored corpses, releasing his shadow power to immobilize the shadow power within the corpse, rendering it temporarily motionless. He then dragged it away. The other armored corpses didn't notice anything unusual and continued their patrol. These are truly a bunch of lifeless puppets. Wang Teng chuckled to himself, hiding in the shadows. He used his previous method to destroy the shadow puppetry seal within the armored cadaver and absorbed the shadow power. An attribute bubble floated up, and Wang Teng promptly collected it. Shadow puppetry seal 2550, only 250 points this time. Wang Teng shook his head in disdain. It was lower than the first one. This was unforgivable. Chapter 2048, Shadow Blade. Shadow Puppet Restriction, 5. Even though he had to exert a lot of effort to drag these armored corpses, the attributes they yielded weren't enough to cover the costs of his efforts. Nonetheless, he didn't stop. Wang Teng continued to rush towards the armored corpses. When you have the chance to fleece the sheep, you should take it. One by one, Wang Teng dragged the armored corpses away, and the patrol of these corpses gradually dwindled. Yet they remained completely unaware. Wang Teng's mastery of the shadow puppetry seal increased rapidly. It didn't take long for him to advance from foundation to well-versed. Shadow puppetry seal, 505,000, well-versed. Wang Teng closed his eyes and took a moment to sense his insights. He felt a very familiar sensation. It feels good. The feeling of rapidly mastering a certain skill was indeed very satisfying for Wang Teng. Wang Teng smiled and prepared to continue, but, at this moment, roar. A thunderous roar echoed from the front. Wang Teng stopped in his tracks, his face showing a somewhat embarrassed expression. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tong En and the others had been waiting for Wang Teng to return for a while, but instead they heard the angry cries of the armored corpse. They exchanged puzzled glances. What happened? Ba Yao asked after some hesitation. Did he provoke the armored corpses? Tong En asked curiously. Very likely, Wan Dong suddenly chimed in. Dong Lei, Gikdor, and the others nodded, their expressions carrying a touch of certainty. Knowing Wang Teng as they did, he was indeed likely to do such a thing. Should we go take a look? Tong En furrowed her brow, expressing her worry. Maybe it's better not to. With our current strength, we might not be able to help much, and we could end up being a burden to him, Wan Dong suggested. Tong En and the others were speechless. They were being rejected. Well, that's not what I meant. It's just that these armored corpses are better handled by Wang Teng, considering his experience. None of us can do it, Wan Dong clarified. You don't need to say more, we understand, Yuan Bai sighed. He felt a little disheartened, as he never thought he'd be told he lacked the strength one day, but he couldn't argue with the truth. Swoosh, during their conversation, a figure darted out from the darkness and landed in front of the group. Run, hurry! Wang Teng appeared and urgently urged everyone to flee. Wang Teng, what exactly did you do? Tong En couldn't help but ask. I didn't do anything, Wang Teng hurriedly replied. Stop asking questions and run or it'll be too late. Boom, boom, boom in the distance. There was a rumbling sound as if a large number of armored corpses were charging towards them. Damn! Tong En and the others couldn't help but curse. Without thinking, they immediately started running. Although they couldn't see the situation in the darkness, they could easily guess what was happening in front of them. The sight of so many armored corpses charging at them was bound to be terrifying. Oh my God. They had no other option but to run. While running, Tong En glanced back and saw a dark mass behind them, with armored corpses pouring out from various alleys, closely pursuing them. It made her turn pale with fear. "Wang Teng, you know how to stir up trouble." "It wasn't me." They suddenly went crazy. "It has nothing to do with me," Wang Teng replied, also glancing back, his scalp tingling. "Damn it, where did all these armored corpses suddenly come from?" He didn't see any of them just now. How did they all appear at once? That was scary. The group continued to sprint in the darkness, putting in every ounce of effort without daring to pause. In this intricate maze of passages, they zigzagged wildly, desperately fleeing for their lives. However, the armored corpses were not losing their grip and continued to pursue them closely. "What do we do now?" Tong En panted as she asked. "Head over there. Let's go." Wang Teng looked around, then waved his hand, leading the group towards the location where the Naga race armored corpse had appeared earlier. "If we charge over like this, we'll definitely draw out that Naga race armored corpse." Tong En's expression changed slightly. "I know, but I want to lure it out," Wang Teng said with a determined look. "Are you intentionally attracting these armored corpses here?" Tong En seemed to have realized something, and she said with surprise, Wang Teng's expression turned strange. "Did this senior sister misunderstand something?" The group quickly approached the location where the Naga race's armored corpse had appeared earlier, which was a massive palace. According to Wang Teng's memory, this palace should be the central area of this place. Before it got completely dark, they had seen the grandeur of this palace. But in the dark, they could only make out its enormous silhouette. As they got closer, a sense of eerie foreboding emanated from the palace. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed out from inside the palace. Boom! A figure emerged from the darkness, emanating a strong aura of decay. It charged towards Wang Teng and the others with a terrifying presence. "Here it comes." Wang Teng's eyes gleamed, and he pointed ahead, commanding, "Go." Golden streaks of light shot out from his body, resembling golden shooting stars, heading straight for the Naga race armored corpse. Roar! The Naga race's armored corpse let out a furious bellow and drew the war blade from its waist, slashing it out powerfully. The aura of Shadow Blade filled the air. At that moment, the dark golden light was still midway through, but it rapidly converged and transformed into a divine golden phoenix, fiercely colliding with the attack. Boom. The collision of the two attacks created a blinding golden light, illuminating the surroundings. Wang Teng and the others saw the palace clearly and found the entrance. As the shockwaves of their force spread outward, the ground bore the brunt, leaving a trail of destruction. In this intense exchange, the durability of the ground proved insufficient to withstand the sheer force of their attacks. Boom. The Phoenix golden feather blade dispersed under the enemy's blade, unable to withstand it. The difference in power between Wang Teng and the Naga race armored corpse was substantial, making the situation quite uneven. Fight. Tong En and the others yelled and attacked. Yuan Bai advanced in front, and a flaming shield appeared to block the blade glow from the shadow blade. Boom. Yuan Bai was directly knocked back, his body leaving a long trail on the ground along with the flaming shield. Tong En and the others flanked from both sides and launched attacks with their forces, leaving the Naga race's armored corpse no room to breathe. Wan Dong and the others joined in, cooperating with Tong En's group, all of them using their full strength. Their attacks landed on the armored corpses without stopping. The combined power of over a dozen Heaven Stage martial warriors was not to be underestimated. The Naga race corpse was pushed back, roaring in frustration. At this moment, Wang Teng's Phoenix golden feather blade reassembled and transformed into a divine golden phoenix, launching an assault once more. At the same time, a battle blade appeared in his hand, and he swung it mightily. His shadow talent activated, gathering shadow power into a shadow blade imprint. Wang Teng's control over the shadow blade was still at the foundation level, so he wasn't as proficient, but with the Phoenix golden feather blade taking the brunt of the force in front, he had enough time. The Naga race armored corpse swung its blade again, and the shadow blade aura collided with the Phoenix golden feather blades. The Phoenix golden feather blades naturally couldn't hold up against it, but Wang Teng's shadow blade followed. He skillfully avoided the Naga race armored corpse's blade from the side, and his blade slashed towards its head. The Naga race's armored corpse was already restrained by the others, so it couldn't react in time. Wang Teng's blade struck its head directly. Splat. The shadow blade aura left a mark on its forehead, cutting through the skin. But that was all. This Naga race armored corpse was at least at the universe stage in its living state, and Wang Teng's shadow power and shadow talent were only at the first level. He couldn't harm its flesh. However, Wang Teng wasn't trying to damage its flesh. His target was the shadow puppetry seal inside it. He stared intently at the Naga race's armored corpse, not knowing if his assault had any effect. Tong En and the others didn't know what Wang Teng was up to. When they saw the seemingly weak attack, they were a bit puzzled at first, but they soon realized his intentions. This fellow was just a cosmos stage martial warrior. Even though he had more techniques than the average martial warrior, he was still not powerful enough to contend with a universe stage martial warrior. Wang Teng, can you manage it? If not, let us seize over, Tong En shouted. Wang Teng was speechless. He was underestimated. Move aside quickly. It's very dangerous, Tong En said again when she saw him standing there and blocking their assault angle. Wang Teng, however, before he could respond, Tong En and the others noticed something unusual. The movements of the armored corpse in front of them seemed to have become sluggish. It stopped attacking. Tong En and the others were stunned. They looked at the Naga race's armored corpse in front of them and didn't know what happened. Who just said I couldn't manage it? Wang Teng remarked. Tong En, thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.